Good day, race fans. Welcome to Atlanta Motorsports Park, located in the beautiful hills of the North Georgia Mountains. And today we will witness the 10th and final round of the 2024 Championship Kart Series. I'm John Matthews, joined in the booth by Steve Newbold. Chris Conowald will be joining us from Victory Lane during the course of our broadcast. Stephen, what a gorgeous view we see here. Finally, fall has come to North Georgia.
I don't know. Yesterday was a little warm. It was in the 80s. But today we're back down, I think, what is it, 60-something?
Currently 67 degrees. Chamber of Commerce weather, they would call this. You can see some speckling of color in the background as we look down on this gorgeous facility. In the foreground is the 17-turn, 1-mile go-kart track. Wrapped around behind that is the 2-mile main course track. As the racing action is already underway, white flag for our pre-finals. Stephen, hard to think that we started this season, several months ago, worked through the promise of spring and through the furnace of summer. Here we are, the harvest of championship in the fall.
Furnace is definitely how it was in the summer, especially late August. It got really hot out here. But, yeah, we are finally to our championship racing.
Yeah, so this is the 10th and final round of our Championship Kart Series. And we will attempt to update you on points during the course of the day. Each round of this series, drivers would accumulate points in the final races. Then they get, correct me if I'm wrong, Stephen, they get 3 drops.
Yes.
From that.
Three drops.
They can drop their 3 worst performances, or if they weren't able to make it for a weekend, as we see a mass of cars coming to the finish line here, checkered flag in the air, as this is our first pre-final of the day. The normal schedule would be we run these pre-finals, then the finishing order here will set the starting lineup for the finals that will happen a little later during our broadcast.
That wasn't just me, or today seemed like there was way more people out in the paddock, in the parking area than usual. Is it just me, or is there a sign that there's a lot of spectators here today?
Well, it's definitely a beautiful day for spectating, as we've mentioned. Those
look,
temperatures.
There's a good shot right there. I mean, usually we don't have carts all the way down to the condos, and there's cart trailers and tents all the way down, and parking up front was packed.
So that race that was on track was the LO206 Junior pre-final. Meyer Lewis came home the winner. Peter Jarquin second. Lincoln Massey third. Aiden Courtney fourth. And Talon Laney rounding out the top 5. So that was LO206 Junior. And you have an update on points or something at preview, because no points on offer in the pre-final, but it does set the stage for later this afternoon.
So LO206 Junior points as they stand right now is number 48. Talon Laney is currently in the lead with 1420. Now Lincoln Massey's right behind him with 1290. And Ian Patterson is in third with 1040. And this is where it's going to get crazy. Third place is up for anybody. So Aiden Courtney is at 1035. And Meyer Lewis is at 1025. So that's 5 drivers that are in contention for the championship final 3.
Well, that is something we will watch during the course of the day. Our next field already making their way onto this very technical course. And pre-finals will be 10 laps in distance. The finals will be 12 laps. We have some other exciting developments that will happen, of course, in the background. Some things that we will have some fun with some of our staff here, Stephen.
Yes.
And I'll mention some of the staff help making our broadcast and our race happen today. We have 2 race directors today. That's a little bit of a change from normal. We have Eli Bearden, as well as Cole Hollyfield. We have 2 race directors. And, Stephen, the reason for that, down outside of Victory Lane, we saw it as we walked in. There's a dunk tank down there.
Yeah, I'm not getting to that.
Well, it's not for us.
Oh, thank God.
But what they're doing, it's a chance to dunk the race director. So for those of you on the premises, for $5, you can get 3 balls, and all proceeds will benefit Toys for Tots. So already thinking about Christmas, a wonderful way for the team here at AMP to help support charities in the community.
You want to go dunk Eli?
Well, we don't know if it'll be Eli or Cole, but now you can understand why we have a pair, as
like
LO206 Cadet coming on track. Looks like they're going to get a fall start here. Cadets, younger age group than we would have in our junior division for cadets. Just think elementary age students. This is for drivers ages 8 to 12 years young. Now, for that dunk tank, so if you're on the premises, once again, $5 will get you 3 balls for the dunk tank, and you get to dunk the race director. And, Steven, I think that might get a little spicier as the day goes on, as some things happen on track and they have to make some calls. But it's a great way to
we should dunk Mikey.
Yeah.
just for fun.
We're coming down. Looks like we're going to get a second fall start here in our
Cadet
division. On an otherwise beautiful day, you can see from the flags on the left of that screen, definitely some wind on this facility.
Oh, yeah, especially at turn 3. If you're up there on corner station, you might get a little bit of wind burn today.
So the field coming off turn number 17, you're looking down on the main straightaway. We're just looking for both lines to be in those tram lines side by side. And we finally get a green flag. We're underway with our LO 206 Cadet pre-final.
A little bit of early 2-wide action going in there between second and third place. That could be Isaac Carvalho and Bo Stowers. Those are some of our top 3 in our points.
So they will head up the hill, and then they will sweep past our vantage point. As I said earlier, this is a 1-mile, 17-turn complex. Drivers now working down through the kink towards the lowest point on this track, and then they'll make their way down the long back straightaway, one of the longest in kart racing before they get on the brakes for turn number 9 right there. It's a prime passing spot. No one taking any chances this time around. They'll head through the S's and work back uphill right there. That would be turn 13 as they cross the high point of the track, and then they'll go to turn 14 and sweep down. Right there is 15, and then they'll be on the brakes once again. Turn 16, an ideal passing spot as well. Off turn 17, and they'll come down the front straightaway to complete one very technical lap here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
1 lap down, Isaac Carvalho in the lead, in second, both hours in third. Camila Canache coming up in fourth, Ryan Perez in fifth.
Now there you can see the field drop down into the signature turn here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. A 3-story drop followed by a U-turn and then a 3-story climb. That is all part of turn number 2. So at this point, drivers will be full throttle down through the kink and down that back straightaway. Steven, at least at this point, nobody's showing all their cards, maybe just looking to log some laps and gain some experience.
I think right now is just kind of learning. I mean, we got to think the track's going to be changing conditions. We don't really have a lot of overcast, but we kind of do at the same time. So there's not going to be a lot of shadows that are going to come into play. But with the way the track is so bright right now, except right here in like 15, as you see the trees are kind of casting a little bit of shadow, so they're going to have to navigate through that as the day progresses.
Well, and with it being November and just past the time change, those shadows will grow long as the day continues. Steven, hard to think when we were here in the summertime, you saw almost no shadows early in the day, but as we do see a pass coming up the hill, maybe a kart having a little bit of difficulty losing a couple of spots. I believe Bo Stowers and Ryan Perez able to get by Camila Canache here on the third lap of our LO 206 Cadet pre-final. Cadets officially are for drivers age 7 to 10 years old. The karts that they're on might flirt with 60 miles an hour as they get to the brakes, and a passing attempt there. Camila Canache trying to get up inside of Bo Stowers, but Bo's able to hold on to that spot for the moment. These Cadet karts weigh 246 pounds. That is with the driver, so think of an NFL linebacker, except for these karts. That's complete, all the fluids, the driver, helmet, and everything. As our top 2 have broken away, Isaac Carvalho and Miles Brownfield looking to settle things early. Brownfield takes a peek to the inside. And at the line, very, very close, and Brownfield's able to make the pass through turn number 1.
Down into turn 2 as it goes. Currently, Isaac Carvalho first, Miles Brownfield in second, Camila Canache third, Bo Stowers in fourth, and Ryan Perez in fifth.
I think they did pass down through turn 1, so Brownfield is in that vivid green helmet. He's your new leader. And, Steven, just as we had said those top 2 had pulled away, here comes the rest of the field.
Yeah, those top 5 relatively have formed their own little snake and have put a decent-sized gap on our 6th place of Nico Corpedia.
As we got to pass through the S's there, looks like Isaac Carvalho went back ahead of Miles Brownfield. Brownfield now struggling to hold on to second as 3 drivers are all queued up right behind him.
Yeah, Camila Canache is just sitting there watching right now. She's trying to figure out what Brownfield is doing. We got a spin, and Was that 15, 16?
I think that was it was turn 16, either Bo Stowers or Ryan Perez. Let's see as they cross the line.
That was Bo Stowers.
That was Stowers. So an unforced error there in turn 16. We had mentioned that is a prime passing location. It's a heavy braking area. And we saw the rear end of Stowers' kart snap around.
We see the top three kind of breaking away from Ryan there as they enter the backstretch. You got Camila Canache right on the backside of Brownfield. Maybe she's trying to set up a pass. That draft is definitely working. Look how, a little sideways.
Oh, dirt tracking on corner entry there from Miles Brownfield. Able to wrangle that cart back in. Stephen, I thought for sure we were going to see a spin there.
Oh, I thought he had that one around, but he managed to hold on to it.
Well, we do appreciate those of you that are watching with us for the broadcast today, whether you're on the Atlanta Motorsports Park Facebook live feed or on YouTube. We just ask that whatever platform you're on, scroll down, give a like or a thumbs up or a subscribe or a follow, or am I missing any buttons? A share.
Yeah.
And also go in the comments. Let us know where you are watching from today. We'd love to just always find out that, Stephen, during the course of the year, we know that we've had some friends and family watching from as far away as Ireland.
We've had
Really?
Yeah, we had Australia not too long ago. We had Australia, had Brazil, Argentina, a lot of interesting countries.
Okay. As our field once again snakes their way down this back straightaway.
Looks like Camache going, peeking out, trying to go to the inside.
Yep.
Three wide, entering the S's. Still too wide, entering the S's. I can't tell if that's Brownfield that just managed to get his way back up front.
Yeah, Brownfield has that distinctive green helmet. Carvalho holds on for second, Canache in third, but wow, you don't see three wide into turn 9.
No.
And somehow they got out the backside of that without having somebody off in the grass.
The racecraft with these younger drivers is just so impressive. They spend an amazing amount of time out here at the line. Let's see. Miles Brownfield, Aztec Carvalho, Camila Canache. 1, 2, 3. Nico Carpedia in 5th. I miss Ryan Perez there.
As we
he
see
is in 4th.
Brownfield coming under heavy pressure from Carvalho through turn 2. He holds on for a moment. Then you see that Carvalho gets a shot in the shorts from Canache up the hill.
I'm deaf. How about you?
Yeah, pardon us there. As we see Camila Canache roll into second place at turn number 9. So now it is Brownfield, Canache, and Carvalho. And Ryan Perez slowly clawing his way back as we are 6 laps complete of our 10-lap pre-final. Once again, the finishing order here sets the stage for the 12-lap final later in the day as we see Camila Canache try to make a move, but Carvalho capitalizes. Now Carvalho's going for second right to the inside of Camila Canache at the line. Canache holds on, but we'll see as they sweep through turn 1. Isaac Carvalho takes over second spot. So these kids getting after it here in the early proceedings.
Yeah, it's nice and early for these guys to be battling.
That's Carvalho almost in the grass to get by
in
Brownfield.
the grass. In the grass there.
And they're side by side. The one place you can't be 2x2 right here in the kink.
Look at that. Perfect snake entering the kink.
Yeah, they were able to
4
file
deep.
down.
Looks like we're going to get some side by side, maybe 3 wide coming into the S's again.
As Miles Brownfield and Camila Canache freight train past Carvalho at turn 9. So change at the top, and you can see Brownfield's just getting swarmed here by both Carvalho and Canache as they work their way up to turn number 14.
Side by side. Might be 3 wide coming into the S's. Nope.
Canache on the outside there at turn 16. Little contact as they work their way towards turn 17. So these drivers laying it all on the line as they see the 2 to go signal here in our pre-final. Stephen, points not even on the line. These drivers already getting after it.
Well, as points sit right now, we got Isaac Carvalho in first with 1280. 3 wide now as they come up turn 2. We might end up having a 4 wide battle here for first.
Oh, they're able to get filed down, so Canache continues to hold off Brownfield, Carvalho, and Perez. It's about a 5-second gap back to Bo Stowers, who had that spin earlier. Here comes Carvalho looking,
a
weaving.
little bit of under-over there.
Some defensive driving here. Camila holds on, but she sweeps wide. Carvalho. Ooh. Oh, we see Brownfield going through the S's there.
He'll have to surrender that position.
And he did. He gave that up, but a lot of contact between Carvalho and Brownfield at the far end of our facility And for the moment, a little bit of daylight between our top duo. Now Kanache defensive on the inside. Here comes Brownfield. He's going to take a peek down to the inside. So they are almost wheel to wheel down as they see the white flag. And Brownfield pulls back in. So we get 16 more turns to enjoy here as they dive down to turn number 2.
Down turn 2. It looks like we're going to have Brownfield back to the point.
He passed down in the U-turn. A tough place to pass.
Not a very common place for many passes.
As their nose to tail for the moment coming down.
You'll have to watch Kanache when she enters the S's. She has that corner perfect. There she goes. She's going to peek out to the outside. Look at Brownfield throwing the block.
As there is some defensive driving, Brownfield continues to lead Kanache. Then it is Carvalho and Ryan Perez. They're going to be flat out on the throttle here as they've come off the S's uphill towards the high point. And you can see Brownfield, a defensive line. Kanache was able to pass him here a couple of laps ago. Let's see if Brownfield continues to be defensive. He is. Kanache looking for an over-under. More bumping and contact. Here comes Carvalho to the inside. So at the line as the checkers are out. Miles Brownfield is your winner. Second place, Isaac Carvalho. Camila Kanache third. And Ryan Perez comes home in fourth. What a way to start our broadcast today, Stephen.
As I was saying in the points, as championship points stand right now, Isaac Carvalho is in first with 1280. Ryan Perez in second with 1255. And Bo Stowers at 1085 in third. So, currently speaking, I believe Kanache is in fourth. I'll have to double-check my point standing. But she would have to win to pass over third position.
Well, Stephen, we probably shouldn't be trusted with our math, but that's why we have some of the great staff here to actually do the math for us this afternoon. And that does include, as we mentioned earlier, our race directors for the afternoon, Eli Bearden and Cole Hollyfield.
Hey, looky there. That's Jeremy Porter down there working tech.
And for timing and scoring, Jeanette Brunner this afternoon. If you want to follow along with live timing and scoring, just like Stephen and I have in the booth, you can use the Race Monitor app. All of our timing and scoring is being streamed to there during our proceedings.
It also looks like Eli Bearden's down there as well, race director.
He's looking cool and dry right now, we'll say. Might be a little different story later in the broadcast. Once again, if you're here
looks like Jeremy's ready to be tossed in the dunk tank. He's got the tire on.
So once again, if you're on the property, the dunk tank is set up. We'll be having Dunk the Race Director later today. $5 will get you 3 balls, and all proceeds go to Toys for Tots.
Always a good cause when doing Toys for Tots.
Now, the third member of our broadcast team is Chris Conowall, and he will have a word with some of our winners as the next field rolls onto the track for our third pre-final tag seniors. We're going to see a big jump in the speed. Stephen, I'm really excited. Chris is with us this afternoon as he's a lawyer, so he'll be able to make sure any scoring or addition that we do is correct.
Yeah, hopefully. So this is tag seniors, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back and look at this. So as it sits right now, again, all hypothetical. We got Christian Blevins in the 917 in first with 1255. Ozchick the fourth is in second with 1185. And Matthias Prates is in third with 1160. So there's a little bit of leeway there for first and second. But again, Prates would have to finish higher than Cheek for that to happen.
And that's in the final.
Yes, that's in the final.
This pre-final just sort of whets our appetite and sets the stage for what will happen later. And boy, Stephen, look at all the marks on the sides of those cards.
Oh, yeah.
They used them up out there, but we're going to find out more on location as the green flag is out for our senior division here in our tag division, so the speeds will jump up. But first, Chris Conowall, welcome to the broadcast. We'll send it down to you. Well, he is having some technical difficulties, so we will just enjoy the racing that is happening. Stephen, these tag seniors, tag stands for touch and go. These are our fastest class besides the shifter division. As opposed to the 4-stroke LO206 engines, these are 2-stroke engines. They have that high-pitch whine. You'll see the plumes of blue smoke out the back of these for the oil-gas mixture, much like a chainsaw or a weed whacker. And these are water-cooled as well, so they'll flirt with upwards of 30 horsepower.
Well, it sounds like we might have Chris down there.
Shoot.
Well, he came in there for a second.
We will
Check 1, 2.
As our tag seniors getting single file here, they're going to sweep past our vantage point. Okay. Our LO206 division, we see about 60-second laps here in the tags.
Yes.
They'll be about 50 seconds, so a big jump in speed.
Well, in the meantime, we're going to continue covering. Chris, we'll get down to you in just a few minutes. We're trying to get some technical issues solved up here. But as they run currently, Mateo Rubio Lingo, Brooke Shambo, and Junior Blevins, 1, 2, 3. And let's not forget about fourth place right there, Keelan Spears, right on the tail of Junior Blevins. And, again, those 3 drivers, well, Oz Cheeks back there in 7th. That's a little different. But those 3 drivers are going to be the ones that will be battling for the championship today.
These conditions should lend themselves to very quick lap times. You get that cooler, drier air here in the fall, so the engines can make a little more power, but the track's not so hot that karts will be slipping everywhere as we see a battle for the lead down the back straightaway. Brooke Shambo is in the green with the pink helmet. She is ceding the lead to, I believe that's Christian Blevins coming around. He is our point leader, and he is right now leading the way.
Up into 14. 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit of slip and slide in there. And with these karts having a little bit more power, you might see that earlier on in the day.
Yeah, a little bit meaning a lot. These karts are pretty wild out there as they put another lap in the books. Christian Blevin leads. Brooke Shambo second. Mateo Rubio Luengo in third. Kellen Spears and Matthias Pratis rounding out your top 5.
If I looked correctly at points, Brooke Shambo is currently sitting in 4th, but she would have to she would win. She would have to win today, but I still don't believe her points would add up to where Prates is currently at.
Hashtag math.
Yeah. I spent a hot minute doing all these calculations. Don't trust my math, though.
Don't trust. You don't want to trust me either. I'm a meteorologist Monday to Friday, so you know my numbers are suspect.
You guys want to step back here?
Hey, looky there, we got Chris.
I hear a voice. I hear a voice from above. It is our good friend Chris Conowall, who is down in Victory Lane. Chris, we have you in side by side, so take it away.
Yeah, technically Victory Lane is over there, the Blazers Hot Wings Victory Lane, but these technical issues, we're mobile today. We got Isaac Carvalho, and then we have
Miles Brownfield.
And Miles, you won the race, is that right?
Yes.
And so today is all about the points. Do you know where you are in the points today, Miles?
Probably last because it's only literally my first time here.
Really? Your very first time here?
Well, I was here yesterday, but technically, yes.
You are a very well-spoken young man. How old are you and where are you from?
I'm 8 3/4, and I'm almost 9. And I'm from Sanford, North Carolina.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, congratulations on your win today, and I guess we'll see you next season, I presume?
Probably, yes.
Oh, excellent. I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Now, we've got you, Isaac, so tell me what happened in that race. You took number 2, but where are you in the points?
First.
First in the points, and there was a little something there at the end, I think. Walk me through the race and the finish.
Well, it was kind of hard for Miles. Miles was like all over the place. He was like blocking every single corner. Isn't that right?
Yes, a little bit.
Playing defensive, okay. Got new blood on the track and then new racing skills you got to contend with. So, but you're first in the points, is that right?
Yes.
All right. So, looking forward to seeing you in the final. And do you know how many points separate you in second place?
A
lot or a little?
A lot.
A lot. So, good deal. All right, we're going to send it back up because we got a race underway. But thanks for working with me, Miles. We'll see you next time. All right, guys. I'll send it back up to you for now.
All right. Thank you. That's once again Chris Conowall down outside of Victory Lane. So we continue here with our action in our tag senior pre-final, 10 laps the distance. You can see Brooke Shambo currently scored in third, coming under attack from Callan Spears. Out front, Christian Blevins, the point leader. pulling away from the rest of the field. Last time around, 7/10 of a second ahead of Mateo Rubio Luengo. And quick time in this race set by Blevins so far, 50.184 seconds. Steve, I know we're not supposed to cheer for drivers, but I want to see someone get a 49-second lap out there. That would be
Yeah,
exciting.
I think today might be the day. Usually track records are set around this time of the year.
We're getting a lot of power because of the dry air,
Yes.
and then not those scalding hot temperatures that you have in the summer, which tend to make the track a little greasy and hard to handle. As the drivers sweep down there, you get a quick look on the left side of the cart. You can see that radiator. That's part of the water cooling system. Some of our other two-stroke classes are air-cooled, as are the LO206s. So these tags really primed for speed and performance. They might be able to flirt with upwards of 80 miles an hour down our back straightaway. So the field comes through turn 16 and 17. Christian Blevins sees the 2 to go signal from our starter, so just 2 more laps around. Once again, this is a pre-final. Where the drivers finish here, this will set the lineup for the final. If it ended right now, Christian Blevins would be on the pole. Mateo Rubio Luengo will be alongside in that front row. Steve, it's always a debate. Is it better to start on the outside of the front row, or do you actually want to be inside of row number 2? Seems to vary. But
So, personal preference. On oval track, inside. Road course, outside.
okay. Well, we will follow that through the course of our day as the field once again just getting spread out here across this 1 mile facility. Coming up next will be our tag master division. Same carts, drivers will say just a little more experienced as the white flag flies in the air. And they drop down into turn number 2. Hard to see from this angle, but that's a better shot. It is a 3-story drop into that U-turn, and then they climb immediately back up the hill. They sweep past our vantage point for the final time in this pre-final and head down that back straightaway. That's where they'll reach their top speed before they have to jump onto the brake and try to wrestle these carts around the far end S's. Now, earlier we had said that the LO206 Cadet, 246 pounds, up in these tag seniors. Bit heavier, 366. Checkered flag in the air. Christian Blevins picks up the win in our pre-final action, so he gets the honor of starting on the pole later this afternoon.
So, out of curiosity, I wonder what's going on with Ozcheek the 4th. He finished 6th. Usually he's a top 3 contender. I wonder if he switched some things up with his cart, trying to do some calculations. Because like we were saying, he's running second currently, but Matthias Prates could come out of nowhere and clinch. I mean, they're 25-ish points off of each other as it currently stands.
Yeah, that is a battle we will be keeping our eyes on, as once again you are enjoying round 10 of the AMP Championship Karting Series. Today is the finale, and once again drivers get 3 drops. And Stephen, we don't see drops of that number in other racing series, but here where you do have a lot of kids, a lot of families involved, you get 1 or 2 drops, you would figure, because the family might be away for a weekend or kids might have other commitments, so they give them a chance to get a couple of extra drops. Beautiful weather otherwise, Steve. A little bit of clouds just drifting in for the moment here as we are nestled in the North Georgia mountains, just 3 miles west of the city of Dawsonville proper. Now, joining us in the booth, we have one of our drivers who drops in with us from time to time, and it is Lincoln Massey. Welcome, Lincoln. Well, I believe you were in that first race of the day, the LO206 Junior. We were just getting settled into our broadcast. How was your experience on the track?
Thank you. Okay. It was pretty good. I finished 3rd, but Peter Jorklin got a penalty or maybe just a full disqualification for gas. He had some kind of wrong gas, not too sure what was wrong with it, but it was wrong gas, and I ended up 2nd.
So this was the LO206 Junior, correct, that we're talking about?
Yes.
So according to my calculations, you're currently in 2nd.
Okay.
with 1290. Talon Laney is about 300 and something, or not 300, 130-ish points ahead of you. What is the 100 points for?
Has to be more than 100. There's only
Is it 100 points for victory? I don't remember. Oh, it's 200.
Yeah, it is, but I think that's without counting his DQ because disqualifications are permanent. So right now, as long as I just if I just finish the race, or even if I get a like a did not finish, even if I get that, I'll still win the championship.
Okay. Yeah,
Steve, already we've now found that we cannot trust our math here.
Well, I wasn't informed of those instances. I figured that would have been on the timing sheet.
As on screen, we do see a false start here in our LO2, or excuse me, this is our
what are we in?
Tag
Master.
Master
Senior
division.
Master, yeah.
Now we do see one cart that's about a half a field behind, and we're going to see another cart do that later in the broadcast. But these tags
It's a secret.
would be the same as we just saw in our senior. The one difference, these drivers are a little bit more, how can we say this generously, a little more seasoned than we see in our senior division. Senior is for 15 and up. Master is for 30 years and up. So they make their way down the tram lines. They are side by side, and they do not get a start here as the drivers aren't waving to us at the cameras. They're actually hand signaling to the other drivers just to let them know that it was a no start.
So if I did math correctly, we got Eugene Panenko with 14.
Oh, trouble!
Oh,
What happened there?
Ew.
Cart came from out of nowhere off the main track where the rest of the field was doing the cut through, and we had some serious contact here as the field was under formation lap.
Maybe we can get a quick replay. There we go. So
watch the white and green cart just come from the top of the screen.
Should be coming around. Yep.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And
Not
behind
too
just a
much
little
contact,
synchronized
but
spinning, but don't even know what was going
looks
on
like
there.
that cart is out of commission before we even get a green flag.
Yeah,
Looks
you
like
can
we're,
see them off in the grass.
yeah, we're going to
on the
have
left
another
side.
false start here. I don't know which driver that was. I didn't get a cart number.
They probably didn't get the number of that cart either. It was moving so fast. That'd be a blind spot. You are coming up over the highest point of the track. It is a quick hill. Must have been one driver trying to get back in to the field. Rest of our field is queued up here, but we probably won't get a start as we still have one cart right on the edge of the track. But
Yeah.
Steve, real good look at the plumes of smoke coming out of these. You know these are two-stroke engines when you see all that whitish blue smoke.
Let's see. I think we're going to get a Yep, we're going to get a green.
Green, go, go, go.
All right, so the field now officially getting up to speed through turn one. Then they'll crest the hill and dive down into turn number 2.
A little bit of bobble there further back in the field. 2, 3 wide already. About 5th back. We got a lot of contact. Wow.
Oh, you could see one car just come flying around.
I think that was the 335. Was that Junior Blevins?
All right,
May
we'll try to figure out who's who here as they do sweep away from our vantage point.
It was either Sean Atkins or Junior Blevins. I couldn't get a confirmed number if it was 335 or 332.
It's definitely hard to see these little placards. We will know officially once they come by the timing and scoring loop at the start-finish line. Great shots here by our drone pilots this afternoon. Right now we're on board with Jeff Farver, courtesy of Illumicube Engineering. And when we're flying in with the field, that is none other than Daryl Cannon, a.k.a. Killboy.com. Other camera operators today, we have Blaine Hensley on Cowboy Cam and Wes Watkins working up in the tower. Our director for the afternoon, the man in the chair, Mikey Lane, our producer, Ethan Denny, and our executive producer for the afternoon, Will Rigdon. Once again, I'm John Matthews, joined by Steve Newbold in the booth, as well as our guest driver, Lincoln Massey. So, Lincoln, we saw that incident happen on the formation lap. I'm not really asking if that's happened to you, but what does it do to your state of mind when during a race or during the formation lap, something happens that throws you off the game? What do you do to try to get resettled and start to get back to the business of driving?
Well, really, I just try to, just forget about it. Like, just don't even, like, if something like that happens and I just get, like, really startled or spooked and get nervous, I just try to just completely forget about it.
Forget about it.
Just forget about
I couldn't. Sorry, I
We need
couldn't
Al
resist
Edwards
on
up here.
that one.
it. Yeah, we do need Al. Speaking of Al, in the LO206.
Spoiler alert. Yeah. All right, we're going to tease that
Never
out. Al,
mind.
normally, Al Edwards joins us up here, race fans. He will later, but he's got something special coming up. So,
Yeah, it's a surprise.
So Lincoln.
You almost spoiled it.
We're not gonna tell you, but we do encourage you to watch.
I'm gonna be up here
a
for that
little
one.
later.
I'm staying here for that one.
Okay.
Todd Shambo and Kyle Clark draw away from the rest of the field as they are coming down to put lap number 3 onto the board.
So I believe the carts that were involved in the incident before we really got started was Sean Atkins at the 332 and maybe Chris Butler, because neither one of those drivers have registered a lap.
Okay. Definitely one of the stranger things we have seen, to see a cart sort of parachute in from out of nowhere during when the rest of the field happens to be going around the cutoff because of a false start.
That was a Leroy Jenkins moment. You guys ready? Leroy Jenkins. Was that World of Warcraft or something? Like 2008, 2009 that happened?
I don't know. Otherwise, I would think it's a change my tires moment as from Days of Thunder.
Oh, here we
as we
go.
see us battle side by side for the
Over
lead.
under.
Yeah, Shambo went defensive, and that sent him wide. Here comes Kyle Clark up the inside at the scoring loop. Shambo still scored as the leader, but Clark takes the lead as they charge down to turn 2.
Down turn 2, up turn 2. Looks like
Although look at
Shambo's going to take another run to the outside
yeah,
there.
Shambo got a monster charge up that hill and
Oh.
seizes the lead again.
And they're getting
too wide.
feisty early on. I like it.
Oh, yeah.
And now we see Clark take a quick peek to the inside, but he's just going to fall into the tire tracks. Things can happen on just about any
A
corner.
little bit of
Oh!
No.
A lot of contact there as Clark had the snowplow out for Shambo,
Wow.
and they're going to get pressure from Simon Carton. Here comes Carton up into second. Steve,
Surprise,
that could have been
surprise.
disaster there. You could see
That
Clark
was-
leaning a little, and then the contact just
Yeah,
continued.
Yeah,
He did
that
not
was
have that position on any planet. He was all the way on the outside and just spun him completely out. Almost. So,
well. It shows still that Shambo is still in the lead, but I don't think that's correct.
no, he
Now
is.
Shambo's in the white helmet. He
Okay.
has the lead. Kyle Clark lost a spot through that exchange
Okay.
as they saw the cross flags there. So 5 down, 5 to go here in our Tag Master pre-final.
I think Kyle Clark was getting a little bit feisty and just wanted to be in fun, but really, actually, never mind. I'm not going to say that.
You're not going to stipulate.
Well, I think you might say he pushed a bad position and got a worse result.
I think he honestly hooked him. I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
I think
Objection. Speculation.
There you go. Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Mr. Lawyer Man. Better
You're
call Conowall.
You're welcome, Mr. Announcer Man.
Thank
our,
you.
our
That's
legal
good.
representation from above or as the field puts lap number 6 in the books. All right, Lincoln, have you ever had a time where you've been hooked or you hooked a driver in front of you?
Yep, I had I don't know, probably last year or so. I was, just getting my warm-up lap, just a practice day, just warming up my tires, and this LO, I think it was a senior, came by me and chopped down right on me, like just completely swerved in front of me, and I hooked his bumper, and he spun out, and I almost followed him, but my bumper bent, and it just kind of let me keep going. But
A little bit of under-over there as Lincoln was talking.
Yep, Kyle Clark able to work down to the inside of Simon Carton to get back to second spot. So Clark's had a day full of adventure here, packed into just a couple of laps here in our Tag Master pre-final.
I think Kyle is getting a little bit angry out there and going to start catching up to Todd Sambo.
So there we see the field dive down to the kink, the lowest spot on this track, and then they'll head down the back straightaway. Carton now coming under pressure briefly from Ian Drennan. Drennan's going to make the move off the S's. They're side by side, but Carton, the preferred inside line, he will hold on to third spot for now. Steve, as they came through there, I could see on Carton's cart, the radiator has some red tape over it. I know the
Yeah,
drivers
maybe.
like to keep the engine at a proper temp, and as the race goes on, if it gets too hot, they'll reach over. As if they don't have enough to do, they'll reach over and peel off a piece of tape to
Kyle
open
Clark
up.
is making a move right
Yeah,
now.
he's definitely picked up some time. 51.378 on lap 8. Sets the fastest time of the field so far.
That's by himself.
Yes,
Usually if
yeah.
you're drafting, you're going to want a faster time, but that was by himself. Wow.
Well, he may just start to pick up a few wisps of the draft as they head down the back straightaway. Here, Todd Shambo leads Kyle Clark, and then it's side by side for third.
He's
Both
definitely
London
using
here?
that late braking technique, entering the S's, and he's probably going to do it again coming into 16.
Well, he is running out of road at this point. Shambo just logging some good laps. Shambo is the father of Brooke Shambo, who we just saw in the tag senior division.
Look
She
at that. He
notched a
just
top 5
closed
finish.
about a 10-cart gap to about a 6-cart lap.
Really
Gap.
One more shot to get it done. 3-cart battle setting up for third. Carton, Drennan, and Joe Davis battling it out. But up front, we're going to focus on our duel for the lead. Shambo, about a 8-cart length lead ahead of Kyle Clark. Clark throws it hard into turn number 4, trying every trick in his suitcase of courage to close in on the leader.
He's definitely getting faster. We got a caution out there in the S's. I can't tell which driver that is out there on the.
I think Todd Sambo just slowed down, letting.
That's the number 5. That's
number 5, Lon Washburn.
Wow,
So let's
his
see.
cart did not look okay.
Shambo maintaining that lead. No caution now, but right now Shambo heads to turn 16. A safe buffer behind him as Clark made one final stab. It's not going to work. So Todd Shambo holds on for an exciting win here in our Tag Master pre-final. Kyle Clark second, pass for third there. Ian Drennan able to get by Simon Carton with Joe Davis rounding out the top 5.
I'll say this. I think Clark might have had a shot if there wasn't that local caution, because they all had to back off. That cart looks like it went through the ringer.
Yeah, no kidding.
The whole front bumper is a little messed up.
Little
Got
saggy
pushed
there.
up. Looks like he's
Well,
broken
don't
right
kick it,
side
bud.
right side sprindle, or not sprindle, but tie rod looks like it might be bent.
Yeah, the whole cart.
The whole cart looks like it's actually bent.
Yeah, look, the whole cart is sitting up higher.
On the rear,
Yeah,
even though it's slightly inclined. I want to know what happened there.
it looks like a banana.
Kind of, yeah.
Like it's bent like a arch.
I wonder if he got into somebody there, because I mean he was up a decent way within.
I seen him.
He was up at I believe 5th at his highest point in the day.
Yeah, I seen him go for a pass. Maybe I don't know, back at like lap 6, but I couldn't. It just went off like the
And
camera.
here we have another cart that was
That's the one from earlier.
from the initial start there. I see
Yeah.
it looked like the number
9.
09 that was there.
Hmm.
So action aplenty here, but I
oh,
believe
look
with
at
Washburn.
you could see his tire, who was just driving down David's Bend, his
09.
left back. Yeah, his left back was like deformed.
Okay, that was Chris Butler that was pulling on track. Lon Washburn at the far end of the speedway. That means we might see the paddy wagon come out to pick up
Well, it's
his
a different
card.
paddy wagon this time.
True.
We don't have the Danger Ranger.
What do we have this time?
It's a Ranger, a Polaris Ranger.
Polaris Ranger.
So we
Okay.
upgraded a little bit.
This time I almost want to mention the old World of Outlaws Workin' Woody.
Oh gosh.
Both of you are probably too young to remember that back when the World of Outlaws had one of their sort of safety safaris out there on track. So there the drivers go by the scales, make sure everything is official. Top few will head over to tech just to make sure that everything is within the law. And to keep us within the law this afternoon, it's Chris Conowall. We see him down in our victory lane. Coming up next in the program, we will get a word in with Chris. The Kid Kart Comer division will be coming up on track. But right now, we're going to send it down to Chris. He's got, I believe, Todd Shambo and Kyle Clark.
Turn around this way. Camera's right there. Yeah, Todd Shambo, Kyle Clark, you guys want to step out here in the sunlight for me. So, Todd, you were able to hold on there at the end for the checkered flag. Kyle knocking on your door several times throughout the race. Give us your perspective for the pre-final and of course, what we're looking forward to in the final from you.
Pre-final, I didn't drive well. Was real disappointed in what I did. I'm making a mistake down there on the double lefts, so I got to fix that. Racing with Kyle, his good friend. We've got a history. I've taken him out once. He's taken me out once, so we're even, which means we're not allowed to take either one out ever again. Okay. And
As you notice, I'm putting Kyle on this side with that. Appreciate the heads up there.
yeah. So he came close by taking me out again, but I know it wasn't on purpose. But we're going to keep it clean, right, Kyle, for the final, him and I.
All right, Kyle, talk to us about the race there. You guys were really digging in these right here in front of the victory lane here. Toward the end, you came within probably, I think, right here, a few kart lengths, but you got to make some tweaks, and we're looking for it. No tweaks?
No tweaks at all. I love how my cart is. I've set my cart up and a couple months back, and then I haven't messed with my cart. No tweaks, no nothing. I love my cart how it is. So if it's doing me good, then I'm gonna leave it like she is and just take care of her.
Awesome. So what happened there at the very, very beginning? It was just like, did you guys see the incident that occurred there just literally before green flag?
I did not, and that's why we kept circling around. So I don't know whether somebody spun out. I saw a cart on the side, but I'm not sure what happened.
All right, but Todd Chambo, Kyle Clark, you guys looking forward to some good, clean racing for the final. This is the last race in the series, and shout-outs for you. I know you always have family and friends here. Is that right?
And my daughter racing. Yeah, that's right. I got my wife and my other daughter, and, of course, my oldest daughter races Brooke. So, yeah.
Awesome. How about you? Who you got here today or at home watching?
I got family here today. I got my dad, who's actually racing, my nephew that races in master's class with us, and my girlfriend is here also along with my 5-month-old son.
All right, congratulations, Dad. All right, well, we'll send it back up to the booth. You got something else you got?
Yeah, 1 second. I want to give a shout-out to my dad, who's 88, and my mom, who's 87, and they should be watching because they were watching Brooke race. So, hey, Mom, Dad, love you.
Awesome. Yeah, AMP, we're always happy to see that families are doing this together. And so, of course, if you're watching this from home or you know others that haven't involved their entire family, they should come on out. And, hey, so on the 14th, the big track, right, main track, first 50 drivers to get signed up, get to race on the main track. Had you heard that?
No, I didn't know it was on the main track. I thought it was this. But
No, main track.
with the go-kart.
With the go-karts.
Oh, that should be exciting.
So first 50 carts. So get registered today. It's going to be an exciting event, and maybe father-daughter on the main track.
Yeah, that would be it. Yeah, that'd be a cool race. Yeah.
Awesome. And then father, son, cousin. Is that what you said? Nephew. Awesome. All right. Well, all right. So once again, November 14th, main track, first 50 cars, and then carts, and that's it. So Miss Shambo, step on over here. Yeah, jump on in. So when's your race, or have you already?
I just finished before him.
And how'd you do?
I got 4th.
Okay, and how are you in the points?
4th right now.
Awesome. So a win would, is what you're needing out here today. Well, beautiful day. I'm going to send it back up to the booth. Thanks, you guys, for the interview, and we'll see you in the finals. All right.
All right, thank you, Chris, for litigating us through the victory lane down there in our tag master division. Steve, here we go. Bad rhyme of the day. Where we're talking about families being involved. The family that drives together thrives together.
Oh.
There we go.
Is that a Progressive ad? 'Cause
It
it
was
kind of
just-
sounds like a Progressive ad. When do we get sponsored by Progressive?
I don't know, but our Kid Kart Comer division will be setting up for the next race on track. They will use the Jelly Bean. And when we talk Kid Karts, these are truly the kids out there, our next generation of drivers, ages 5 to 7. These carts with the driver, just 150 pounds. And we will see the Kid Karts use a standing start. It's just a way to make sure that these kids get lined up. We get a fair start, as, a little more complicated to be able to get the field rolling through the tram line.
These kids are fearless.
Oh, here we go.
Dun, 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 dun. And Chris Conowall.
Yeah. Talk about cruel and unusual punishment. I'm definitely would otherwise object, but I hear our race director and maybe even Mr. Porter. I don't know. That's the rumor, but it is a rather chilly dunk tank here.
It looks
and listen,
very dirty.
might be the best $5 you ever donated. It's going for a great cause. And here later on, we're going to have some race director action. So if you've ever been sort of dismayed, we'll call it, with the race director's decision about your race, well, $5, and you'll get to, you get to close the moral gap, as they say.
Well, and Chris, will you be checking for any Eighth Amendment violations down there?
We are. This is a totally sanctioned event, and there will be no problems here today. You guys can go wild. Buy as many of these balls as you can. Good reference there to the constitutions of great state of Georgia and the U.S. Constitution there. And tell us about the weather while you're at it too. It's so gorgeous down here.
Well, before we get to weather, we do want to mention that our Kid Kart Comer division underway already for their 10-lap pre-final. But you're right, Chris, a continued beautiful afternoon here in the North Georgia Mountains. Luca Valadez leads Alex Schomer and Wyatt Rower. 3 karts in this group. We'll see a second group of Kid Karts coming up after this. That's our LO206 Kid Kart.
Oh, did he get it?
Tough to see.
Alex got it.
On one.
Oh.
Yep, Alex Schomer takes the lead. So Alex in the white helmet, Luca in the green. This field uses that cutoff. These karts would actually not be powerful enough to make it down into turn number 2 and then come back up the hill. But at this age, Lincoln, I imagine, this might seem like years ago from when you started racing, but 5 to 7 years old, even on the small track, this is a lot of experience for these kids.
Oh, absolutely. I actually never raced Kid Kart. I just started when I was 8. So I just started in Cadet. But,
what's going on there with the 78?
Yeah, he kind of slowed down there on the straight.
He's like high-stepping, celebrating too early maybe. Now, Steve, of all our classes, this may be the one that has the closest standings, as we understand unofficially.
5 points off. And as it sits right now, this is going to be a good show. We got Alex Schomer currently in front with 14.95. Luca Valdez, 14.90. Arlo Staller, I don't know if he's out there
Arlo's
today.
not here today.
He's not here today. Well, he's at 13.30 is what we're seeing reflected. So 5 points is going to separate our championship 2.
So it's 5 points right now, so this is probably going to come down to the final lap of the final. Once again, race fans, this pre-final just sets the lineup for the final later in the afternoon. These two would be wheel to wheel on the set start later when they do have their final, if they finish in this order.
And sometimes the young kids surprise you with the racecraft for one. And they're learning, yes. But sometimes these kids will get wheel to wheel and be side by side a whole freaking race.
Mm-hmm.
And it's amazing to see these drivers, as young as they are, be able to handle these karts as well and as professionally as they do. And, again, they are the future. So eventually we're going to see these kids move up into different divisions. We get the 2 to go. Alex Schomer out front, Luca Valdez in second, and Wyatt Rower in third.
Yeah, laps go quick here because of that cutoff. They're running about 24-second laps. So top 3, Schomer, Valadez, and Rower. And for the moment, Schomer has a comfortable lead, heads into, still call it turn number 16 with the cutoff here.
The bean part.
The cutoff, or the jelly bean, as it's also called, as the white flag flies in the air.
Schomer's got about, I'd say, a 20 kart advantage right now.
It looks like he is opening right now as we follow along with Daryl Cannon, a.k.a. Killboy.com. He's going to take us to the finish as we see Alex Schomer with the checkered flag in the air. He picks up an important pre-final win in our Kid Kart Comer division.
Luca Valdez in second, Wyatt Rower in third.
A really good race. I like watching the Kid Karts.
It's so entertaining.
It is. Like, even though it's a small track, it's just so funny.
Well, these kids have no fear. That's the best part about it.
Yeah, that's why they're so good.
They see the green flag, they see a yellow, they're not slowing down.
Yeah, they don't care.
Now, I will say, even on this jelly bean course, there is quite a bit of elevation change, especially when you see just from the start-finish line in the middle of your screen to the bottom right where turn 1 is. That's a pretty steep climb. You do the cutoff, and then you're right back down a hill. So it's almost like, Steve, the jelly bean, instead of being flat, is just tilted. The part on the bottom is high, and then you drop down to, I'd say, off turn 17 is the low point.
Yeah, for the jelly bean, yes.
So far from flat. There's no flat ground here in the North Georgia mountains.
Maybe like the 5th to 1st tram line is kind of flat.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe
in the S's.
But that's, Lincoln, I would say that's what makes this track so challenging. Have you raced at other facilities?
Yes, I've raced. Would you like me to name all the?
Not all of
Not
them.
We'll be here all day.
But basically, what I'm getting
I'll
at is
name the cool ones.
the elevation here probably is a complete difference maker versus those other facilities.
Absolutely. So I have been to Newcastle Motorsports in Indiana. That's the Grand Nationals. I've been to Daytona Kart Week. I've been to Charlotte Motorsports and Trackhouse Motorsports. But last time I went there, I think I sprained my arm.
Well, I think
yeah,
if I recall, Florida has no hills, so it's going to be pancake flat down there.
I mean, you'd be
Well,
surprised unless you found a landfill.
Yeah.
Well, before they repaved the track down there in Daytona,
That was rough.
oh my gosh, it would break your back.
Yeah.
It was just
It was flat, but you would say it was rough.
It was flat, but so it's paved on sand. And whenever that pavement settles, it'll make like dips.
Okay.
So whenever they repave over it, they'll repave it too high. So then it's just a ramp. And then
Oh,
sometimes they'll repave it too low, so then it's a dip.
And then when it rains, there's no runoff.
Yeah.
And then it gets really fun.
All right. Speaking of runoff,
Ooh.
we got a spin here already in
Oh,
lap
wow.
1 of our LO206 Kid Kart.
I think that might have been Will Crackle. Yep.
Yeah.
Hopefully I said that
No, I
correct.
think it's-
No.
Anthony DeFeo, who was leading, went through the spin cycle. The rest of
Yep.
the field able to avoid him, as that was just lap number 1. So Carter Merard, your leader, Will Krekel second, Matthew Perez running in third.
So if we have these points correct, I don't know. Is Harrison Marich here today?
Don't see
I
Harrison
don't
listed,
see him listed.
but he's
He's
clinched.
w-
If
he-
if our math is right, he has
if-
clinched
if
this thing
he-
already.
Yes. Second and third place is up for challenge. It's Matthew Perez at 11:90 and Anthony DeFeo at 9:45.
So once again, we are seeing 5 to 7 year old drivers. The engine in these karts a little different than we saw in the Comer Kid Kart. The Comers just make 1.5 horsepower. These LO206s, you might get to 8.5 horsepower, so you might see a little more speed, but they can put a slide. Think of it as a restrictor plate into the throttle so that they can't open up these engines.
See, I like that on Carter Merard's helmet. There's a 31 on there. I think everybody should have their number on their helmet.
Absolutely.
That makes it so much easier to determine where you're there at on
Well,
track.
another thing with these kid carts is that they actually have a different rev limiter plate.
Okay.
So in your normal LO206, cadet, junior, senior, so forth and so on, you have I think it's a green with rev limiter plate, and it only lets you go to 6100. Well, these guys have it might be
Purple.
yellow.
Is it purple?
It might be purple though, but I'm not sure. But it restricts the engine to the rev limiter only being like 4100 or 3000.
I think that's purple.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask Al on that one for technical
Yeah.
clearance.
Yeah, cadets use the green slide, juniors the red, and I think after that there's no slide on it. Now, is that a couple of ways you could think of it? Is that a chip, like a computer chip in the engine, or is it a physical device that stops the engine from opening?
It is a physical plate.
A plate, okay.
Yes.
And it has to be color coded.
Yep.
And it has to be seen by tech.
Mhm.
Trust me,
of
been there, done that.
the days of
Yeah.
NASCAR would do that at Daytona.
Yeah,
and
spray paint,
they'd always
Yeah.
but they'd always try to find a way around it, like
tinfoil around
messing-
cardboard.
Yeah, messing with the plate in some way.
Well, whenever we would race dirt track,
Yep.
yep,
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Everybody was cheating. Obviously,
If you're
we didn't
not, you're not
cheat.
trying.
Yeah, if you're not trying, but I still won. But I had this one kid, and the class that we ran in, we had purple plates,
Mm-hmm.
and it restricted the gas and airflow. But you didn't have a rev limiter on the Honda clones.
Mm-hmm.
So what they would do is they would spray paint, like purple spray paint, and they would spray paint it red or whatever the like the next step up from purple was, and then they would put it in there, and they wouldn't get disqualified. You could put two of them side by side, and one would be like huge, and the other would be tiny.
All right, back on the action here. Carter Merard sees the white flag. These laps do go off quick. Will Krekel within striking distance. Let's see if he can make a move as they head to turn 16. Anthony DeFeo, Matthew Perez, Holden Gargis round out the top 5. So we're coming to the stretch. Can Krekel make a move? It does not appear he will be able to. So Carter Merard sees that checkered flag. He picks up the pre-final win
Ooh,
here,
that
making
was-
it
That was
close at
close.
the
That was
end
close.
for Krekel.
That was
Merard backed out of the throttle there. That's the only way he would have closed that fast.
So Carter Berard picks up the win. Will Krekel just 15 hundredths of a second behind. Anthony DeFeo was the third place finisher, then Matthew Perez and Holden Gargis. So these drivers, they do a standing start. They also come off the exit right there. They don't cycle all the way around the track. I believe they head up to Tech from there.
Yep. Well, next class is K100 Junior and Senior. Got a dear friend, Oliver Nibert. Gonna be cheering for him. But right now he is starting second, so we'll see if he can pull off a first.
And there we can see those
Maybe he's starting
engines
third.
warming up. This is our first set of KAs that we will have this afternoon. The KAs are a two-stroke engine, much like the TAG division, but they are air-cooled engines. They don't have that radiator that we see in the TAG or the shifter division. So these KAs fit in that midpoint between the LO206 division and our TAG divisions.
Now, these guys are also pretty close. You got Gabriel Lopez Velarde at 1485, Oliver Nibert at 1435, and Henry Cunningham at 1380. That's 1, 2, 3 as they run. There's a lot of hypotheticals that could happen. You got to factor in more drop races because I only factored in 2.
And
I
if they have
forgot about the third one.
Yeah, and if they have a DQ,
Yes,
then it can only that counts as one of your 3.
yes.
Or yeah, you have to add that in your.
So hypothetical here, Nabert would have to finish ahead of Lopez Velarde.
I did not see. Well, he may have not showed up on the time and scoring when it showed up just for a second as I was sitting there.
Yep, Lopez Velarde 8th.
8th.
Oh, that'd be a tough start. We'll see where they actually do stack up on the lineup. They're just on the formation lap. Drivers weaving back and forth. That's Oliver Nabert in the red helmet and the red cart. It looks like he's going to be starting up front here.
Actually, he is starting 3rd.
Oh,
I
so
know.
he's in row 3 then. Okay.
Yep, he got a different. I think he's on a different team now. If you're coming down the
Yeah, he's
hill.
the second one
Yep.
or second one on the inside.
Okay.
Yep, if you're coming down the hill from the from main building where we are, there's be a big tent to your left, and I think that's where he is. I can't remember what that team is called, but
Starting to sound like silly season here for the
Oh,
karting
you
world.
missed silly season up at Main Track. Wow, that was a
Oh,
what
but
a
silly.
finish.
The dirt late model world silly season never ended this year.
No,
as
it's
this
still
field,
continuing.
This field is our KA 100 juniors, and looks like they're not going to get a start here. So
Couldn't tell.
yeah,
could not tell.
buffering right at that one moment here. And this race is brought to us courtesy of our good friends at VRD Racing.
That is the next step up from shifter carts. That's the Formula. I think the Formula 4, correct? Formula 4
yes,
program.
Formula 4 program.
Wonderful
say-
program. They've won a couple championships in Formula 4.
Mhm.
They're based here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. They're always out there
Yep.
testing. You see them
Oh yeah.
every day.
And from that field, that 825 is Gabriel Lopez Velarde. So he is on the pole. Behind him is the number 4 of Oliver Nabert.
Nibert.
You say
Nibert.
Nibert? Okay.
Nabert.
I thought Oliver used to
Nibert.
have a red helmet. He's got the black helmet
Yeah,
this
he got a-
afternoon.
Whole new everything. Suit, gloves, helmet, cart.
Well, one
They
thing
thought
one-
about
he's,
that.
He's not going to get a start this time. That's
Yep.
one
They
thing he
thought
won't
about
get.
it. Did you see that flinch from our starter? He thought about it, and it was, nope, they called
He
it.
was twitching over there.
He wanted it.
That's how you can see how good the
do
drivers' reaction times are.
do want to
Yes.
give a shout out when we had our start cam there. I saw one gentleman looking over the field. It was is the father of Raiden Nichols. So we'll just say Mr. Nickel looking down, taking in the action here. Raiden, one of those drivers that used this really as his launching point. He still holds a couple of track division records. He's moved on to the main track, whether it was Miata or through the primals, and now he goes to other tracks. Really a budding young talent here for the driver out of Houston, Georgia.
Let's see if we get another false start, if we'll get it in the green flag. I think the issue was tram lines. Let's see
Yeah,
here.
then
Green
Green, green,
flag.
green, green, green.
Yes. So action underway in our KA 100 Junior pre-final. Field mostly getting single files. They charge down to turn number 2. And just as I say that, they're getting too wide up the hill. For the moment, Gabriel Lopez Velarde, your early leader. Looks like Oliver Neighbor was able to squeeze past the outside pole sitter, and now he is in second.
Nice little snake they got going on. A little bit of passing action going into the S's. I believe that's Harry Cunningham going around Oliver Neighbor.
You can see them, the carts, whenever they come around a turn, they're almost semi.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the carts getting more rotation while coming around the turn.
Now, Lincoln, we don't normally get to enjoy your company this many races. I guess that means your cart back at the pits, everything's good, and you're just doing one race today. So must be a little more relaxing than I know in the past race. I think the last race here, you had some contact in the first race, and you had to just about replace seemingly everything on the cart.
Yeah.
Mentally, how much easier is it today where you don't have to go and start, dragging everything out of the trailer to make repairs?
Very good. The cart is just set up so perfect right now. We probably won't change it for next season. Well,
Ooh, looky there. A little bit
wow.
of a double pass action.
Yeah, Harry Cunningham getting to the inside of Gabriel Lopez Velarde.
So that's Cunningham, Lopez Velarde, and Neighbor. 1, 2, 3. Let's not count out Caden Air out
Yeah,
there in
that's
fourth. It's back there in the back of the
absolutely
line
right.
just waiting for his opportunity.
Absolutely, he is caught up now, so that top 4 might just start going bye-bye from the rest of the field.
The fifth place driver, I think it's Adam Ween.
Adam
I'm
Wine.
Wine. Sorry, I messed it up every time. I apologize,
I think
Adam.
we just took all the drivers that we can't quite pronounce and throw them in. So let me see. So Lincoln, it's Oliver Nybert. Okay. It's Adam Wine in fifth. And fourth place, I believe, is actually pronounced Keon Air.
Mm-hmm.
And I
As
mess it
again,
up
we
every
see a
time.
battle there. Oliver
Cayenne,
gets to the inside of Gabriel Lopez Velarde. And change for second. That's going to let Harry Cunningham just eke out a little bit more of a lead at the front. They're working on the third lap here of lap number 10, once again, courtesy of VRD Racing.
Lopez Velarde and Neighbor right there just stacked on top of each other. See, in second and third.
Well, if they keep battling like they are,
I mean, look how close those times are.
Adam Wine is going to start catching up.
Great view for our patrons here where they're sort of in between the straightaways that form turn number 2. And Harry Cunningham leads Gabriel Lopez Velarde. Oliver Nybert is in third, Keon Air fourth, and Adam Wine still running in fifth. As already some defensive driving here pretty early in the race. Now, Lincoln, do you think defensively for the whole race, or do you only start being defensive in that last couple laps? He's not going to tell. I think we just tried to get the 11 herbs and spices there.
Yeah,
Steve,
yeah.
I would
secret
say-
recipe.
There we go. That's Lopez Velarde peeking out. Looks like he's going to over it again.
Under by 2. Oh, some contact by Oliver and Gabriel.
And these guys are getting feisty a
Yeah.
little early on.
Yeah,
I like
it's
it.
showing its championship weekend here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Wait. Oh, I think Oliver was hooked to the back of Gabriel Lopez's bumper just for a second there while coming up the hill.
So a lot of
Possibly.
excitement, but no official lead changes. Here we go again as Oliver Nybert dives down to the inside of Harry Cunningham. That's Gabriel Lopez Velarde there with the red helmet. So he takes the lead once again as Harry Cunningham now shuffled back to second, but our top 3 just inches apart as they head to turn 16.
Going to be a very close finish here. We're only halfway now.
Yeah.
Look
Wow.
at that. They're sticking it back out there. Top 4 basically cross the line all at the same time.
Harry Cunningham goes back to the front there through turn number 1. They're side by side at the bottom of the hill. And for the moment, Lopez Velarde holds on, takes a quick peek back. No mirrors in these carts, so we just looked around the old-fashioned way to see right behind him. It is Oliver Nybert and then Keon Ayer currently scored in 4th. Adam Wine 5th, Emma Schumann 6th, Meyer Lewis 7th, Isabel Mia is in 8th, and Liam O'Dallin running in 9th. Steve, what would the points update be in this class again here in our KA 100 Junior?
As they currently run, if they finish this way, it would be Lopez Velarde, Nabert, and then Cunningham.
And it looks like
that is if this was the final.
Lopez Velarde seems to have about a 50-point lead, but forget the lead, forget the championship. They're fighting for right now as Oliver Nybert works to the inside of Harry Cunningham.
Lots of contact coming through turn 2 from Oliver and thank Harry.
Boy, Steve, technically there is no tomorrow in the championship standings, and they are driving like this is it, as we're seeing another pass. Deep stab in turn number 9, and I believe that's Harry Cunningham getting back in front of Oliver Nybert with your leader Gabriel Lopez Velarde in the 825 out front. And 4 carts here all getting pretty close together, so some pulse-pounding action here in our KA 100 Junior pre-final.
You look at those top 4. Those guys are battling hard already. And, again, 7 laps in just the pre-final. So there's an additional 2 laps added for the final.
Yep. Couple more laps to savor the 10th and final round of our championship series. Quick lap of the race, Keon Ayer, 52.872. We haven't called his name too much. He's just sort of nestled back and forth as the top 3 are going at it, and here they go again down the back straightaway. It looks like Harry Cunningham dives to the inside of Lopez Velarde. Nybert comes along for the ride.
Unders.
So I think Cunningham dropped back. Oh, no, he's in the lead again. So Lopez Velarde dropped back to 3rd, then was able to squeak past by Nybert again to get to 2nd. And I don't think they're done as they come here to turn 16.
They're definitely not done. The suspense is building. We're getting towards the end of the season. This is to set the grid for the final race.
Adam Wine and Keon Ayer are catching they're just right there now.
2 to go signal as Lopez Velarde scored as the leader, and some side-by-side action back there in 4th.
Oh.
Keon able to make his way and hold on to 4th under some pressure from Adam Wine. So they'll head down the back straightaway. Lopez Velarde, your leader, Cunningham 2nd, Nybert 3rd. They really have not had a drive down this straightaway without some pass. And here goes Nybert down to the inside of Cunningham.
Barely gets in front of his nose there.
Okay, but no crossover there. He defended against that because in previous times we've seen Cunningham able to do an over-under maneuver. Lincoln, do you learn anything by watching the races here from the broadcast booth? You probably can't tell us, can you?
Secrets.
Don't pass that much like they're doing right now.
Okay.
This is just, 2 laps to go, completely fine. But the whole race, you're just no good laps. You're just wearing your tires out, and their tires are just going to be.
Well, that time by, white flag flew. Gabriel Lopez Velarde up front. Oliver Nabert starting to peek his way out there in 2nd. Harry Cunningham in 3rd. Keon Ayer in 4th.
Oliver is definitely, here it goes.
You can see defensive driving by Lopez Velarde. So Nybert goes to the outside. So for the moment, not by much, but Lopez Velarde holds on to the lead.
He thought he could do an over-under, but got a little bit too far ahead of Gabriel. Let's see if he can.
He's going to try it in 16. He's going to try it in 16.
Yep,
He's going to go to the outside.
Here he goes.
He's going to try the crossover move. Right.
Oh,
no.
Contact. Mistimed the crossover, and that might cost
a
him
lot of
2nd
contact
spot.
there.
Harry Cunningham coming at the line. No. Yep. Cunningham officially scored in 2nd. Gabriel Lopez Velarde was the winner. A close run for 2nd there. Harry Cunningham just eked out Oliver Nybert. 5 1/1000ths of a second the difference. But, Steve, you could see Nybert went for it. He went for that over-under, mistimed it, and actually made some contact with Lopez Velarde.
Yep.
That ended up costing him the bridesmaid
spot.
Well,
there was some contact there also with Cunningham and Ayer between both of them because Ayer had Cunningham right there. Here, we can look back at it right here.
Nybert goes to the outside. He's in the black helmet, tries to dive under, and he just mistimed that one.
See right there, a punch back there from Ayer.
Well, that almost just gave Harry Cunningham.
Here's, I think, a replay.
Sorry.
That's a live shot there.
Yeah.
But you could see, here it is. This is a replay.
No, this is a replay.
And at the line, boy, Nybert went to the outside in that dark helmet, tried to dive under, and I think, Steve, that contact behind Harry Cunningham had to dive under Nybert, and that slowed him a little bit. So we saw Air kind of make a little contact in that corner.
Next up will be Tag Cadet and Rookie. That's a pretty good bit of our drivers from LO206 Cadet in this class. Come to LO206 to, just see how it is.
So they will head off to Tech, our top three. The rest will just go across the scales to make it official before heading back to their hauler and see what adjustments they may make to try to find a little bit more speed, a little bit more grip for the final that will come up later. We're zooming down in on our victory lane tent. In a moment, I imagine we will have a word with Chris Conowall as well as some of our top finishers. And they are setting up right now. So, Chris,
yes,
let
indeed.
the deliberations begin.
From the Blazers, Hot Wings, Victory Lane, Gabriel Lopez-Velarde, Harry Cunningham. Harry, I'm going to start with you because you and Oliver were doing a little dancing there at the end, and you came away with the second spot. So what can you tell us from your perspective?
Yeah, it was a really fun race. I got into the lead early, and I led for a couple laps, but it was really hard racing, and me and Oliver, it was like a photo finish, but I came out on top.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Gabriel Lopez-Velarde driving very defensively out front there and holding on. Once you took what lap did you take the lead?
I'm not sure.
Fairly early, about midway. What do you think?
Well, I started off in first, then Harry passed me, and then I got back to the lead. But then I started to drive really defensively since the kart wasn't really there and I wasn't too fast. So, yeah.
Excellent. All right. So Harry, how about you? Where do you stand on the points? Is it already decided, or so we're racing for podium today, or are you close in points?
I think I'm racing for second in the championship, so I need to trying to beat Oliver. But obviously, I just want to try and come away with a win or a podium.
Excellent, excellent. So Gabriel, are you secured for today, or every race counts, or do you have enough of a cushion?
Whoever comes out on top, me or Oliver, is who wins the championship.
Really? So it's literally going to come down to the very next race, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, so you drivers, you guys are in the zone today. Beautiful weather, beautiful day, and good luck to you in the final. Shout-outs to your team before I send you on your way to get ready for the championship race.
Shout out to DPC.
Awesome. How about you, Harry?
Kart Freedom and Eugene Panenko.
Eugene Panenko and Kart Freedom. All right, guys, we're going to send it back up to you. So Gabriel says it's going to come down to the last race between he and Oliver, and I'm going to get Oliver over here in just a second since he cut that hair off. And hey, Oliver. All right, we'll get him over here. Hang on one second,
Chris,
guys.
good noticing that once Oliver trimmed his hair, his speed just down a little bit. I'm just saying.
Just a touch.
Well, he's coming on over here. I'm going to give him – Harry, I'm going to borrow your headset there if you don't mind. All right, Oliver, step over into the frame right here in the middle because it's down to the last race between you and Gabriel. And so there at the end, you're doing, I think, a couple over-under moves and whatnot. Where are you at in your headspace today and on that last race?
All I need to do is just do good. I guess just win and hope for the best.
Yeah, and so do you know how many points separates you from the championship?
I think it's like 50 or something.
50 exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly 50 points. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to give you the same opportunity as your drivers here. Who are we going to shout out to before we send you off to the championship race?
My dad and Sodi.
Okay. All right. Everybody's thanking their teams. It's certainly been a great season out here, and we're going to send you guys back to your trailers to get ready. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck, Harry.
Thanks.
Green flag is
all right.
now
These guys
out.
are the most serious I've seen them all season. Boy, they are dialed in.
Yeah, you're not kidding, Chris. A lot of action on track. More underway right now as our Tag Cadet and Tag Rookie pre-final has taken the green flag, and this is brought to us courtesy of Liquid Molly and Autolube. Autolube is the sponsor for our tag rookie division, and our tag cadets are sponsored by Liquid Molly. This is a race within a race. They run the same basic engine and chassis configuration. The difference, just a little difference in the age of the drivers. Cadets are for drivers ages 8 to 12. Tag rookie is for 7 to 10. And really, this would be the step up from the Kid Kart divisions we saw earlier. Now, Steve, you're pouring over the point standings here. Again, all unofficial.
So okay, tag rookie and tag cadet.
Tag rookie and tag cadet.
So tag cadet is K and Air, 1470. Callan Berghofer in second with 1400. So that's the closest battle right there. Arthur Napeatitian is sitting in third with 1290. So let's go to tag rookie, which I might have not calculated that one. Oh, no, yeah, I did. Looky there. Bo Stowers, 1615. So all he has to do really is finish, and he's pretty much got this wrapped up.
One name I do want to highlight on this, he came up earlier in looking at our points. Harrison Marinch running in our tag rookie division. He has points in one of our Kid Kart divisions. So already we're seeing that.
I think he's moved up.
We're seeing that matriculation where he is now trying his hand at tag rookie and won't be doing the jelly bean. He's doing the full course this afternoon.
And Marinch pretty much has that LO206 Kid Kart Championship wrapped up as well. He's at 1400, and Matthew Paris.
You know, this feels like back in the day in NASCAR when someone would come up into the Cup Series for the last race or two, like a young Jeff Gordon sort of coming up from the Busch Series.
Oh, the number 1 Babe Ruth car? Were you going that far back?
The Babe Ruth Ford.
That was like 92?
When he came up and he ran his first NASCAR race was at Atlanta, and he was also, I believe, the last race of the King, Richard Petty. All happening. Alan Kowicki picking up that point championship. So a momentous race in the NASCAR series. Not quite as momentous here yet as Bo Stowers leads in our cadet. We just have 3 cadets officially entered. Bo Stowers is in first. Arthur Nahapedian is in second. And Roland Smith might not have a transponder. He is officially not being scored.
Isaiah Williams is another driver that we've seen move up through our program here. He, if I'm not mistaken, he also started in Kid Kart, the L26 Kid Kart. Now he's up running with the tag cadets. He was, if I remember correctly, I think I did an interview with him when we did the Caffeine and Octane event, the Formula Karting, which was awesome, by the way. We need to do that again. That was a great partnership with Atlanta Motorsports Park and Caffeine and Octane Lanier.
Difference in these carts, 246 pounds for the cadets. The rookies, a slight weight break, 226 pounds. Although this duo on the track, it's Arthur Nahapedian in the red cart with Isaiah Williams behind him. So we do have a sort of interdivisional battle going on here as Bo Stowers already has checked out on this field. Right. And Bo Stowers, maybe one of the most dominating point leads coming in here. What's my math? 350 points ahead. So he locked this thing up prior to the
2
last
races
race
ago.
almost, yeah.
Yeah, all he has to do is basically start and park, and he's done.
I don't even think he needed to show up. So as he puts another lap into the books, so let's see the gap back to Arthur Nahapedian in second, 4.5 seconds. So Bo Stowers laying down the law here this afternoon.
And speaking of law,
better call Conowall.
Bo Stowers, you are right. He laid down the law this season. And I heard you mention earlier Arlo Stowers, family member. How's he looking in the points?
You know, we didn't call Arlo's name. He normally has that trademark. Ooh, so we got one off in the grass, the number 50. That is Nazar Martinyenko. And
that's a name we usually call that we haven't called a lot today.
Where is he on the
track?
That's
turn 2.
Up, you're right, up the hill out of turn 2.
Probably got around going midway up because it looks or slid one of the two. I can't tell.
Yeah, that's up the hill though, so that's an odd place to see a cart spun out.
Maybe I can't tell by the grass. It's not wet, so you can't really tell where he slid through.
Well, even if the grass ain't wet, he's still going to slide. I've had just one of my back tires just slightly touch the glass.
He's actually up an embankment pretty good too.
Yeah, I don't know how he ended up there.
He's got to have his foot on the brake as you see a yellow flag in the background, so a local caution underway. That's Nazar Martinyenko, who on lap number 5 went up into the grass coming out of turn number 2.
What it looks like from my perspective is that he spun out exit of turn 1, and just
Sort of
kind of
crossed over.
just kind of crossed over and went back
That's
down
what
the
I was
hill.
thinking.
Because otherwise, if you're going up the hill, you would just take your foot off the gas. You
And
figure
roll
you'd
it back
stop.
down.
Yeah, you'd
Yeah.
stop before you got there.
Unless he threw a chain and somehow ended up way over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's hypotheticals. There's all kinds of things that could happen.
Well, one thing that is happening, Bo Stour is laying down the law, continues. He was 5.9 seconds ahead that time around. This time logs a 57.6-second lap, or was his fastest time, but he had a low 58 there. Arthur Nahapedian 7.3 seconds back. So Bo Stour is in a class of his own this afternoon.
Now, I'm not sure, probably not too many people were here until 6:30 last night, but they had a mom race where the driver's mom, like my mom, got out on the rental carts and went racing.
Ooh,
And it was pretty fun.
I missed that.
Isaac Carvalho's mom won.
Okay.
My mom got second, and Nico, I'm not sure how to say his name. He's
Corpedo?
yes,
Corpedo.
Corpedo. His mom ran the fastest laps, but she kept spinning out, so she got last.
You know, that's how I got on track a couple years ago. They had a dad's race.
Mhm.
And what they meant was dads of the kids here driving. But I thought, I'm a
All
dad.
dads.
Yeah, I'm a dad.
Yeah.
So I hopped in. As a journalist should do, hopped
Yes.
in and experienced the race. Of course, I didn't go a lap down. I finished sort of last on the lead lap because off the S's, some carts spun in front of me and
Oh.
then started rolling. And as I tried to avoid them, I had to lock it up and spun my own cart.
Well, this
so.
is just me, but hopefully next year we can figure out a way to get a cart with a camera in it and have me ride around the track in the back because I'm not going up front.
You could put a camera in my cart,
There we go.
or like a mic.
Yeah, that's
Get
what
me
I'm
mic'd
saying.
up,
Like,
yeah.
like mic'd up driver.
Yeah, I would do that. I am all for that.
Well, you were saying about 6:30 last night. Sunset 5:37 here this afternoon. The clocks changed last weekend here in Georgia
Not
as the drivers see the 2 to go. So we're going to start to see some of those long shadows cast across the track as the day progresses.
There's a
Steven, I'm going to get Killboy so next season get a drone that can literally carry a human
Okay,
and
so I
fly me
volunteer.
around
Oh, okay.
the track. I want to fly with Killboy.
You
Oh.
just see in another, with this camera view right here, you just see a drone flying around with a human on the track.
You
Yeah,
know, they
you-
have those.
Pretty exciting.
I've been told they have those crop dusters and whatnot. They are literally, you can fly humans in these drones.
Oh.
Yep.
Got one cart.
Something going on with the 35 cart.
Yeah, is that,
That's
that's Bo Stowers.
That's Bo Stowers.
Oh, and their leader maybe just had a bad corner. He seems like he's back up to speed. We'll watch his lap time. Last time around 58 seconds. We'll see if it has dropped off precipitously. This time
Did he
he
just-
should see the white flag.
May have gotten a leaf in that air filter. They got a pretty big air filters.
Oh, yeah, the blue ones.
Yep, the big blue ones. So may have got a leaf up in there.
Oh, yeah,
and that
he
would
was
have
4
not
seconds.
Been good.
He was 4 seconds off his previous lap time. So
Yeah.
unless he's taken in the sights, seems like
He's
he's
cruising.
back up to speed here. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's cruising. He's ready to go home.
6.5 seconds the lead that time around, but definitely lost a lot of time coming off the S's as they charge down the back straightaway one final time here in our Tag Cadet and Tag Rookie pre-final, courtesy of Liquid Molly and Autolube.
Nice and easy for Bo Stowers as he comes to the S's. Again, he's not really full sending. He's kind of off of the throttle a little bit.
It may just be, I did it at Daytona, not Kart Week, but it was a CKNA race.
Mhm.
And, I was winning by like 20 seconds because there was only like 4 carts. And,
And meanwhile, checkered flag out. Bo Stowers picks up the Tag Cadet win, and Arthur Nahapedian comes around to finish second. This should be the battle for the Tag Rookie Division win. Isaiah Williams notches the pre-final win.
Yep.
So, Lincoln, you were saying you were so far ahead at Daytona, you started to, ease up a little bit at the finish?
yeah, I just, last couple of turns, I just, eased up, don't want to pop a chain or get a flat tire before I make it to the finish line. But, yeah, good job, Bo Stowers. I've seen him, come up through the rankings from Kid Kart to L206 Cadet, and I think he's still racing in L206 Cadet and now Tag Cadet.
Well, we will see what happens here as he's just coming across the scales. The next race on track is our LO206 Master and Legends division. This one has a special wrinkle in it,
nice
but we'll try to let you know a little bit more once they do get on track, because first we should hear from some of our winners in Victory Lane, as well as maybe Chris Conowall can give us a report on the temperature of the dunk tank. Once again, race fans, if you're here on the property, for $5 you can get 3 balls. There's the dunk tank right there, and you can dunk the race director, and we have 2 of them today. So if you got beef, if you got heat with what is going on, man, that's got some. Whoo, what is that, like the stuff out of a moonshine still down in there, Steve? That's some zesty looking water down there.
That is
spicy.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
It's like Italian dressing.
Where'd they get that from? The sewage? Goodness.
Hey, Eli Bearden and Cole Hollyfield will be sitting up on that plank. They're our race directors for the afternoon. So, yeah, if our race directors got problems and they need to, have a little stress release, they can do that. All proceeds go to Toys for Tots.
Everybody.
Probably needed to do this
Look
earlier
away.
in the year.
All right, so here we go. It is our LO206 Masters and Legends division. These are for our most seasoned drivers.
Now, you might have noticed something a little weird if you caught that last cart in line.
Yep.
There is no engine on that cart.
There is an engine, but
No, not a.
should I explain?
Not a fuel burning engine.
Should I explain?
Yeah, Lincoln, what do you know? What's the secret event that's happening here in our LO206 Master and Legends pre-final?
All right. Well, if you were here yesterday, you would have seen it going around with the LO206s in practice. But what Al Edwards is driving today is a Blue Sock electric go-kart. The thing will go up to about 80 miles an hour, and you might be wondering, well, then why is he running with the LO206 Masters and Legends? Well, he is going to come to a complete stop at the start-finish line and wait for them to come around David's Bend, right there as you see them coming around David's Bend, and then he is going to start going. They are going to technically a debut today in this race, but they are also going to be racing, there's going to be 10 of them at Daytona Kart Week. So if you're going to be down there, you'll be able to see that experience.
Green flag is out now in this division, so we're going to see Al Edwards hang out down here at the start-finish line. You can hear him getting loud down there.
As that's our Master division heading down the hill. Starting back from them was our Legends.
Oh, some off-track action coming up.
Little safari there.
Yeah.
So that is our Masters, a horde of carts.
Oh, a lot of contact to turn 3.
Right.
Ooh, one right to the wall.
Into the tire barrier, so local caution. The next 4 would be our Legends division, and then we have Al out there.
Yep, I
hanging
think he
out.
is still stopped. Whenever we see, is this Masters?
Yes.
This is
In
the
legal-
Masters here.
Whenever we see Masters come around David's Bend, you'll most likely see Al just take off like a rocket ship.
Hey, guys, I got a quick minute here with our last race winners. If you want us to jump in, Bo Stowers, Isaiah Williams, and I'm going to start with Isaiah. Isaiah, who are all these folks right here?
My family.
Can you say, come on over?
Come on over.
Come on over, y'all. Isaiah's family winning his first race. Come on, everybody. So congratulations on your win. How old are you? Where are you from?
8, and I'm from here.
Yeah, and who are all these folks with you?
My family, my sisters, my mom, my dad, and my cousin, Eden.
Awesome. You guys all want to wave to YouTube world out there? Isaiah, our winner there, and then Bo Stowers. Man, you could have stayed home today, but a good heart of a champion to come out and race today. You were the race winner, and I think you've already secured the championship. So how does it feel?
Feels good to secure the championship, that I don't have to worry about anything.
Right? Can we get your mom and dad over here too? Come on in here, mom and dad. You got your champion here, race winner and champion. And so congratulations to you as well. Who all do we have here?
My Uncle Lee, my dad
Awesome. So for the final, literally just all he has to do is really nothing but.
He moved up to mini. He's already closed out micro. So we moved up a class for this last race because you get the 3 drops. So he's not running that class.
Gotcha. Well, congratulations on closing out the championship, and always exciting when you come out to race. You were out there for a moment there. There was one lap that sort of fell off. Did you get something in the intake?
I went a little too fast and down the long straightaway turn, and I spun a little bit.
Yeah, but you had such a big lead. You were able to make it up. I think you only lost 4 seconds. So we will see you guys in the championship. Isaiah, who would you like to shout out to before we say goodbye? You got anybody watching you from home?
No, but I like to shout out I Show Speed.
Okay, how about you? You got somebody watching home? Anybody want to shout out here?
Me too, the same thing as him.
All right, you guys. Hey, can I get one more round of applause for our race winners, everybody? That's what I'm talking about. All right, we're going to send it up to you guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, they're doing it live down in Victory Lane. Thank you, Chris Conowall. Crazy action on track. Our LO206 Masters division in their pre-final looks like 5, then 1, then another group of 5. Danny Mayer leader, Ozcheek second. Josh Smoker, Matt Lassiter, and Paul McElry make up that quintet. Steve, then we also have further back on the track our Legends division, which are for drivers 55 and up, and somewhere out there in that Blue Shock electric cart, we have Al Edwards running out there.
Actually, Al Edwards is right beside me.
Oh, that was a surprise.
Can we get him?
Yes, I'm going to get him in the frame right here, and I'm going to get that Blue Shock electric right there in the frame.
Hold on, that was a. I see the cart back there, Al. That was a much quicker race than I would have thought you would have had.
Hang on, he's hooking me up here.
All right.
So, Al, why don't you walk us through a little bit about this cart?
I'll get the camera. Woo. Well, what you just saw was a new platform that the WKA has partnered with a Latvian company called Blue Shock Racing. Blue Shock Racing has brought the work of a lot of innovative karters over the past about 5 years who have really tried to miniaturize and kind of Tesla-ize the karting industry. And this is not the first of its kind, but it's certainly the first commercially available in our traditional kart racing. So come on over and take a look at this thing. So this is what's called a Blue Shock X4. The Blue Shock X4 is about 44 horsepower, all electric, 96 volts. Yesterday during testing here at AMP, we ran about 35 laps, and from 100% we were down to 70%. So effectively with one battery charge, you could probably run an entire series from practice all the way to your final. There's a lot of other things with this as well as far as safety is concerned. As you can see, it has an emergency stop switch here on my right-hand side, the big red switch. It's got a forward and reverse, which is pretty amazing. If you spin out, you can actually reverse this thing and get turned around very quickly.
Al, how does the weight of these compare to a gas cart? I'm curious.
I weighed in yesterday at 438 pounds with no additional ballast.
Okay.
And that is about 20 pounds heavier than your typical KZ shifter.
But you did say you had, 40 horsepower out of these?
44 horsepower on this one.
And a typical LO206, what are we talking about? Like what's on track now?
8.5.
8.5. So these actually would have more power than our shifter carts would have on track.
Yeah, technically yes, and horsepower is electrically rated. We would actually do this in kilowatts on this particular unit.
Can we get to gigawatts?
I don't. It's not 1.21 gigawatts. And what the heck is a gigawatt, right? Well, actually, in scientific terms, that is the standard output of a nuclear reactor in the United States, set by the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So there's some science there back to the future.
Are you telling me that this sucker is nuclear?
No, it's electrical.
Hold up.
It requires
It's
1.21
nuclear
gigawatts
powered.
to generate the electricity to make the whatever it is react, the flux capacitor flux.
I was about to say, if you hit 85 miles an hour, are we going time traveling?
Well, what I will say is people were estimating me yesterday at over 80, and I was not pushing it very hard. It really is a rocket ship. Now, ironically enough, typically at this track, we're running around a 3.35 to 3.45 gear ratio. This thing is 1.26. gear ratio. So as you can tell, all the torque is on the low end, and it is unbelievable. You saw how quickly I catch these guys, and people were taking bets. They thought it was going to take 3.5 laps. It actually took, what, a lap and a half. So I probably wait a little bit longer. I am going to run in the final with these guys to give some more exposure here to see people to not hear what this kart is all about.
And now, Al, I do want to say, though, if it's like a Tesla, Teslas seem to have incredible low-end acceleration. So it sounds like this kart has that, where you come off the corner and you just have instant torque.
Yeah, hopefully we can get the drone down and watch what my head does when I hit the gas. I'm looking at the sky. It really gets going quickly.
You're like a Pez dispenser out there.
Yes, it's really unbelievable.
We may have to have Killboy.com follow you for the final out there, maybe do a picture-in-picture.
Well, yeah, that would be great. I'd love to do that. It's going to be an up-and-coming class. Now, we're going to be at Jacksonville with the World Karting Association at the Turkey Shootout. Then we're going to be in Daytona. And Daytona's going to be huge. They have their own class all by themselves, the Blue Shock Racing Series. If you want to get involved, you go to blueshockracing.com. They have an arrive and drive for Daytona. If you want to buy one locally and try it out, you can reach out to Al at atlantalightengine.com or 770-396-5464. Happy to help you here. I'm the Southeast Region dealer for Blue Shock Racing.
And you said that was blueshockracing.com?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll have to check that out.
You'll be out there. You'll be the driver we cannot hear making moves out there.
Yeah. So with that, again, I want to thank AMP for letting me do this, the Masters and the Legends class, for allowing me to be involved in their series and involved in their race today. And really, this is a great opportunity for everybody to explore the next generation, what the next generation in karting truly is going to be all about.
All right. Well, Al, we do look forward to seeing you on track later, as well as perhaps joining us up in the booth as we're enjoying the Wilbite Racing LO206 Masters race. Danny May leads Josh Smoker. Then we have Oz Cheek, Matt Lassiter, and Paul McElree going at it as the white flag flies in the air. Steve, this is one of those divisions that
let me
never
go
disappoint.
Because I might just jump out there and push Matt Lassiter to the front. No, I won't do that.
Matt Lassiter's currently running fourth, so you have to push a lot.
No, it won't take much.
Well, I would say he's running fourth. He's about to come up to third.
Yeah, Matt is in that blue driving suit, red, white, and blue here, running in the middle of that group.
I donned him as the Cookie Man last season, and we're sticking with that.
Like the Cookie Monster?
Yeah, well, no, the Cookie Man.
Cookie Man.
So his daughters came out with Girl Scout cookies and was selling Girl Scout cookies beginning of the season. 3 seasons ago? And ever since then, I've donned him as the Cookie Man. And we talked about Milkman at one point in time, but that just didn't set right.
Yeah. You see that number 9 placard. Danny May is your leader. Josh Smoker running in second. The number 9 has a long, storied tradition in the Dawsonville area, and that is the number Bill Elliott used for the highway running through town. But here is a battle to the stretch. Smoker is on your left as the checkered comes out. Danny May holds on by about a half kart length ahead of Josh Smoker. Achik, Matt Lassiter, and Paul McElree round out the top 5. So the always competitive Masters division will see next. The Legends will be coming around, and it was Thomas Neese who was leading on there last time around. And once again, a race within a race here. Now, typically, Steve, Danny May ends up hopping out of one kart, and he'll go race with the LO206 senior division. We're getting a good look at him here. Very plain black driving suit. Actually has the jean bottoms on. So he gives a little,
Thanks, Danny.
Little surfer sign there to us.
We appreciate that.
You know, it's gonna be awkward when he heads to Blazers Wings Victory Lane.
Yeah, his own Victory Lane.
Yeah. All right, and officially in the Legends division, it was Thomas Neese picking up the pre-final win. So that sets their lineup for their 12-lap feature. We'll get to enjoy that there. We can see Matt Lassiter, who was finished in 4th in the 87. Again, the red, white, and blue, very patriotic colors. Speaking of patriotism, coming up on Monday, it will be November 11th, Veterans Day here in the United States, as well as Remembrance Day or Armistice Day across many countries in Europe. So we do here at Atlanta Motorsports Park wish to say Happy Veterans Day to all the veterans out there. Thank you for your service. Thank you for letting us have the freedom to enjoy our hobbies here this afternoon.
I'm still like in shock with this Blue Shock racing.
It's like a bad pun there.
I mean, yeah.
Now, did you live to the west of here, so you probably did not come through the center of Dawsonville on your way.
I did not.
Very touching setup through and around the roundabout. They had crosses on display for the various service members who have died in past wars here. Don't know if it's for Dawson County or what area it is, but you could see a multitude of crosses as well as the wars. They served in World War II, Korea, as well as Vietnam. We're going to go down to Blazers Wings Victory Lane, and with Chris Conowall, it looks like we have Danny May, the man who is the sponsor, is parked it. So take it away, Chris.
Co-owner Blazers Hot Wings, and helped me out with this tent today, and you came up with a win, and congratulations to you, and thank you for all that you do for karting out here. And so talk to us about the race and the conditions. I'm here with Oz Cheek, who also big sponsor of racing out here today. A champion will be crowned and take home that, what are we up to, $10,000 they're going to take home today?
Yeah, it's $1,000.
Oh, that's okay. The number, well, Sean was over here, and he's like, well, it keeps growing every time, so I'll just throw that out there, 10,000 and see. But listen, congratulations to you, and so let's talk about the race and conditions.
Yeah, car was real twitchy out there. It felt uncertain being out front. I was trying to kind of size everybody up. I feel like I would have been better pushing somebody, but I felt like I was kind of holding up the field. But thanks to Oz for the pushes. Then Josh got behind me, and he was pushing good. So it was pretty clean, pretty final.
Awesome. Well, they mentioned you typically will jump out of one cart and into another. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I got to jump in senior. I think we're starting 7th or 9th there.
Okay. So you're running shifter a little bit later today?
That's it. We got one class in between us, so I got a boogie over there.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you guys boogie. Congratulations. And today rounds out an awesome season. And y'all, of course, we could not do it without you. And so big shout out for our big sponsors here at AMP.
We are so happy to do this. We love this sport. I know Danny does. And, I'm super excited to give away the big checks this afternoon. And we'll looking forward to that.
Awesome. All right, guys. Good luck.
Thank you much.
All right, we're going to send it back up to you.
Thank you.
All right, next division that will roll onto the track will be our KA 100 Senior Division. And we can see them staged up in our waiting lane there, KA Senior. These are drivers age 15 and up. They'll be running that two-stroke KA engine. These are air-cooled engines. They might be able to flirt with a top speed of 80 miles an hour. 100 cc's is the engine size. That's the 100 in the name, KA 100. 360 pounds, the weight of these carts with the driver. I understand Talon Laney is trying his hand in the KA Seniors for the first time in this event, so we'll be watching for Talon. He's had some success in other classes, mostly in the LO206 division. So the drivers come out, you see those plumes of smoke, a telltale sign of those two-stroke engines, an oil-gas mixture like a chainsaw or a weed whacker. These engines have that very high-pitched sound. You can hear that definite buzz sound as they pass our vantage point on their warm-up lap. Chris, I see you down by the dunk tank, and I got to say, it looked pretty unpleasant down in the tank, brother.
Yeah, I'm just going to tell you that the unpleasantness is multiply. The force multiplier being you got the Georgia red clay sediment in this as well, or something. Maybe some of that runoff from that the nuclear battery that Al was running. I don't know, but anyhow, this is our race director is a brave young man here. But I'm going to go with about maybe 60, maybe 58 degrees. What does it come out of the ground at? 'Cause that's definitely where this came from.
Chris, like one of those old cartoons, I wonder if you stirred a spoon in there, would it
Right?
melt
Yeah.
off down in the water that's in there?
Yeah.
As the
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Yeah, as the green flag is out in our KA senior pre-final, already have 3 wide action. One cart mowing the lawn off of turn number 1.
Still 3 wide, going down through turn 2.
Yeah, a huge field here in our KA
Oh, a lot of
senior
contact
division.
there. The 2 red cart drivers.
16 carts signed in for action. So, Steve, we got a bevy of them here. This is a field we used to see in our our LO206 senior. KA showing up this afternoon. A couple of carts side by side. One of that orange cart lost about 3 spots through the S's.
Wasn't expecting that early on.
Yeah, so action plenty here when they cross the scoring loop. We will give you the field rundown. Once again, 10 laps the distance, and this is brought to us courtesy of Primal Racing School. Steve, you had talked about the next step after karting. Primal has those downforce cars over on the main track. You talk about a sight to behold, that about 900 pounds, rear engine, Hayabusa engine out of a motorcycle.
So fun.
Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you see them on that real technical main track, boy, they can put on a show over there.
I just recently got iRacing, and I have been tearing up every track possible with the SR8. It's been fun.
Field mostly single file, although we do see a battle for 4th right now. Grant Estes working to the
Way
inside of
out there.
Cameron Estes. And still some side-by-side action off the S's. At the scoring loop, Mateo Rubio Luengo was the leader. Andrew Hamill 2nd, Michael Succo 3rd, Cameron Estes 4th with Brant Estes 5th. We'll see if that holds. For the moment, our top 2 starting to draw away from the field. There's some more side-by-side battles coming to the line. And Christian Foster now up to 5th. Cameron Estes dropped all the way to 7th on that lap. And they're still side-by-side. Boy, they're side-by-side up and down the hill, bunching up.
Side by side by side by side. Sounds like you just kick the Yellow Jackets nest every time these guys go by.
It does. And these things, what does Al say? I think life begins at 12,000.
Something like that.
Or it might be 9,000, but very high RPM engines. And that allows them to get a lot of
3
power.
wide in the S's. That's something you don't see often. A little bit of bumping and banging.
Rubbins racing. Maybe one of those carts might have had a mechanical. He's coming up a little slow, that blue cart there at the tail of the group.
Couldn't catch a number. Started with the 4.
Yeah, these KAs that are out there.
Maybe the 45 of Luke Kendall. Maybe.
We'll see at the scoring loop. KA's 22 horsepower, so quite a jump over the LO206 engine configuration, and that's just because they can run such crazy high RPMs. Does sound like a leaf blower going by us.
Or, like I was saying, you kick a hornet's nest.
Yeah.
Bad day for me, at least. And looks like we got a pass for the lead there.
Yep, Mateo Rubio Luengo had lost the lead. Now he's looking to retake it to the inside of Andrew Hamill. Once again, pre-final, no points on the line, but Steve, this will set the stage for the championship chase coming up. So what's our standings?
So as it sits right now, K100 senior. Vincent Capetillo, 1250. So he just has to finish ahead of Danny Perez, who's sitting at 1085 in second. Christian Foster's at 1030, and Andrew Hamill at 1020. So the real battle in this division is going to be 3rd and 4th. Now, again, this has only got 2 drop races calculated into it. There's 3. I forgot to add the 3rd one. But that's okay.
When you had mentioned the name Danny Perez, currently scored in 15th spot, so don't know if he's had some sort of difficulties on track. Yeah, Danny Perez dropped down another spot, and he might have had a mechanical, because normally we see his name at the top of the pylon.
Yeah. Or maybe he's trying to run in the back to see if he can come all the way through the field.
He's actually a lap down at this point, so.
Well, then never mind. He definitely has a mechanical.
Might see a cart off in the grass some point. Top duo continuing.
Right there. Somewhere on the front
flag
stretch.
is. Okay.
Yep.
And there he is.
Literally right there. I would assume that's him. We could be wrong.
We'll see as the timing and scoring and the laps continue. Top duo head up the hill once again. Mateo Rubio Luengo leads. Andrew Hamill in second. Then it's a gap back to Michael Succo in third. They screech past our vantage point. And they will reach top speed heading down this long, winding back straightaway here at AMP, flirting with 80 miles an hour.
Now we should get Al out here with these guys. That would be entertaining.
That might be a fair battle there.
That'd be entertaining.
In that Blue Shock electric kart. Apparently there was some, I don't want to say wagering, but at least some debate over how quickly Al would catch the field, and they thought it would be 3 or 4 laps.
I'm open on some wagering.
And he did it in about a lap and a half that time around.
Never count out Al, no matter what he is in.
But the weight of that cart, where he said it was 460, which is heavier than a shifter cart, definitely. That's almost the weight of one of our rental carts that we have here, but a shifter cart would be 400, and he was heavier than that, and that's all just a function of those batteries that they're in there. But Steve, you can imagine if you stacked a bunch of 9 volts up on there. Okay, so we're going to go to a replay here. This showed us what happened earlier on the front straightaway, the one that we believe put Danny Perez out of the race. So we see one car just sort of.
That's a 24, so that's actually Austin Thompson.
Okay, he just you can see just gave up there. So
I don't know if his engine gave out or if he popped a chain. The way he looked over makes me think it's a chain.
Well, that was Austin Thompson. We still don't know what happened to Danny Perez, but Thompson just came up lame there on lap number 4.
Mateo Rubio Lingo still our leader. Andrew Hamill in second. Michael Succo in third. Christian Foster in fourth. Brett Estes in fifth.
And this is the battle for third, fourth, and fifth that we are following here. So you're riding in 6th place with Daryl Cannon, a.k.a. Killboy.com. Succo, Foster, and Estes swapping the lead. We're going to see another attempt here. And a 2-for-1, it looks
Maybe
like.
Another
and a crossover.
Oh, a lot of contact.
Side. You're right. So a car going through the stripes there. We'll have to see what the race marshals think.
I would say that was due to contact. That was his only option, so I believe he would hold that position. But again, that's just an opinion. That is not an official statement.
And it might get some action down at the dunk tank for the race director, because somebody's not going to like the call.
No.
So out of that action, Succo's third, Christian Foster fourth, Brant Estes fifth, as they saw the 2-to-go signal. So just 2 laps remaining. Great view of our patrons here taking in the action on what has turned into be a beautiful afternoon here in Dawsonville.
Mateo Rubio Lingo still ahead. Andrew Hamill right behind him. But we're going to continue focusing in on this 3, 4, and 5 battle. That's Michael Succo, Christian Foster, and Brant Estes. Go ahead.
I was going to say, good amount of cloud cover here. Earlier we saw some shadows on the track, otherwise sunny. Now sort of a thin overcast for the moment. You can see some blue sky mixing in, but this will keep the track temperatures just a little bit cooler. Might actually make the speeds a little quicker. The track will have a little more grip as the white flag flies. Rubio Luengo leads Hamill. Then it's a gap back to that great battle for third. Michael Succo, Christian Foster, and Brant Estes.
Hamill's running currently in second. Mateo Rubio Lingo playing defense right now.
Yeah, we've called both of those names a lot this season. Rubio Luengo is in the red cart, mostly white driving suit. Let's see what Hamill does. He looks to the outside, so a little bit of defense by Rubio Luengo. And he holds on to the lead for the moment. So the next logical passing opportunity will be turn 16. Steve, the way today's gone, who knows where they may try a pass.
Maybe 14. Who knows?
14 is one of those sort of up-and-coming passing areas. Let's see what
very
Hamill does
one.
here. And Hamill's just going to stay in the tire track. So maybe he said, you know what, I got 12 laps later. But right now, Mateo Rubio Luengo picks up the win here in our Primal Racing School KA 100 Senior Pre-Final.
It's nice seeing 16 carts out here in this division.
And we should get a word with Mateo and others down in Victory Lane. The next race that we'll see coming up will be our shifter carts, the apex predators of the karting world. They'll use that standing start like the Kid Kart, and after that it's anything but Kid Karts. The shifters can flirt with 90 miles an hour down that long back straightaway. Think of it as a tag race cart with a sequential transmission attached. And the other main difference, it's the only class that has front brakes on it as well. Most other carts just have a brake on the rear axle. So the drivers just taking a break. You have to think, Steve, these drivers look a lot more comfortable than they did, say, during June or August when they would just about melt when you saw them in these driving suits.
Your shoes would physically melt to the asphalt.
Yeah. Unlike, say, what you see in NASCAR race fans, these driving suits are not fireproof. They're not Nomex like what you'd see in NASCAR, but they're abrasion proof, more like the nylon you might have on a suitcase, so that if the driver comes out of the cart, they'll have protection between themselves and the asphalt. So every driver rolls across the scales just to make it official that they have met the minimum weight. If not, they might be going to the back. They'll see the bad side of the law. As there are the shifter carts, you could see they have that radiator on the side to give them maximum engine cooling. They try to extract every bit of power from these engines, and they can make about 32 horsepower. So we can try to see that shifter start. Chris, we're going to send it down for a quick word with you.
You got it. Here in the Blazers Hot Wings victory lane, two of the most fierce competitors this entire season. That's Mateo Rubio Luengo. That's Andrew Hamill. And, 1 and 2 in the pre-final. Andrew, there were a couple opportunities there, and I see that you just sort of stayed in the tire tracks. And so, like other drivers here today, you guys seem to be all business and in business mode today with a championship on the line. So let's get your thoughts about that race and the season.
I first just want to say thanks to DPC and Andres for always coaching me and helping us out, and Danny for helping as well, and my family for coming, my mom who's here to watch my dad. And I think the race went well. I knew I needed to make moves up because I had a bad quality, and I was able to do that within the first couple laps. And I needed to put the hammer down and catch Mateo so I could have a chance. Once I got him, I knew the guys behind us were too close to start to battle, so I needed to wait for as long as possible and just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, sadly, Danny had some sort of mechanical, I think, and did you see he was, I believe it was out, perhaps. Is that right, guys, up there in the booth?
Yeah, he finished last, scored only 3 laps.
Yeah, I saw him on the side help coach me through the race and help me through the race, and I just got to say thanks to all those guys, and yeah, I'm excited for this next one. I'm right there with Mateo. So.
Oh, absolutely. Speaking of Mateo, we are down to the last race of the season coming up, and where are you sitting in points, and talk about really anything you want to talk about, man. You're a force to be reckoned with out here.
I mean, I'm 7th at the championship right now because I missed a few races during the summer, but it's a race like any other day, so I just treat it the same and I try to win. I'm out here trying to win.
Awesome. All right, so give a shout out, and then we're going to send it back up to the booth and look for you guys in the final. You got your podium for the pre-final, so shout out, and we'll get you back to your trailers.
I just want to thank my dad, my mom, Liqui Moly, WRS, everybody who's working with me to get me here and keep me on the podium, and just thank everybody who's got me through this.
Yeah. Now, of course, you had a teammate that you were working with as well. Who your teammate last? I'm thinking of last race out here, but I don't see you guys with your teammates here today. You guys were just kind of out there by yourselves, 1 and 2. Any explanation there?
I mean, Michael Succo is my teammate, and he started second, but Andrew managed to get by him. And I mean, Andrew worked with me to get away, so it was just us two at the end because we worked together and managed to bridge a gap and just battle it out in the last couple laps.
Gotcha. So you got to go check on your teammate, and he's got some positions to make up in the final, yeah?
Yeah, he does, and I hope we can figure out whatever's going on with his car so we can be up there with us.
For sure. Well, great season to both of you so far. Look forward to you in the next race. All right, we'll send it back up. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. You can see some of the shifter carts making their way in the background, so we should see a start momentarily. Steve, if Danny Perez is able to make repairs, we should see a wild race as he's going to be charging from the tail of the field. Definitely different not seeing and calling his name during any race
it's a little
season.
weird. So let me look here for shifter.
Well, the drivers signed in today: Grayson Butler, Ozcheek the fourth, Sean Hayes, and Jake Fetter.
Well, we can go ahead and hand the trophy to Ozcheek because there's no way. 1,410.
Okay, a prohibitive lead.
And Sean Hayes basically can hand him second place, 965. Jake Fetter would have to win to move anybody.
All right, so these carts will come to a stop. As we mentioned, it's a 6-speed sequential transmission, a lot like a motorcycle. The shifting is done with the right hand of the driver. The left hand operates the clutch, and then they have gas on the right, brake on the left for their feet. They only use the clutch when they roll to a stop. So this is the only time they use the clutch in the race. What you'll see before they start, they'll rev these engines up. They'll have it in first gear, but the clutch is pulled in. And when that green flag goes, they'll release their left hand, and they are on their way. From that point on, they can just blip the throttle to either upshift, where they pull the shifter towards them, or downshift by pushing it away. Look at those lights on the top left corner. And we are green here at AMP, and these cars immediately rocket up to speed. Our shifter carts, courtesy of Aztec, underway.
4:14.
And speaking of handing things over, our own Sean Hayes, who's running an Aztec engine, will be handed over that $1,000 check here today, because Oz, of course, said he is not in the running for the money. He's ready to give it away. I talked to Sean a little bit earlier, and he was talking about running the Aztec engine. But he should be. They should be handing over a check to Sean today. So you guys scooch up to Sean and ask him pizza party or something. A whole bunch of Blazers hot wings with his $1,000.
Like a trough of Blazer wings.
Yeah, a trough.
All right. Thank you for that update, Chris.
Well, speaking of, Sean Hayes, we can use that for some membership activities.
Might it be able to. Jake Fetter, already your early leader, 50.2 seconds. That is on par with what we saw in our tag divisions, but that includes a standing start. So we should see them probably getting some 48-second laps here. As these karts use the softest possible tires, they will be full on the throttle down that back straightaway, working up through the gearbox, and then they have to be hard on the brakes. Steve, I've seen drivers come off of these shifters and just look
exhausted,
physically decimated from how physical it is, the accelerations and then the decelerations, the cornering, any bumps that your body absorbs. You can definitely say in the shifter class, these are athletes out there.
Yes.
Every class is athletes, but in the shifter, you're seeing really peak athletic performance.
Yes, it's going to be. It's in these carts. I'm trying to think of the best way to say this. You kind of get thrown around a little bit like a ragdoll.
Yeah.
But it's all the G-forces that you're taking.
Or it's almost like as you're in the cart, a giant boot is like pressing into your midsection. And sideways as well as back and forth.
That's why a lot of these guys wear rib protectors. I mean, you can bruise a rib, especially at this course. And you don't realize how technical it is until you get out there in a faster cart and you're going, oh, wow. That's a whole lot harder than I thought it was.
Yeah. You can see that radiator. A few of the drivers had some tape, or they might use almost something like an old window shade over their radiator to control the airflow. They want these engines at the proper temperature. Too cold, they won't get enough power. Too warm, they can damage
our first 48,
the engine.
48.460.
Yep. So Jake Fetter winding things up here as we have completed already 3 laps. One kart might have missed a shift at the bottom of that hill. He seemed to lurch. And that hill is really, Steve, where you notice the biggest difference between this and the tag senior class. In tag senior, they come off the hill, at the bottom of the hill, they're at low RPMs, and they lug up that 3-story climb. The shifters, they just downshift, find that peak RPM point in the lower gear, and literally it makes that hill look like flat ground.
Yes.
Looks like some good muscle cars rolling on the main track behind us here as Jake Fetter, Ozcheek come around. Ozcheek the 4th complete their 4th lap. And again, we're seeing 48-second lap times from Jake Fetter. The track record, I believe, is a 47.8. At one point, it was held by Martin Kremers, which that's just like ludicrous speed from Spaceballs out there to be able to do that with all of these twists and turns on this track.
It was one of those days, perfect conditions, perfect driver, perfect moment.
Yep, dry air, cooler temperatures, not too cold, so the tires still have enough heat to grip, but not so hot that the track starts to get greasy.
Speaking of getting a little greasy, that driver that's second in line right there.
I think that's the younger Ozcheek back there, is Jake Fetter.
Slipping, sliding.
Yep. They sometimes do that here in the shifters, though. They want to get to corner exit as quickly as possible with the cart heading straight, so they'll almost, to us in the asphalt oval world, say that they're loose on entry, which
and there
makes
was another
no sense.
hard loose right there.
Yeah. typically off this corner, they tend to want to turn early, apex early, and it almost to us seems like they're loose on entry, but they're trying to get the back end rotated so they can get straight as soon as possible.
So you'd say it's kind of like setting up a 410?
Yeah.
For dirt?
Well, dirt's a little different. Dirt, you let the back end hang out. Here, they're trying to snap it quick and then get the power down as soon as they can.
I don't know, seeing a shifter cart sliding through a corner would be kind of cool, especially right here.
Well, these are the ones, it's either this or tag, where they've sent someone like our Connor with Connor C Media to the drop between turn 1 and turn 2, and they'll actually see carts catching air where they have so much speed and the drop is abrupt enough. And I think even crazier than seeing the carts catch air is hearing it, because when it sort of slaps back down on the pavement, it's almost like the undercarriage, the bottom of the cart starts hitting the pavement. There's sort of a sickening sound to it. Now, that's not the fastest way around, race fans. When they really want to drive, they're braking early. But for show, knowing that they just, once they land, they can be on the brakes and they'll make the cart get through turn 2. Not fast, but they'll make it. It's good for that one picture moment. So Jake Fetter continues to lead. He's already put 7 laps into the books. Rest of our field making their way around. Coming up next, it is the premier division here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It is our LO206 senior division, and that is courtesy of Swan Mechanical. Steve, we don't know how many are signed in, but usually upwards of 20. We've had one 40. Time I think we had a 40 cart race here.
Boy, that was wild.
Which felt like a NASCAR weekend here.
It was a NASCAR weekend. That was the CKNA. That was the craziest weekend I think I've ever experienced here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Cup Karts North America.
It was 183.
And it was all 206
engine. It was all 206.
Yep. So great father-son battle here, taking the 2 to go. This is the battle for second. Ozcheek leads Ozcheek the 4th. If that name sounds familiar, one of these drivers raced earlier in one of our senior or masters division, but I'm trying to remember who it was that we saw. I think it was Ozcheek out there.
The 4th.
It was the 4th on track, the younger.
The younger of the Oz's.
So healthy lead there for Jake Fetter. He's just dropped off the bottom of the screen. The last time around, he was 5.6 seconds ahead. As Father Oz leads his son here, they're working through turn 14. And race fans, maybe one of the coolest spots to watch on this track, especially with the shifters on track, Steve. If you head to the runoff after turn 16, where the carts are on the brakes, and you hear just how hard those tires are working, how much the brakes are working to try to slow the carts, where they've realistically been wide open throttle from the S's all the way down to turn 16, and then they just about locking it up to try to slow it down. It almost sounds like peeling Velcro as those tires are running across the asphalt. So the white flag flew in the air. Jake Fetter, a little less than half a lap between himself and a pre-final win this afternoon. And there we see Ozcheek and then Ozcheek the 4th running in 2nd and 3rd. So coming to the bottom of the screen, Jake Fetter picks up the win. The checkers flying happily in the air. Now here come Ozcheek to pick up 2nd, and Ozcheek the 4th is going to round out the podium here in our pre-final. And they will head to tech, make sure that everything is official. And now coming across in 4th, that is Sean Hayes and Grayson Butler, set to round out the field here in our pre-final.
If anybody at home is watching on Facebook, feel free to comment your favorite driver. We'll shout you out, so you guys can let your favorite driver know that you are watching from home. Whether that's on the Amp Kart Racing page on Facebook, or Atlanta Motorsports Park on YouTube, or even the Liberty Racing Review page.
We do have a message from one of the comments. I believe it's Callan Berghofer's mom. We haven't called his name today. He's sitting out today, and his mom says he'll be back up to the track soon to support his friends. and does say to celebrate the championship. So it sounds like he's coming up later.
Oh, okay.
This
So
afternoon.
they'll be here at 6 o'clock for the award ceremony.
Yeah.
This tells you how much this facility has grown with this shot right here. A lot of the kart racers are parked up front because we've got so many haulers back here in the back.
Yeah, I'm just hoping my car is there when I'm done at the end of the day. I had to get creative with parking. Do want to give a shout out. You can see just off in the side of that screen there, and our good friends that were providing lunch this afternoon, Mutt and Jeff's Smokehouse in Dawsonville. I don't know about you. It was a very tasty pulled pork sandwich this afternoon. Really hit the spot. Great aromas in the air as well. I always love that sort of wood smoke smell.
Yes.
So head on down and check them out. I believe the sandwich and chips combo, $10. They also had the sort of nachos with all the fixings
nachos
on
and
them.
everything. I'm half tempted to go back down there. I'm still hungry. Let's open up this here live chat on the YouTube. Let's see what we got on the YouTube. Man, I'm sounding old.
On the
YouTube.
On the internet. Here we go.
Man. Let's see if it'll open. Okay, all right. We got Mateo getting shouted out here by Aliana Gonzalez. Chad's out here shouting out Ad Edwards.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Jake Fader.
Yep, we just got a shout out for him from Michelle.
Michelle shouting you out. So, so I said, Jake Fader. He goes, it's Fader, actually. And to which Oz replied, like Darth Vader? So, wonder if he were distantly related to the Dark Prince himself, Darth Vader, would you then run a lot faster and secure the #1 spot?
Jake is super fast. I mean, this guy competes on the national level and runs at the front, so he is tough to beat.
Well, that's awesome. So, Jake, tell us a little bit about competing nationally, and of course, this season wraps up today, and understand our own Sean Hayes might be accepting a check, but I'm really interested in hearing what lies ahead for both of you.
Yeah, this is sort of the last run of the year for me. I'll try to hit as much of these as I can. There's a little overlap between some of the national series and this one, so I had to miss. I think I missed 4 races, so one too many for drops that we had. So I think that set me back a little bit, but yeah, kind of one race at a time. Next year, I think got some new family additions on the way, so you gotta kind of watch the bank account a little more closely, I think.
For sure. And is that who's shouting out from home, and you want to say hello and anything special?
That's technically my mom, so I'm sure she's going to be excited to be a grandma for 2 now. But I have no idea if my wife and kid are watching. I think last I heard he was struggling to go down for a nap.
At least you're getting updates from the field, as they say, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So what can we look forward to from Aztec and the next season out here? You gonna have a purse prize again, because you might I found out a little too late, but yeah, tell us what we can look forward to.
Yeah, we really want to get the word out. We're going to double down next year, and we're going to have some prize money, and we just want as many people to come out and race as possible. So we're all in for next year.
That's awesome. Okay, guys. Well, our Shifter Series, we got the championship race coming up, and of course 2 local legends here, Jake Fader, Oz Cheek with the boys, and you have another one on the way. We're gonna drivers in training.
We'll see. Part of me wishes they wouldn't, because I know it's expensive, but part of me also kind of wishes that they do. But hey, it'll be up to them.
All right. Well, to all the future racers out there and dads to be, congratulations to you, Jake, and congratulations as well, Oz, for really doing all that you did out here to promote the sport. And I'll send it back up to the booth. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you, Chris. So, Steve, again, we learned something new. It's Jake Fader.
See, that looks like me when I shave. When I just leave the mustache. That's me. Hey, look, it's Steve. That's ironic.
And now look. If we there's
I'm back.
The Minecraft version of Steve. We see this big conga line of carts, so we are waiting until the engines fire for our premier division here, courtesy of Swan Mechanical, our LO 206 senior division. And I'm not even going to try to count them all, Steve.
A lot.
But look in the background. You see those beautiful trees, some of the leaves starting to fall on the ground here. Definitely fall, the foliage. Maybe a little past peak here in the North Georgia mountains. So, again, we'll encourage our cameras not to zoom in too close into the woods. Dawsonville, a long, storied history with racing as well as moonshine production.
Speaking of moonshine production.
Yes.
Sean, you have secured $1,000 to go towards your next moonshine purchase. So congratulations to you. You were dealing with some seat issues. Did you find something to work with?
I did. It's definitely a group effort. At this point, Aztec's been helping me with motors. Eyes Up has helped me. A&P Kartworks has been doing a ton for me all season. And it was actually DPC of all teams, so I think I've almost worked with every team here. Came through at the last minute with a seat, but my old one had actually worn through the bottom. So that ski jump off the steepest hill definitely caught up with me eventually. You notice you're getting a little warmer than usual underneath, but ton of fun. Track's fantastic today. To be out with the new seat, some new tires. This is about as good as it gets.
Excellent. So the seat that they found you, did it give you a little extra, little grab in the? They were talking about all the G forces on your rib cage. So how you feeling?
Overall, pretty good. I'm sitting a little high in the seat, like it's shallow. So my arms are actually, you could probably see me on the broadcast trying to open my hands up a little bit. I was having to put a little more effort than usual into just staying put in the seat. So probably some adjustments we can still make to kind of settle in there, but not to run practice and qualifying and just jump in, that's an awfully good result. So very happy with that.
Speaking of next season, we're going to see you out here, of course, once again. And your suit looks like it could use some more sponsorship there. So maybe I'll, better call Conowall right there across the front. Congratulations to our winner this season, Sean Hayes.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to send it back up to the booth. I did want to get our cash winner, Sean Hayes, and our very own.
All right, thank you, Chris. So what has become a little bit more of an overcast day, making things very comfortable here in the North Georgia mountains. As we had said before, a rich history of racing here in Georgia, so much so that the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame is located in Dawsonville as our field gets underway. Steve, I'm glad you did the math, so I didn't have to. How many carts are going to serpentine their way out for this pre-final?
For one last time, LO 206 is a mayhem. Well, one pre-final last time, 36.
And to join us in the booth, we have not only our boss, we have our executive producer this afternoon, Will Rigdon. Thanks for pulling up to the table.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
It's going.
I just saw y'all in here, so I just figured I'd sit down and see what's going on.
Yeah, after you've been sitting back behind the scenes all day.
Yeah, just getting this show off the ground and running. There's a lot of technical things, and we've made a lot of big changes here this week, so a lot for the better, and it's going to be an interesting finish to the season. This race coming up here, I'm really excited about the LO Seniors, one of my favorite classes. I think our season high this year was 41 carts on grid.
And that was for the CK&A.
And I think that was the week before CK&A because they all came into practice for the LOs.
Yeah, because CK&A has like a few more divisions, like there's a senior light and a senior heavy.
Yes.
Where here, I remember that race, they were just all together and it literally felt like a Talladega start.
This is what this is going to be like.
Yes, and this is one of our bigger race days. I was looking at the entry count. We're over 150 today, so I believe this is our 5th highest entry count for the year. This would have been tied for our highest of last season. So just to put into perspective the growth we've had over 4 races this season with 160-plus competitors out here. And so awesome to see all these drivers out here as they are.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a false start here. The
Yep.
back end of the a couple of carts already going around.
Yeah, we're getting started
But
early.
It's so hard for the tail of the field to get caught up to the leaders on the first attempt. As those couple of carts get turned in the right direction. A lot of names that we've heard all season in this race, including Danny May. We should see, just looking down, Cameron Estes, Ryan Curtin, the man with the cat laser beam shirt, as well as.
I saw him eat lunch up here earlier. I gave him the fist bump, said, "You getting it done today?" And he just looked at me and said, "Yep."
Well, he should get it done today. If he doesn't, there's a problem.
He's going to need to change that shirt out next season.
Carson Craig also in this field, so they are side by side heading down the tram lines, and our starter seems unenthusiastic about their approach. So it looks like we're going to get another attempt.
Since we've got a second, let's run down some of these points. Ryan Curtin, sitting in first, 14:30. He's got this wrapped up. Now this is where silly season comes into play. Danny May in second, 980. Wesley Bacon, 900. Carson Craig, 890. So there is all kinds of potential for some chaos to happen here.
And these drivers need a good spot, a good finish in this pre-final. That's going to line up where they start in the final later to conclude our season-long racing program. So they, once again, are side-by-side, creeping their way.
Keep in mind, this division brought us our closest finish ever.
Oh, yeah.
Earlier this season
the
as well.
1,000?
0-0-1.
As green flag is out, we're underway in our Swan Mechanical LO 206
and a little
senior
bit of
pre-final out into the
rubbing
grass already.
All the way off in the grass. Did they make it to the wall? No.
No, but it was pretty close. Local caution already
and
out.
We got another cart around.
Boy, and they're 3 wide up the hill. So an Oklahoma land rush out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
I don't even know who crossed the line to start off the race in the pole.
And let's see if they can get single. Oh, that was Carson Craig, I think.
He caught that in his spine.
That one hurt.
I'm pretty sure that was Carson Craig. He has a blue cart with a white helmet. We'll see. That's Carson Craig in the 55 there. I was just about to say the one place they have to get single file is through the kink, and one driver
3 wide.
Not able to make it, and you could see carts catching air briefly.
And look at that as they are starting to spread out a little bit. Some 2 wide action through turn 14 as they straighten back out. We're going to finally get some scoring data as they make their way past the line here, putting lap number 1 in the books.
All right, Will, so what's it like to a driver's body when they hit, I guess they hit the curb, go through the grass, and then hit the curb on corner exit?
I'd just go hop in an old red wagon and go down a hill. And tell me how much of the road you feel, because there is no suspension in these things. I mean, there is. It's you.
Or the little bit of the sidewall of the tire, and then it's your spine at that point. Kind of scary here in our last interview in the shifter, talking about having to get a new seat, and you would think, like we haven't talked about enough problems, and there could be Sean like just floating around, and already wow, how important a seat is. You just take it for granted that you need all of these systems, all of these components to work in harmony.
Well, they're fiberglass seats, so there's not a lot of play in them. And look at this, pass for the lead through 14.
That's Kyle Trammell going by Brant Estes, another battle in the pack. And this is just going to put lap number 2 into the books. As it's just about a conveyor belt of carts out there. Kyle Trammell leads Brant Estes, Cameron Estes running in 3rd.
And you can see Curtin there in 4th, about to get past on the inside. Let's see as they make their way through the bottom of turn 2. He swings real wide. I think Curtin got the position back. Real easy to tell. He's that guy that looks like Two-Face out there with that helmet. I love that design he's got.
Wait, which helmet?
It kind of looks like Two-Face, where he's got the white on the one side and the black on the other.
Okay. Because they're in 3rd place.
There he is right there. Yeah. You can see that stripe.
Helmet.
Oh,
okay.
He did get past. So, yeah, he's back to 4th or back to 5th now.
So our field making their way up to the high point of the track, and then they'll dip to turn number 14. The draft plays a big role in this class. You wouldn't think it here on this technical course, but it does. If you step out of the draft, you can actually lose quite a bit of momentum, and you can see the battle for 4th on. A driver takes a look to the inside. Looks like
And
Ryan
I look
Curtin.
like Curtin. Yeah, he got left out of that pack in front of him, so he's starting to lose ground without drafting help.
And you can see from our drone cam, going to fly over our patrons, pick up the lead. Drones really so much add to this broadcast, Will. I don't know. It wouldn't be the same without having a couple of drones out here.
It gets us angles that you cannot safely put people out in, and that's what's so awesome about having that little drone zipping around. And the fact that it can move up and down so quick, you almost think it is a manned camera position out there on track.
Well, and there we saw it in turn 1, right on the inside. We've seen them this season where they'll park it at the end of turn 9, and they're coming at you full force. It really changes the way viewers get to experience.
And all that flying has come courteous of Killboy.com and our other pilot, Jeffrey Farver, with IllumiCube Engineering. Both those pilots have added a lot to our broadcast. They've been with us. This is our 2nd full season having both of them flying for us, and honestly the game changer. Really makes the difference in this coverage.
All right, later when we have Al Edwards back on track, will Kilboy be able to keep up with Al's kart?
It is possible, but that thing is quick. I was actually down there for the start. I saw Al just sitting there for 30 seconds.
Like just hanging out
Yeah.
there. All right, Kyle Trammell leads, Brant Estes second. Then we have Cameron Estes in third, Ryan Curtin fourth, and Danny Perez
And
running.
there's Curtin again, side by side through the kink. And he's trying to make the pass, but he is falling back. I hope it wasn't the curse of the announcer when I gave him that fist bump earlier.
It could have been, Will.
Because he is now back. Looks like 7th position now.
Yeah, looks like we have one kart that's not scored. That whoever's in third
It's
is
at the bottom of turn 2. There is a cart that was there was a standing yellow there last
so
lap.
we might have a cart that fell off. We'll have to see when they come past the stripe.
I just think one of the carts, may not have a transponder. All the timing and scoring you see
Oh,
is
and look at
unofficial.
this. We got some side-by-side action for the lead. No, thought better of it.
Stephen Roberts is in there, so it looks like he was pressuring Kyle Trammell. Cameron Estes running third and fourth. Danny Perez running in fifth. And Danny May, he was a winner earlier in the pre-final for the Masters. He's trying his hand here in the seniors this afternoon.
That's Steve Roberts out of Roberts Kart Shop. I was so happy to see Steve and Stacy when I showed up today because they're the guys out there with the Georgia Karting Association.
Oh, that's who I was speaking to earlier.
Yeah, and
Okay.
so they were here, so happy to see them back out, giving their support. They're the ones that made our Moonshine Series certs, so if you got one of those a couple weekends ago at the round 1 of the Moonshine Series, they're the ones that helped us make those, so big shout out to them. And just a general all-around supporters of kart racing in Georgia. They help run the show down there at Barnesville. They run the Georgia Karting Association, so great folks. Definitely check them out.
Now,
Yeah, Roberts Kart Shop.
Speaking of carts and Moonshine Series, isn't there like a little hint that we can drop?
About the Moonshine Series? Or
Yeah,
about,
the Moonshine Series.
Well, we've been announcing. Well, they announced it at the drivers' meeting today, but we are doing carts on main track for round number 4 of the Moonshine Series. So if you haven't gotten a chance to register, registration is live. You got to go online to motorsportsreg.com. Check it out. Round number 4 of the Moonshine Series. We are adding kart divisions.
A little bit of a bobble there.
So we will be doing, quote unquote, another Karts, Cars, and Bandoleros event.
That was so fun last time we did it.
Which the carts can't be running the full track.
No, we're doing short course.
Okay.
So the action will stay up front around the building. It'll be a lot of fun. Same thing happened. We did round 1 of the Moonshine Series already. Great turnout. Going to be even more turnout here in a couple weeks on the 23rd and the 24th. And right now, another challenge for the lead through turn 14.
And out on the rumbles.
And that looks like Brant Estes finally able to get around, unless that's for second and third, and I'm just off right now. Is that lap traffic they're catching?
No, you're getting a black flag for somebody.
That's the slower cart that's out there. Going to go a lap down, hopefully.
Oh, that was Steve Roberts got around Kyle Trammell.
So we're trying to figure out which driver just received the black flag. It's the driver that's
had to been all the way at the bottom.
No, it's the white cart at the front. So let's see if he pulls aside. He's going to pull off and heed to the leaders. So Roberts leads. And
Yeah,
we
that's
have
the 13 of Ashton Turner.
Kyle Trammell in second. Danny Perez is in what we'll call the orange cart. He is running in third.
I wonder what happened there to cause that black flag. I didn't see
Normally you
anything.
get a blue flag if you're being slow, but
Yeah,
you
that
did
was-
something to get on race control's radar when you get the
Yeah.
black flag.
I don't know if there was something that he did or what. We're trying to get that figured out.
And we should be getting the 2 to go next time by.
I'm not sure who is currently in front. It's not Kyle Trammell, is it?
No, I think it's Steve Roberts because he's not.
Not
his
pinging.
was his was the transponder that wasn't pinging very well. So he made the pass on Kyle Trammell.
And he continues to lead. He's in the mostly
And
white cart.
Danny Perez making moves right now. He's moved up and bumped Brant and Cameron Estes back.
Yeah, now Perez had trouble earlier when he was running in, I believe, the
juniors, wasn't it?
It was I think the tag class where
look,
he had problems.
look to him to try and make a move here.
So Perez is in the orange cart, and he's wearing the green driving suit, third in line. Our leader
And
is
he's
Stephen
got-
Roberts in the white cart with the black driving suit.
You got the Estes duo.
Well, he's got Estes, he's got Brant, he's got the father right on his tail right now as he's basically giving him the shove through turn 9 as they make their way through the S's.
You got teammates working there in third and
But
fourth.
Perez probably knows this track better than any of these drivers, so look to him to just be patient. And he's going to have one more lap to try it as they make their way through the final 3 turns here It is going to be 1 to go this time by. We're going to see the white flag out.
As 4 and 4 have broken away from the rest of the field. That's your top 8 on screen. Stephen Roberts leads the field to the white flag. Let's see what fireworks are unveiled on our final circuit.
And they are content to be single file as they're making their way through turn 2 back up the hill. I would expect to see some shuffling here as they make their way through turns 3 and 4 and around the building. Let's see.
Solid line by Roberts coming through 3 and 4. Not really giving up anything, not looking back either to check to see where Perez is.
I think the first moves are going to have to come here down the back straightaway.
Yep, let's see what Trammell does. Everyone just playing patient right now. We'll see if the entente ends when they get towards turn 16.
They did a little bump in there. You see some space breaking up now between second and third.
So it's Stephen Roberts, Kyle Trammell, Danny Perez, and Brant Estes, your top quartet on your screen right there. Let's see if anyone's going to play some cards here as we head to turn number 16.
And let's see, they break right there.
Dive.
Oh, they make a little contact. And look at Perez to the inside. He's going to take advantage of it. Is he going to get the run? And it looks like Roberts keeps the speed. They all get together.
My goodness, what a finish. Stephen Roberts holds on for the win officially. Danny Perez scored in second.
Wow.
Kyle Trammell third. Everyone's saying,
they
oh, wow.
crossed the line on top of each other.
Yeah.
We got to see that on replay.
Well, and that was, you could see a late move from Kyle Trammell. Trammell's in the red helmet.
They waited till the final turn.
But look, he makes not just a late move into 16, and there's contact right as Roberts came down. Perez saw the opening and thought he's going to the gold. But then that run off the corner, and wow.
Honestly, I think that's on 18 turning back into Perez. But
He probably tried to go around Roberts, and wow, what a wild finish. So Stephen Roberts is your winner in the pre-final.
Man, Perez saw that third to first coming through 16.
He was like, oh, yeah, let's go.
But he lost too much speed turning it into that low side.
Here we go. In slow-mo. Look at that. Just, ooh.
Wide sandwich.
So Trammell up in the air and Perez sideways coming across the finish line for what otherwise was a relatively pedestrian race. They brought it on those last couple of corners. So our field will go through Tech. We see Carson Craig in that 55. He's the driver that went for that wild run through the grass, through the kinks. So, Steve, we can imagine he might have some soreness coming up tomorrow. That was a hard lump through there.
Now, Al Edwards is back in the booth up here with us. Al, you watched that last couple laps from behind us, and you were almost jumping up and down back there.
Yeah. Well, it's one thing about Steve Roberts. Steve Roberts is an old hat at this. Steve Roberts is very involved in the Barnesville group. He's been coming around here since the very beginning. Incredibly experienced kart driver. He has Roberts Kart Shop. He and Stacy are here. And it's good to see them on the Razors back at the last race of the season for sure. That we really haven't seen much of them other than supporting Alyssa Vasquez and drivers like that. So great to see Stevie behind the wheel again, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And again, that was LO206 seniors we just watched. And as those points set currently, Ryan Curtin way out in the lead, 1430. Danny May, 980. Wesley Bacon, 900. Carson Craig, 890. Now, Carson's one of your drivers.
Yeah, well, both Wes Bacon and Carson are Wilbite drivers, and really proud of them. You know, they're in the running for a podium here. Here's the thing about points championships, though. Ryan Curtin is so far ahead because Ryan Curtin shows up at every single race and does well. He's always in the top 3. And here we go going down with Stevie Roberts there. Stevie, it's always good to see you, my friend, with Chris Collinwald. Take it away.
Yeah, sure. Here with a couple legends at the track and in racing. I'm going to start with you, Steve. Good, clean racing out there today for you. You led the pack, and I heard you say as you were sitting down, you're getting too old for this, but let's hope not.
Yeah, with these kids, it's young, 17, 18 years old, 20, get too old for them. Might have to go to Legends for too long.
I don't know. You had a great race out here today, and your transponder kept going out. So there he was in first, and then where'd he go? And then, but glad you secured the finish. So just tell our viewers how long you've been racing.
Over 40 years.
40 years. Wow. Well, congratulations. Over here to Danny Perez. Danny, earlier today we were watching you in that key race with your teammate Andrew Hamill, and had a little tech issue, I think, but not here today. But you did have an exciting finish there at the end. You guys got right into each other as the leaders had gotten into each other, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and you squeezed up and grabbed second. Is that right?
Man, at the end, I was just third. I'm just keeping my position. I'm thinking, like, okay, let me start third for the final. I see this wreck going on. I'm like, I just tuck in my head, start pushing, and I was just hoping for the best at the end. At the end, someone went on top of me, and I have no clue what happened. I was just praying and just tucked in, see if I can get that second place.
Oh, yeah. So now you guys have got good starting positions for the next race. Talk about the other race, though, real quick. And we lost you in that one. What happened, and are you going to be able to get all the way back to the front there and make a run for the championship?
Well, we had a problem with the electrical side. Just were not working. The RPMs were not there. I think I'm just going to swap engines or maybe swap all the electric part. I have some time before I go out for my KA's finish. So I'll see how that goes. I'll be starting last, but, I mean, I always like a challenge.
For sure. Speaking of challenges, Al was saying that you've been doing this a long time, 40 years. Wow, that's incredible. So, every race counts in your career, and so you got a one final race out here. Anybody out here in support today you'd like to shout out to, Steve?
Yeah, Stacy, my wife, and Harper, and then Peyton Bridges, and all the Swans are down helping us.
Well, it's a good group to have helping you there, the Swan Mechanical folks.
Yep, they're good people.
Awesome. Danny Perez, always you got a big support group out here. I'm going to let you shout out DPC and everybody else.
I want to thank DPC and Blazer Hot Wings for sponsoring this race. Thank you very much to Danny May for giving me the opportunity to race in LO. And overall, I want to thank everyone in my family. Thank God for being able to do such a beautiful sport.
Awesome. All right, we'll see both of you gentlemen in the final. Congratulations. You got two finals coming. Steve, you just in one class out here today?
Just one.
All right, well, we'll see y'all there. All right, so from the Blazers Hot Wings victory lane, I'll send it back up to y'all.
Appreciate it. Well, that was fun. Blazers Hot Wings sounds really good right now.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, Danny, if you can hear us.
Yeah.
Yeah, located in Hull, Georgia, so in the eastern part over towards Athens.
He's wheeling his way down here now, and Danny, you want to step under your tent here and jump on in. Every chance we get to thank you for what you do out here, and let me tell you, best Hot Wings, hand to God, best Hot Wings I've ever had. Co-owner of Blazers Hot Wings, and so you ran a second race. Yeah. So how did that go?
I made my way up to fourth or fifth, and I was pushing Danny up to the front, and he made a pretty bold pass into turn 2, and I couldn't follow him out, and we all just kind of got shuffled back. So I spent the last of the race trying to find him, but big thanks to Blazers Hot Wings. Thanks, Kayla. Thanks, Alicia. They're taking care of business so we can come out here and do this.
Awesome. All right, well, there's your shout-out from your Blazers Hot Wings victory lane. All right, Danny, we'll see you.
Well, it looks like it's coming back up to us.
Yeah, it sure is.
So we are about to get our first finals of the day underway. So if I've got the schedule correct, looks like we're going to go with LO206 Junior to start us off.
Yeah, we're running about a half hour behind here.
Not
so
too bad.
Well, Meyer Lewis was the winner in the pre-final. They were on track right as we started our broadcast just about 3 hours ago. So that would be Meyer Lewis in that red and white cart. Al, you had mentioned a name before we sent it down to Chris. Alyssa Vasquez.
Yeah.
Got me thinking we haven't she's not here this afternoon.
No.
Also, how about this name we haven't called? Jose Garcia.
Ha.
Which I don't know if we can have. We might have to cancel this event if Jose's not here,
I
right?
know. If the mayor's not here, we may as well just
How
not
are we going to have
it.
this award ceremony?
Well, he is actually with family in Puerto Rico, so shout out to Jose if he's watching.
How about Eugene Panenko, guys? Where's Eugene?
No, Penyenko's here. He's just not racing.
Oh,
He's
gotcha.
supporting his folks.
Got it.
So it's good. It's good to see everybody here.
Because he has his team. What is it? The it's not Panenko Racing. It's
Kart Freedom.
Kart Freedom.
Yep. And this is just kind of the way it goes at the end of the season. We're really getting focused on Daytona, and we're going to have the Blue Shock Series in Daytona as well as all of our LO206 guys. I'm not going completely electric.
So here's Alyssa coming in on comments right here.
Right here.
So sorry I could not be there today. Miss all of the AMP family.
Vasquez, your spot is right here. So we miss you. But what a great season.
Yeah,
What a great
she's
season.
had a great season this
Where
year.
she stepped up from the junior LO206 class to senior,
Yep.
which may be the biggest step up there once you go from junior to senior.
It's tough. That's a really tough one, and she did struggle.
She also went to a new kart chassis.
New kart chassis, and
Switched everything.
He really, really turned up the heat too, and she's done really, really well. So we're looking forward to seeing her back next season.
Well, once again, we appreciate you if you are watching on either the Facebook Live or YouTube Live for Atlanta Motorsports Park. If this is your first time watching with us, we just encourage you to hit the subscribe button, the thumbs up, the follow, the like, the bell, whatever the correct button is on the platform you're watching. And then leave us a comment. Let us know where you are watching from this afternoon. First final of the day on tap. This is our LO206 Junior Division. 12 laps will be the distance for all of these races, so 2 extra laps to go to battle here. Points are on the line here, so not only the day but the championship of the season. Our starter looks over the field, and he likes what he sees. Finals underway here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And a shout-out to Callan Berghofer, not getting to interview that young man today. What a great season for Callan. I think you had mentioned, Stephen, points. He's probably good to go. Is that right?
Yes, he is way ahead, I think.
Yeah.
So our field's starting to get single file here. We see that black card in the lead. I believe that is none other than Lincoln Massey. He was chatting with us for a few races earlier today. He seemed content that that cart was in good shape, no changes needed, and for now he leads Meyer Lewis. The field heads down to turn number 9. Now, Al, I'm starting to think he's in your stable, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
So.
Lincoln Massey is a Wilbite driver. We've had a really good season this season. He's moved up from cadet to junior, and he's starting to dominate in junior.
Now, is Carson Craig also in your stable?
He is.
Carson, I believe, had an off-road excursion on lap 1. Is that something where damage to the cart or damage to his spine for the it looks like a hard hit when you see that.
It's more of damage to your psyche.
Okay.
And, however it happened, and you're expecting a certain result. Here's what happens at the final race. The final race, all of the folks that don't normally race that are really good, like Steve Roberts, they come out of the woodwork because it's just a fun way to end the season, And we've got a lot of people here from up north, too, because Indiana, Newcastle, Whiteland, they're all ending their seasons right now. So
and we saw that in our LO206 cadet, Miles Brownfield, first race here.
Yep. So, these guys come. So there's a lot of – it really mixes it up, and it makes a lot of fun.
Also, drivers like Talon Laney jumping into KA Senior. So some drivers, getting in an unfamiliar seat now. Lincoln looks like he's going to give up a spot here. I think that might be Luke Corman who's come by to
Luke
take
Corman
the lead.
got by him here in the Burrell. So it's Luke Corman, Meyer Lewis are in the Burrell carts there. They're AMP. Lincoln is with us. He's in an eel cart. And, Lincoln's kind of in the sandwich here.
Now, Lincoln has the blacked out cart, correct?
Lincoln has the murdered out cart, and Lincoln has absolutely really nobody to work with. And so right now his strategy should be to stay in the middle of these guys and don't let them work together and try and run away. As a matter of fact, as you can see right here, he is bump drafting Luke Corman as hard as he possibly can to try and run away from Meyer Lewis. And there's no choice but for Luke to take that assistance. So, just take what you can get. And then, if you do this for 6, 8, 10 out of the 12 laps or 8 out of the 10 laps, and you get a good enough gap, then you can really start racing. With this right now where there's nose to tail, it's all bets are off. You have no idea what's going to happen.
So as they run currently, Corman, Massey, Lewis, and Courtney. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And it is Cohen Walshy running in 5th, trying to get reattached to that lead quartet as they complete lap number 3. Once again, going 12 laps here in our Blazers Wings LO206 Junior Final. Steve, this would be a good time to update the points as these are the races. The points are on the line, not only the trophies for the day, but the titles for the season.
So as it sits right now, Talon Laney is at 14:20. Lincoln Massey is at 12:90. Ian Patterson, 10:40. Aiden Courtney, 10:35. And Meyer Lewis at 10:25.
And these are what we think are true, but when we had Lincoln up here, he said he was in the lead. That
Yes,
there was
because of a penalty and a drop.
So once again, our numbers are unofficial. We're not accountants.
No.
Well, so here's the thing. It's best 7 out of 10, and if you are disqualified, you're not allowed to take that as a drop. So the only thing you can take as a drop is it did not finish.
Or we're not here.
Or we're not here.
Okay.
So that's and the drops are mandatory. If you're here for 10 races, you have to take 3 drops.
Yes.
If you're here for 9 races, you have to take 2. And 8 races, you have to
how
take
about
1.
this? If you were here all 10 races and had a disqualification, you're saying that counts as one of your races.
Correct.
So then you only get 2 other drops.
So you actually get that plus the other drops.
So you get 4.
So you actually get 4 drops. So
Okay.
For a DQ is
it's
really
a killer.
painful
Yeah.
in points races.
Which
and
says
again,
don't do it. It really disincentivizes.
If championship points are your thing and you're worried about it, then you're exactly right, John. It's one of these things where you can be in the top 5 consistently and win the points championship if you're in the top 5, anywhere in the top 5 consistently. And that's what you're seeing with, Ryan Curtin shows up and he's generally in the top 5 all the time. And he had a couple of bad races this year, but he is light years ahead of everybody else just because he shows up.
So consistency really seems to matter. Our field completes lap number 5. Coming up after this will be our LO 206 Cadet feature, as today we are featuring 12 races. I'd say 12 divisions, but we still have a couple races within a race. Al, will you make any changes to your blue shock card, or are you just out there just having too much fun with it?
I should have waited a little bit longer, and I'm going to wait a lot longer this time and hopefully be able to run 3 laps before I catch the rear of the field. I ended up passing Aaron Putnam. He's on my team. And another driver. They were just so far behind. I think they got tangled together.
Yeah, it was early.
And so, I'm not affecting the race at that point. But, the bottom line is that the Masters and Legends were really gracious to let me do this, because if I wait too long and then I have a problem, I can mess up their race.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. So I have to be really judicious when it comes to, when I start and how I drive. And so everybody gets to see the acceleration, though. You I don't know. You saw when I passed these guys, it's like they're standing
we
still.
didn't. We're hoping Killboy follows you, especially for that. Just he'll see you there sitting. Maybe we'll do a picture in a picture. We don't control what's going on in the director's chair, but if we could, we'd love to see a picture in picture on you. Top 5 here on screen. Luke Corman leads Lincoln Massey, Meyer Lewis, Aiden Courtney, and Cohen Walshy. They are nose to tail down through the kink.
Yeah, it's again. Look at this. We got a shuffle going on, a big shuffle going on. It looks like Aiden Courtney going down. Yep, he's dive bombing in for 3rd, and Aiden Courtney has moved from 4th to 3rd. That puts 2 drivers bookending right now. Lincoln Massey in 1st place, and Aiden Courtney in 3rd with Luke Corman in the middle. Wow, that was a real mix-up there.
Only took half a race for a little bit of a shake-up.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Corman went from 1st to 4th on that exchange.
Oh, did he? Okay, so that means that it's Meyer Lewis now in the middle.
I think we'll know officially at the scoring loop
Sure
here.
will.
Coming to the line, that's definitely Lincoln Massey, your new leader. Meyer Lewis 2nd, Aiden Courtney, Luke Corman, and Cohen Walshy. So Corman drops 3 spots in 1 lap.
Wow. We did not see if they got together or if that was just a real big shuffle as they were racing real close there going down to the turn 9.
I think the draft when I got to somebody.
Yep.
And it kind of just shook everybody up. Somebody popped out a line
What
right
happened?
past the
What
kink.
happened to? Well, I got a case of the draft. But look at the 3 drivers now just pulling away, working together, hopefully. Nope, we got someone going for for his pass there. Aiden Courtney, we are lap 7 out of 10, or no, out of 12.
Out of 12. Don't cut me short, Al.
Yeah, sorry. And,
there's a lot more racing.
There's a lot more racing to go. So if Aiden, see how it cost him, now there's a pack of 4 instead of being a pack of 3. And so, they really got to focus on working together on the last 2 laps where all the mix-ups need to happen. But as you can see, now it looks like Meyer Lewis got by Lincoln Massey, but Lincoln Massey is right on his tail, giving him the assist. With Aiden Courtney, they're starting to open up a little bit of a gap here. Let's see what happens if they can be consistent.
So they charge down into that signature turn number 2 once again. 4 laps remaining. Up the hill, they claw all that height that they just so easily gave away. Meyer Lewis leads Lincoln Massey. Then it's Aiden Courtney in that red driver suit running in 3rd. Luke Corman in 4th, and Cohen Walshy just waiting patiently in 5th.
Yeah, everyone's just falling in line here going into turn 9. And you see the top 3 there just barely starting to pull away a little bit. And let's see what happens here as we come through the S's and go up through David's Bend. Now, this is where Lincoln really shines. He shines in this last corner, 16 and 17 complex. But I think Lincoln's strategy, again, he's a very strategic driver. He's going to wait until the last lap to make a maneuver here. He's going to try and open up a gap.
Well, 3 laps remain, so everyone just rolling in the tire tracks. Meyer Lewis notches another lap in the lead. This is round 10 of the AMP Championship Karting Series for 2024. This is the final kart race on this track that we will stream. But keep following us. We'll have races coming up from main track. Was it Bandoleros, Legends?
Bandoleros, Legends, and karts.
And we're going to have karts as well on the main track.
Yeah, last year got rained out, if you remember. The Bandoleros and the Legends don't run in the rain, and so we just didn't have enough, quite frankly, money to come in and actually cover the rental of the track. So, it's a business at the end. So, if we're going to share it with other series so we can make it reasonable for everybody. Otherwise, it's like, hey, guys, let's just all chip in and rent the track for the day.
Yeah, the math has to work. So
That's
it looks
right.
like our top 3 just starting to open a little bit of daylight as Luke Norman has unhitched from our lead trio. And Al, we're at that point. The popsicle sticks are going up.
That's
and
right,
as you've
2 to
said,
go.
you wait until 2 to go. Let's see if their positioning has delivered them to something that can work.
Now, looky there, Lincoln Massey and Aiden Courtney running the same exact lap time.
Yeah, wow.
Same exact.
Exactly, down to the thousandth of a second, folks. That is some serious consistency. So right now, it's Will Bite Racing, Lincoln Massey, and Aiden Courtney in second and third. I have a feeling it's going to be a bookend here. Is Lincoln Massey going to make a maneuver here?
So wait, is Massey and Courtney are teammates?
Yeah, they are.
Out of your Will Bite Racing stable.
They're both on Eagle Karts, too.
Let's see if Meyer Lewis might get teamed up on here, 2 against 1, but he is in the preferred lead spot right now. They head up the hill towards turn 14. This time around, they will see the white flag. When will Massey or Courtney pull the trigger?
Hey, Massey just did a slight little look back there in 14 to see how close Courtney was to his bumper.
Courtney's a smart guy. He is going to try and help where he can, but he's going to go. All bets are off at this point. Just don't get into him going into 2.
White flag in the air. So we are on the final lap for these drivers in this season. The title and the day on the line. Patrons looking on from that wonderful viewing spot by turn number 2 as our top trio charges down to the kink.
Meyer Lewis still ahead of Lincoln Massey and Aiden Courtney as they enter the S's. Nobody's poking out yet. It should happen probably right in here.
Lewis got a great run off turn 4 and 5, so that fends off any drive from Lincoln Massey. Now Sands running out in the
Here
hourglass.
comes Lincoln Massey. He's going to do an over-under here. Try and get around him here going up through David's Bend. Is he going to get an assist? He gets an assist from Aiden Courtney. Is Aiden Courtney going to be able to get by? There goes Aiden Courtney. Now it's, what a shuffle right to the back. Aiden Courtney is going to have to do a late break here going into turn 16. Aiden Courtney and Lincoln Massey together. It's a drag race to the finish. 2 teammates. Lincoln, look out.
What is that?
Oh, no!
Oh!
Oh, no.
And a big accident at the finish there. Lincoln Massey was celebrating and got the win, but then a horrific wreck between.
That was we're going to go silent.
Unfortunately, that was a mimic of what happened at the Grand.
So we're going to go pause, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
we could get everybody back up, please. Back away from the fence, if you don't mind. Give professionals room to work. All right, everybody, put your hands together. He is on his feet. Looks like everybody is okay, and thank the Lord above. So. All right, guys, we got Lincoln Massey on his way over, who has cleared the scales. Lincoln, I'm going to give you one of these. All right, come on over. You guys running up there? How you feeling? You feeling all right? Yeah. A little shaken up. How you feeling? Good. I'm glad. As soon as we get the guys back up. Steven, you guys there?
Broadcast.
Hey, we're here with Lincoln Massey.
Well, Chris, you might want to hold on. We're not broadcasting on the stream yet.
Gotcha.
But we are live. So welcome back to Atlanta Motorsports Park. We just had the finish of our LO206 Junior Final. Lincoln Massey officially scored as the winner. Meyer Lewis second. Aiden Courtney officially third. And then there was a immediate red flag as Lincoln Massey was involved in an incident. So we'll send it down to Victory Lane. Chris Conowall, I believe you have Lincoln with you.
I do have Lincoln with me, and I am happy to report he is in very good spirits. And and his first words to me were, "I won." So I'm going to pass the mic over here. It's so good. Your mom's here, and we are all just so glad to see that you're all right. So here's the mic, and talk to everybody out there and upstairs about how you're doing.
Well, it was a good race. Just, from my perspective, from what happened, I had no clue Maya was beside me. And, just came over to make the turn and just got tangled up. And all I could really see was just my visor just fly off my helmet. And I just felt, the tires hitting the top of my head. And, I got a little bit of pain in the back of my left leg, but I think that's just from the tie rod. But other than that, I'm just really happy that I won, and it was just a really good race, other than the red flag.
And you got everybody was there in support. Mom, how you doing? Doing all right. A little shake. Everybody giving a big clap for you there at the end, and glad to see all that safety equipment worked out real well for you. And we're going to let Haley and the EMS crew continue to check you out. But I wanted everybody out there to see you and also give you an opportunity to enjoy Victory Lane for just a minute. So season is a wrap for you. Congratulations on this win. And I'm going to pass the mic to you one more time.
Chris, one last question for Lincoln. I believe his next race coming up will be Daytona?
No, actually it's Jacksonville, the Turkey Shootout. That's my next race.
Okay, well, we wish you luck there at Jacksonville.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to send it back up to the booth there and on to the next race.
All right, thank you for your reporting and the good news you brought to us. Chris Conowall in Victory Lane. On track now, our LO206 Cadet division. They are underway with their 12-lap final. Isaac Carvalho led the first lap, and Camila Canache has taken the lead on lap number 2. Isaac Carvalho second. Miles Brownfield running in third. Brownfield was the winner of the pre-final earlier today.
So how this is working right now, Carvalho's at 1280, Ryan Perez 1255, Bo Stowers 1085. Isaac Carvalho has got to beat Ryan Perez. That has to happen for Carvalho to potentially clinch. Now, again, these are all hypotheticals. These have not got all the drops calculated in. But as it runs currently, Carvalho.
I believe they have an abacus down the hall in the scoring room to help them.
Yeah, they're going to sit there and calculate all this real fast.
Everything. Miles Brownfield coming under attack here from Ryan Perez. That's your battle for third. So Brownfield maybe missing a little of the magic he had earlier this afternoon when he won the pre-final. Camila Canache and Isaac Carvalho are starting to draw clear as you see our lead duo just flash out the bottom of the screen as we are enjoying this race. Steve, really goes to show just how quickly things can change. We're looking for Lincoln Massey to win the race, and then we see a sudden literal turning of events there between him and Meyer Lewis. good to see all the safety equipment work there for the drivers to know that both of them are relatively okay.
Yeah, that was one of the craziest wrecks I've ever seen here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And we're not going to show that out of deference to the
No.
kids and to all the racers here. We're not going to be showing a replay of that. Ryan Perez, you can see getting a little squiggly trying to turn under Miles Brownfield, and that lead duo pulling away. Steve, this season I know we've called Carvalho with several wins.
Oh,
I'm not
yes.
certain Camilla has notched a victory this year. Maybe today, maybe this is her time.
Yes, we've called her name a couple times for podiums. I don't believe we've called her for any wins. I have to go back and look in the standings.
So it is 1-on-1 at the front. Then you have to go about 2.5 seconds back to third place. Coming up after this, we will have our tag seniors on track. So the business will really pick up tag seniors. Our fastest non-shifter division, Christian Blevins, was the winner in that pre-final. But for now, 2 follow 3 here in our LO 206 Cadet final. Go ahead, Steve.
So I'm sitting here reading comments on our YouTube Live. So from Kay Berghofer, we got an all clear, all good for Lincoln, and they're asking how Meyer Lewis is.
Well, speaking of, Stephen,
Yes.
I'm sitting right here with Meyer Lewis now.
Well, that kind of works out.
It does indeed. And so, Meyer, I'm going to pass the mic to you because people out there in YouTube world, Berghofers are checking in on you. And you did a flip, and you're still in great spirits. And so I'm going to pass the mic to you. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I mean, that rake was big. I've never flipped like that before. Kind of thought it would hurt more, but, I mean, just as it played out, I was like, man, my foot's stuck, but I feel fine. So I'm going to jump back in my KA and see if I can do good.
Speaking of, so we got the points being tabulated right now, and you got second place finish in that race. It was a shootout at the end. Is that about right?
Yeah, it is. It's just kind of really hope I can get first if penalties work out. But if I can stay in second, that'd be great.
Awesome. And who's this young man standing right over here?
It's my grandpa.
Grandpa, can you come on over here? Yeah, let's get you in. This is earlier today. You were tabulating the points, so I want to get some official word from you. What do you have unofficially from Grandpa on the points?
I'm not sure, but I think he might have come into at least third on the championship points. It's a lot up in the air. It depends on how this shakes out.
Well, speaking of shaking out, it worked out well that that safety equipment kept you safe there, and so glad to see that you're all right. And we're going to see you up on the podium either way. So let everybody out there know that you're doing all right.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Leg hurts a little, but I feel good.
Awesome. All right, I'll send it back up to you. Thanks everybody out there online for checking on Meyer, and we'll see you soon. All right.
I think Grandpa might be right. I think with the points calculations and how this is going to be scored, it's gonna shake up the points there.
Oh, we'll see. Good to hear Meyer's okay,
Yes.
and already he's like, I'm ready to go back in the next race. So we've said before, these kids believe they're bulletproof out there, and they seem to show it in that moment. But good to see both of our young drivers able to walk away. Camila Kanache continues to lead Isaac Carvalho 7 laps in the books. It seems like these two drivers will decide the top step of the podium as Miles Brownfield 5.4 seconds in arrears. Steve, you just never know how quickly things will develop in the sport of auto racing.
Yes, it's wild how fast something can change.
And there we saw literally, you're seeing Lincoln look to the side, almost celebrating with his teammate, and then, chaos the next moment.
Well, speaking of chaos, we kind of have a little bit of interesting things going on up front.
That's right.
So
over at Main Track.
Over at Main Track, if you have a blue BMW X5, you are parked at Main Track, you need to move as quickly as possible. Again, a blue BMW X5 parked at the Main Track, you need to move as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I guess otherwise they may experience the world of
towing.
Non-consensual towing.
Yes. We do have tow trucks.
Yes. That's actually a legal term, just so you know. Steve, learn a little bit about you. What is a YouTube or maybe a TikTok channel that you follow that's not about racing? I'm curious.
It's not about racing.
Not
Oregon Ducks
not
football.
about racing. You follow the Ducks, okay. Well, the one that I follow, and I brought up non-consensual towing, as we see a lead for the pass for the lead, Isaac Carvalho dips to the inside of Camila Canache, and as we dodge around the pole, Isaac Carvalho moves to the point on lap number 8. One of the channels I like to watch, it's just simply called Tow Trucker. And
Okay.
it's about a gentleman named Johnny who works in the Atlanta metro area, and he brings people into the world of non-consensual towing. A lot of apartment complexes or strip plazas, and you get to see a sort of a man with compassion for what's happening, but he has a job to do, and it's interesting stuff there. So here we see our next trio on track. They're not even close at the moment to Isaac Carvalho and Camila Canache as our lead duo drops down the hill. Carvalho leads. Steve, I think we've seen this script play out before this year where Camila Canache can lead laps early and middle, but
And
then
then
at
right
the
there at the end, something
somehow,
happens.
somehow Isaac Carvalho was able to find a way.
Well,
by.
at least this time we've got 2 additional laps, so she can fight with him out here in the S's. This is her best area
And
of the track.
You know what? I wonder if she's back in the lead because Carvalho has the white helmet. So Camila Canache goes back to the point. You see her in the red and white cart with the multicolored helmet.
Got that 126. Now they're side by side coming into 14 through 15.
Yeah, so Carvalho back to the point as they swap the lead twice in the middle of that lap. This time around, they should see the popsicle sticks in the air. Isaac Carvalho just about 2 cart lengths ahead of Camila Canache.
So as it's sitting right now,
Canache's going for the dive bomb, and she makes the pass in turn 2. Here comes Carvalho up the hill. But you know what? He can't get in front, so Camila has the preferred inside line, and they're going to head down towards the kink.
again, this is Camila Canache's best part of the track. She has got a lot of laps on this track and has perfected the S's, but she's going to swing it wide. Is she going to try a defensive line?
She's blocking there.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Can Carvalho try the over-under? Not this time. As we said, you get to those last 2 laps, and then the defense comes out. So Camila Canache holds on as your leader last time around, and she's going defensive again up to turn 14.
She's feeling his presence, and she's not even looking back. She's looking straight ahead. She just feels that he's there, and that's where she's going.
All right. So
it's like she's thinking of how she would drive it against herself.
But Carvalho with the over-under there as Canache went defensive in 16, so Isaac Carvalho takes the white flag first. Can Camila Canache get back to the point and capture a win this season? They head down through turn number 2.
They're battling back and forth, 1 and 2 up the hill.
And there's one slower cart in front of them. We'll see if that plays a role as our lead duo sweeps past our vantage point for the final time and heads down to the kink once again with Camila back in the lead. So they've swapped the lead once again.
Camila Canache back out front. Now there is a slower cart that's entering the S's
But
right now.
she's opened up a little bit of a gap there, so she's able to sweep through turn 9. Isaac Carvalho running out of road. Does he have anything left to pull out a move here to try to get the win, or will Camila Canache finally take that step to the top of the podium?
Well, Canache still has the lead through 14 into 15. Now that slower cart might get in the way here as they go through the exit of 16, but it doesn't look like it's really going to play a factor.
Camila Canache sees the checkers, and she picks up the win in our LO 206 final. Isaac Carvalho comes home in second, to the line for third. Miles Brownfield holds off Ryan Perez, so Perez finishes fourth with Bo Stowers officially scored in fifth.
So again, depending on drops, penalties, as it sits right now, Isaac Carvalho is our LO206 cadet champion at this moment,
We'll
unofficially.
See. Well, he should have a hearty point lead, but you're right, it does come down to the drops. But hey, congratulations to Camila Canache, which
Yes,
I believe is her first win here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Hopefully Chris will be able to ask her that question, among others, in a few moments down in our Blazers Wings victory lane.
She's been fighting all year too, and it's nice to see her. I think she's won a pre-final, but I don't think she's won a final. So it's nice to finally see her finish it out and win a final.
As Miles Brownfield just salutes the camera, he was our pre-final winner. That vivid green helmet always makes it easy for us announcers to know which driver is which. When they're out there like clones or Agent Smith, it's tough to tell the drivers apart. It's nice when they have a distinctive color feature on either their kart or their driving kit. So our field's going to head over to Tech, make sure everything is legal. There we see 4th place Ryan Perez with Bo Stowers just behind, waiting to cross the scales. Coming up next will be our tag seniors. That's going to be a pickup in speed. Our tag senior, they'll be running about 50-second laps. Best race in this was a 60-second lap for our LO 206 Cadet.
So our executive producer, Will Rigdon, is gloating right now.
Or fretting. It could be both. Some of both.
Yeah. So what happened, University of Miami? 28-16, 9:35 to go in the 4th. You're losing to Georgia Tech. That's terrible. You don't belong in the college football playoff.
Wow.
Yeah, I said it.
Strong words here as we're on our break. Now we see our tag seniors on their warm-up and formation lap, and already, Steve, just on the warm-up lap, you can tell that these karts are ready for business.
Oh, yeah, they're
quite
ready to
a
go.
bit quicker. That high-pitched sound, water-cooled engine generating upwards of 30 horsepower, and they will exceed 80 miles an hour down this long back straightaway. We haven't talked too much about Dawsonville. Every time we get started, something crazy comes up. We're just located 3 miles west of Dawsonville proper. So many drivers have come from Dawsonville to create the rich history. Bill Elliott, a former NASCAR champion, his son Chase Elliott, both driving that familiar number 9, but others like Goober Sosby, was it Park that was from here?
Yes.
The Flock brothers, although not from here, spent a lot of their formative years here. And people believe that more moonshine ran down Highway 9 than any other highway in the nation. Because of that, the moonshine runners would take their profits and soup up their automobiles so they could outrun the cops, who were known as the revenuers back in the day. And over time, that led to the birth of stock car racing. Our good friend Charles Head used to have a class at Brenau University talking about from moonshine to NASCAR.
yes.
So, Charles, if you're out there listening, we wish you well as we get another botched attempt here for a start in our tag senior division. And I don't the way they're going here, they may not get another one. They're speeding almost down to turn 16 once again.
Yeah, I got a very excited Cami Canache joining me over here.
Oh, I can
in the
imagine.
Blazers, hot wings.
Chris, why don't you take it away? Because I believe it is her first final victory.
Cami, is this your very first final victory?
No, like this year, I think, yeah, because I haven't raced here a lot this year. So this year, yeah, but last year, I won quite a lot of times.
Yeah, I do remember interviewing you last year with quite a few wins. Are you in the same class this year as you were last year?
Last year, I don't think I was racing LO206. And yes, and last year, I think I was racing micro.
Right, so this would be your very first LO206 victory, correct?
I think I've done another victory in LO206, but this is like my 3rd or 4th. So
Congratulations to you. And so lots of lead changes, and right in front of the building is where you got that last lead change, went around Isaac, correct?
yes.
Speaking of, so as he puts his headphones on, I believe I heard that Isaac, you have now have brought home the victory, the championship for Brazil. Is that right?
Yes.
And so how does it feel to be a champion in this karting series?
Well, first I want to thank someone. I want to thank my God and OCC Pools and New Way Pools and my family, my friends.
Speaking of, is that did your mom race out here tonight? Did I hear, or last night?
Yes.
And she turned the fastest. Mom, you want to come on over? Yeah, come on. Please do. Both. Yeah, come on. And so your son is a champion, and last night you raced too. So we love to see families out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park having a good time. What do you think of this young man here?
Well, he's my strong boy, and then he's doing a great job along the year. Yeah, I'm so proud of him.
And how was racing for you last night?
It's kind of crazy because it was my first time, but I did a great job.
And speaking of great job, right over here, great job with securing the victory. We're going to see you on the podium. Who is this young man beside you?
That's my dad, and he has helped me win lots of victories, and I would like to thank as well some people. I would like to thank OKP Performance for helping me, and my teammate Isaac for helping me and pushing so we can get podium, like both of us can get podium. I would like to thank my family and my mom.
Chris,
very sweet.
Chris,
yes.
before you sign off, we got to find out from Camilla or her family, where's the celebration dinner going to be tonight?
Tonight, we're going to celebrate here on the track by having a lot of fun and dumping the race director right there.
In the very, very cold dunk tank. Is that right?
It's Eli that's getting dumped.
Listen, so poor Eli has to make those tough decisions that sometimes you guys aren't happy about. So now it's payback time. Are you guys gonna pay your $5 and throw some balls to try to put them in the tank?
About 12 times.
All right. Well, all of those dollars go to help benefit Toys for Tots. So, Cammie, Isaac, great season. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you.
Well, you just saw in our
Thank you.
You just saw in our side by side some contact made exiting the S's, and that was our top three. That was our not top.
That was our leader,
That was
Mateo
yeah.
Rubio Luengo, going
Okay.
around.
I was right.
He was our winner in KA 100 Senior, but yeah, he went for a spin, and by the time he's gotten restarted, the rest of this field is gone.
Yeah, that was
He
tough break there.
He just came around in 8th place, so heartbreak for Rubio Luengo, one of our top drivers typically. Would be nice to see that on replay, but again, how suddenly things can happen. You're first, and then suddenly you're in 8th.
Well, he hasn't run many races this year here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, but in this division at least. So as it sits right now, Blevins is at 12:55, Ozcheek the 4th is at 11:85, and Mateus Prates is at 11:60. But Brooke Chambeau is right there in 4th. I don't have her exact number.
Oh, that was a replay of the action happening there. So you can see some heavy blocking into turn number 9. And Rubio Luengo, I think Callan Spears gets down to the inside, and you could see a couple of wheels pop up in the air. So all kind of action. You have to wonder if, we had just heard his name, Eli Bearden, might be making some calls that might get him drawn to the dunk tank once again. But for the moment, Callan Spears leads, Christian Blevins second, Brooke Chambeau third.
Now let's watch closely at 4th and 5th. That's the battle right now for 2nd and 3rd in our championship points. So, again, if Prates finishes above Cheeks, he goes above Cheek, and vice versa.
That's all pending tech,
Yes,
pending
tech,
drops.
drops, penalties, all that fun stuff.
That's right. If a driver got penalized here, that would not be a drop. That would really be a handicap to their season.
That's instead of 3 races, you got 4.
Good to see Brooke Chambeau running in 3rd. Her father, Todd Chambeau, will be up next in our Tag Master Division. He will start on the pole. He won the pre-final earlier today. Brooke easily to recognize in that green driving suit with the pinkish helmet as our lead duo charges down the back straightaway. We are halfway through our Tag Senior final.
So, sitting here looking at comments on our YouTube Live, Chad Lewis, I'm going to assume that's Meyer Lewis's dad, says he's all good. Thank you guys for all the prayers.
Well, that is definitely good news to hear. So our lead duo, just about a couple feet between them. Callan Spears leads Christian Blevins. Blevins, several victories this season, looking to notch another one here in the 10th and final round of the championship series. Brooke Chambeau runs in 3rd. Mateus Prates 4th, and Oz Cheek the 4th, running in 5th. Cheek doing some double duty. He will be in his shifter cart later in the program. And if I didn't know better, I'd say these 2 carts up front look like team carts when you see Spears and Blevins. Other than the numbers, they're very hard to distinguish.
Helmets.
Yeah, the helmets. Christian has the black helmet. Callan Spears will say a little
Those
more
are
colorful.
Sodi carts, I'm pretty sure. They're orange, I think. Yeah, they're Sodis. I can see it now.
So they're making their way to turn number 16, maybe for the moment just logging some laps. Mateo Rubio Luengo still scored, unfortunately, as the eighth and final position in this race. And something we'll continue to track. Fastest lap of the race turned by Christian Blevins, 50.235 seconds. So again, about 10 seconds faster than our LO206 classes. We'll see what Blevins does here. Blevins was the pre-final winner. How much of this is head games? You know, when do these two start ending the entente? Is the sun starting to peek out, at least on main track or on the far end of the speedway, on what has really been a gorgeous afternoon here? If we could just bottle this up for every single race, that would be a sight to behold. And there you can see Brooke Shambo, the green with the purple helmet. She's running in third comfortably. A couple seconds up to the leaders, and then a couple seconds back to fourth and fifth, the battle with Matthias Paredes and Oz Cheek.
9 laps in, 3 more to go. I think Caden Butler either lost his transponder or is just not picking. That's a 199 cart. He was ahead of Mateo Rubio Lingo, and now he's fallen behind by 2 laps.
So our lead duo heads down to turn number 9, and for now content to just run nose to tail. You get a good look at those radiators and the tape on those radiators. The drivers try to regulate the temperature. Some of them have a fancy window shade. Others just use the old-fashioned duct tape.
Yeah, rip it off.
When the engine gets a little warm, that's right, they just rip it off. Now, in NASCAR, they can rip it off to cool it. They can also, when the temperature drops, they can add tape during a pit stop. No pit stops here, and the drivers aren't going to pull out a roll like MacGyver and start putting some tape on the radiator. So
hey, more tape equals faster speed, right? Stickers?
In NASCAR it would, because you get more downforce on the nose. It works until the engine overheats.
Yeah, and then it's bad.
Then you got a problem there.
Somebody's going home to rebuild the engine.
And now we see a pass for the lead. Christian Blevins ducks down to the inside of Callan Spears. So you have a new leader here on lap 10. Always seems like it happens. You get to 2 to go, and then the fireworks start. Let's hope there's a few less fireworks than some of our earlier races, as Christian Blevins looking for the sweep of the afternoon. He's going to defend on the inside. Callan Spears not able to counter. Oh, what? Just as I say that, a crossover move. Here comes Callan to the line. Callan leads to the white flag, and he has the preferred inside line down to turn 1 as they charge down the hill. So Callan retakes the lead. Let's see what Christian can do as they head back up the hill. Wearing out the bumper of that 989 as we see Christian Blevins take a quick peek now. How much defending will we have on this straightaway? And they're definitely on the inside. So Blevins down to the inside. So might have a new, up on some curbs. Spears able to hold on for the moment. So Spears fends off another attack from Christian Blevins. Up the hill they go, getting to the waning corners of this race, of this season for our tag seniors. And we might see a crossover here. Coming down, here comes Christian Blevins at the line. It's a close one, but Callan Spears holds on.
Look at that finish.
Only just. He defended on the inside of 16. I didn't think Blevins would have a chance at the crossover, and he sort of made a late stab at the line, but not quite enough.
Wow. That was a good finish.
Yeah, Callan Spears, your winner here in our tag senior final. Great win for Callan. Christian was looking for that sweep, just not quite able to bring it home. Callan made the pass for the lead as they came to the white flag, and he led that, but only just. And now we see our next group of carts ready, Tag Master, but before that?
I think that's going to move Prates to second. That's going to move Prates to second, Cheek to third, Blevins as long as everything holds up.
Well, it depends on the
drops in the penalties.
Yeah, the drops. Oh, also the points, because Prates finished 1 spot ahead. It looks like they came in 25 points separated, so it'll all come down to the math that's happening down the hallway.
Now, there's also the possibility that we can have a tie.
Ooh.
Depending on number of points.
As we see the rest of our field, looks like they're coming around, I believe at this point. That might be our final runner. Might be Matthias, or Mateo Rubio Luengo there possibly as our field comes off. They're going to cross the scales. We'll get a word with our winners and Chris Conowall down in our Blazers Wings victory lane as we await our tag masters to roll on track.
Well, since we've got a second, those tag masters. So let's skim through real fast.
Well, before we get to that, I'm just going to turn and let you know that this is our final race from the kart track of the year, but we do have our Moonshine Series coming up on the main track. It'll be Bandoleros, it'll be Legends, it will be karts, and that is coming up on November 23rd and 24th, so a 2-day show, and then December 14th. So 3 more races in our Moonshine Series. November 23rd and 24th, that's 2 weeks away, and then December 14th will round out the series. That's when you'll get to see karts on the main track. If you want to watch all that action, you'll see it right where you're watching it right now, whether that's Facebook Live or YouTube Live. We'd love to have you for that action on the main track for some more what could prove to be mayhem over there.
Yes, and I'll just make this easier on you, John.
Okay.
No, November 23rd, 24th, we are doing round 2 and round 3 of the Moonshine Series. So just how you were talking about, Highway 9 running all that moonshine, that's kind of the inspiration for this series that we're doing. And so we'll have Legends and Bandos on the 23rd and 24th. We'll also have them again on the 14th of December. And the big thing about December 14th is going to be our next Karts on Main Track event. So if you guys can hear me out there in the paddock and you have not signed up yet, it is Karts on Main Track on December 14th. We just announced this today. One of our normally season favorite events that we do here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Normally it's something we wait until the end of the year to announce, and we put it on the schedule again. So get excited. It's going to be fun.
Yep, sounds like a good one. Now, Will, when are we going to get the karts on the roundabout? I know that's an old April Fool's joke that you guys put together.
I hope we can do the Dawsonville City Circuit.
That's not an April Fool's joke. Yeah. We're actually working on that.
Okay, well, no fooling here. We're going to send it down to Blazers Wings Victory Lane with our own Chris Conowall.
Yeah, I've got teammates here, Spears and Blevins. I'm going to start with our winner who made some impressive moves there toward the end, but, as teammates, both of you celebrating. So talk us through it and talk about what this victory means to you.
It was a really long, hard-fought race. I mean, I did everything I could to either win or help my teammate win because, if you're teammates, all you can do is help each other or make each other better. And, that last lap, I gave everything I could on Christian. It was everything I could, I did. Like, around the S's, that was extremely hard to do, but somehow I made it, and I don't know. It was a really good race, and couldn't have asked for anything more.
Awesome. So, Mr. Blevins, there was a lead change there. You guys worked very, very well together. A couple teammates out here, and but I think where do you sit in the points and the championship?
For the championship, really it was just as long as I finished today, I would have been guaranteed first, and I'll be first for points. And at the end there with my teammate, I probably could have made P1 work, but I didn't want to risk it and both of us crash or anything because that'd just be really embarrassing for both of us. But I'd like to quickly thank my mom, my dad, DCT, Kellen Spears, my teammate, and all my other friends and everyone who's able to make this possible for both of us.
Yeah, speaking of, we got some of your fellow drivers over there. You got something else?
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to everybody that's helped me. Roof partners, my parents mainly, DCT with Leo and Miguel. I couldn't have asked for any better team to be with. And obviously, Oliver Nyberg is the new guy with us right now. But I couldn't have asked for a better team.
You got Andrew there saying, what about Andrew? But hey, guys.
All right, I'll thank all of you. Got Oliver, Andrew, Adam. I can't remember the both of your names. I'm very sorry, but both of you.
All right, so congrats to these guys, and we'll send it up from the Blazers Hot Wings Victory Lane, and we'll get back in the action of the race. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chris. On track now, the Tag Master Final, 12 laps the distance. Currently, Todd Shambo leads Kyle Clark, and then it is about a second back to Ian Drennan running in third, Simon Carton fourth, and Sean Akins running in fifth. Joining me back in the booth at the moment, the executive producer here at Atlanta Motorsports Park for today, Will Rigdon. So, Will, what have you thought so far of the day? We've covered a lot of ground, sunny skies, cloudy skies, some great racing, as well as some real touch-and-go moments that we've seen on track.
Yes. Well, as exciting as the pre-finals were, we are now in the finals, and this is when championships are decided here today, and I am more excited for this than anything else. This is what the entire season is built up to. We have had 9 rounds. We've had 2 doubleheader weekends. We've had a National Series event here. We have had all kinds of kart racing out here this season, and it all comes down to this last set of races.
You've also had sort of the duo races with the Georgia Sprint Karting Association, our friends from Lamar County Speedway coming up. So, yeah, been a banner year here for kart racing, and as well as the lights being installed
We have
here.
broken so many records this year, attendance records. This has been our highest attended season ever at AMP Kart Racing. Every single event this year would have been good enough to break our attendance record not even 2 years ago.
Okay.
So the amount of growth and everything we have had here at the track, the improvements that have been made, the lights, the sponsorships, just everything coming together. This is truly a world-class facility, and it's just awesome to be here, to see the growth, and just to get to experience kart racing at this level.
Well, the new tech area, the new queue for drivers
the scales,
to come on.
everything.
As well as, the improvements in the broadcast. We have the drones that bring us the coverage, more steady cams as well. The finish line or down in the kink. So it's all coming together quite nicely here as we round out our 2024 season.
And the best part about it is this is all to put a spotlight on the sport and to get more people interested, to get folks at home a better view of what we're doing here and what we're about at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And it's amazing to see what we've done, what we're doing, and what we're going to do.
So with the lights, of course, now you can do some night racing. I know you've had some of those enduros as well, which I know
we
those
had
use the rental carts.
We had 2 nighttime enduros in October, and both of them sold out.
How many carts are you running in each one of those
We'll do
enduros?
25 rental carts.
Okay. And does that actually mean when you gas up, you actually switch
Yeah,
carts?
you're switching carts every time. They keep a slew of ready-to-go carts, so you come out, the cart you were in gets gassed up and checked on, and then you hop in the one that they've just got done looking at.
Sort of a Pony Express model
Yes.
there. You just switch horses.
Well, and it also helps with
balance.
with balancing the carts out, because the carts are close, but they're not identical.
Oh, I know when you're on a rental, you always want that one that's just a little bit better than the others.
And they're
out
all
there.
within a half second of each other, so it's not crazy difference, but that still matters.
Yeah, when you get that rental that's a little bit better, you feel like Superman out there.
Yeah. Oh, you can feel it too.
And again, we have the new carts as well. Was it the
we upgraded the
Sodi
cart
carts?
fleet. We went back to Sodi's this season, so no more CRG carts. We are now back with Sodi, and those things are amazing. Anybody that knows rental karting knows Sodi's the name. Those are some of the best rental carts you can have.
What will happen at the kart track through the winter? I imagine you'll probably still have karting schools and junior discovery.
With the added lights, we will be doing a whole lot more. This is the time of year that the lights were put in for. Now that it's getting dark at 5:30, we can extend our operating hours, because now was when we would go into our slow season, but we can basically now it's going to be temperature is going to be the.
And that makes sense, because in the summer it's still light here until 9 o'clock.
Yes.
But the problem is it's still like 85, 90 degrees, so it's still wretched weather in the summertime. So we continue here, 7 laps down. Todd Shambo.
Halfway through this, just over halfway through this 12-lap contest.
Yep, Shambo just comfortably ahead of Kyle Clark. For the moment, Clark content to just ride in the tire tracks. And as we had mentioned earlier, Todd, the father of Brooke Shambo. We saw Brooke finish 3rd in the final for the tag senior division. So, again, always good to see families getting involved in racing. It seems like no matter what level of racing you're at, whether it's dragsters, whether it's NASCAR, or
racing
here in karting.
has always been a family sport. Families get started, families get, made and broken at the racetrack. It's a wild place, but without family, this this sport would not exist.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of some of those famous families like Petty's, Allison's, but also Force.
Got the Elliott's right behind
the
us.
Andretti's. Yep, Elliott's here. As we see these
I guess they
drivers-
become a family once Chase has a kid and he becomes a dominant racer. Then it's the the Elliott dynasty.
Yeah, well, it's a dynasty at that point. At least it's been fun seeing father and son.
And
Now
I just want to throw this out there. He got shafted last week. He should have won. He should have been in the.
What had happened? Because I forget where they
well,
were
he
in
didn't.
racing.
He didn't. Well, he got passed, so he would have lost either way. But the penalty at the end was a different set of drama. But
And this
he was
that-
close. He was close. He almost punched his ticket.
This was at Martinsville, or is
yeah.
that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see the race. I was
Well, they
with family.
gave a penalty. I forget the driver that got the penalty for a pseudo wall ride. He did the Hail Melon move, not
Okay.
intentionally, and they penalized him, and that caused a lot of drama.
So our leader's down through the kink once again, and we're going to enjoy the karts coming right at you. This is turn number 9. That's Daryl Cannon, a.k.a. Killboy.com on the other drone. And well,
this
let's
actually might be a LumaCube shot.
I just love the view of how
yeah.
it changes. You know, you're in a heavy braking area, and you see the drivers really having to muscle those karts through.
Now, this is
those
Killboy
important
right here
turns.
because he's got the speed. This is the FPV drone following them right now.
Okay.
So we did a little switch up here mid-show, trying out some new stuff with the drones.
Well, we're going to have to see if Killboy can follow Al Edwards around when Al's out coming up soon in the LO206 Master Race.
They just got the 2 to go, so let's see if Kyle Clark's got anything left in the tank to put a challenge up against Todd Shambo. It's pretty much been Shambo in the lead since the drop of the green flag on this race.
And suddenly now it seems like maybe that rubber band is snapped where Clark has lost contact with our leader.
Yeah, Shambo's been slowly pulling away these last few laps, and that could just be fatigue. I mean, these 12-lap races are long. This is our Masters division, so, you know, not the spring chickens of the juniors and seniors.
No, 30 years and up here.
The G-forces on these carts is quite incredible, and it's a workout to go 12 laps, especially out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well,
in one of
I
these.
recall last year our CEO, Jeremy Porter, did a race, and earlier this year Lucas Arnett did a
Yes.
race down at Lamar County, and they just looked beaten when they
look
came
like
out
they
of
just
the
came out
car.
of a sparring session. Like
Yeah.
they're just dripping in sweat. And that's what
and
what
then
these
it looks
machines do.
like they lost the sparring
Yeah.
session when they came out. I mean, kudos to them both for trying. And our CEO, he didn't just jump into an LO206. He just
he's
went
in the
straight to
shifter.
shifter, which really has to have maximum G-forces in it. As Todd Shambo about 8 kart lengths ahead, and you can see that.
He's pulling further and further right now.
Yep, that white number 55 is on its way to victory if he can just navigate these last
He's just
couple
got to
turns.
keep it together through 15 and 16.
Well, he was the
and
winner
into
in
17.
He was the winner in the pre-final, and he will be our first sweep of the day. Todd Shambo picks up our tag master final. Kyle Clark comes home in second. Ian Drennan third. We will await for the rest of our top 5. There comes Sean Akins coming home in fourth, and Luke Donahoe rounds out your top 5.
And today's going to be fun for these guys, too, because once we get done with all the races, we're going to go right into our season ceremony at the end of this. So we'll be doing season awards. We got the dunk tank. Get some good food coming for everybody to eat.
Now this dunk tank, I gotta wonder.
Yeah, I
gotta
gotta
wonder.
watch those.
I guess this is for anyone that's had any frustration all season long towards the race
Lucas
director.
left, okay?
any call that they didn't
Well,
agree
you see,
with.
Eli's been the race director all season. Lucas has just been kind of overseeing.
Well, that's true.
Because Lucas has been the GM. So now we're in that shift again now that Eli is the new GM. So we're currently in the process of training new race directors.
And today that second race director is
Could be Cole.
Cole Hollifield.
I don't know if he
down
signed
there.
up to be dunked today. I don't know if he knew about that. That was.
I don't know, but we're calling you out, Cole.
Yeah.
Actually, no, we're telling all the fans if or all the racers.
You know what? Here's an idea. Does Atlanta Motorsports Park have like a Cash App or a Venmo account or something? Because I mean, we can put that up there, and our viewers at home, per ball, the announcers will throw balls at the dunk tank.
That would be fun.
Yeah, I don't know if me throwing is a good investment, but
Well,
all proceeds do go to Toys for Tots, so it all goes to a good place.
And I saw them filling that tank up.
Oh yeah.
And it's going to be a nice brisk, probably 65 degrees.
Well, and the water looks
Dawsonville radioactive water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like now. How about this? when you make moonshine, you put together what they call the wort or the mash, and it
does
kind of
look
looks
a
like
little
that
bit,
right
yeah.
there.
Mashy,
Yeah. Yeah, it does look. Next group of carts rolling onto the track. It is our Kid Kart Comer division. They'll be using that Jelly Bean, and they will run 12 laps. Alex Schomer picked up the pre-final win, and they are getting staged up. They use that standing start. But, Will, even we were talking about the growth. Some of that growth you see is we now have a Legends division, but now we have separate races for Kid Kart Comer and LO206. It used to be both of them racing together.
We had earlier this year, we had like 16 sign up in Kid Kart split between the two divisions, and it was at a point where you got to split them.
Yeah. Well, almost at that point, it's for safety that they can't.
Well, you don't want a bunch of LOs out there zipping past the Comers the whole time. It's one thing if you got like 2 LOs and like 2 or 3 Comers.
Right. But once the numbers add up for these kids, it's really about seat time as the green flag's out, and we are underway.
And this is the real, I don't want to call it like transitory, but this is where if you're in this division for a whole season, that's a long time. Like most of these guys will start with Comers, halfway through they'll upgrade to LO, and then usually by the end they want to start hitting the full track.
Well, we're going to hit it down to Blazers Wings Victory Lane. Chris Conowall, take it away.
Yes, indeed. Ton Shambo, you're our first sweep of the day. You won pre-final and the final. Congratulations to you. We're here from the Blazers Hot Wings Victory Lane. Kyle Clark here today. Earlier, you guys were weighing in on things. Kyle, you said you liked your card exactly how it was set up. Good run today, and we'll be seeing you on the podium. So final thoughts on the season, and what are we looking for next season?
Just continue on, continue to have fun. That's really what I'm here for. I mean, I'm not really trying to get all serious with kart racing and all that. Just have fun, really. I like racing with these guys, and haven't been doing it that long, actually, maybe a year and a half. So, just continue on doing what we're doing.
That's because you had a baby.
Yeah, well, in addition to being a father-daughter duo out here, I see your helmet is adorned with a lot of signatures of other racers out here. So, Todd, you're sort of bring folks together out here, and to hear Kyle say he just enjoys just racing with you. So, thoughts on the season?
It's been a great season. I've enjoyed thoroughly. I've made every race at AMP. There's a good group of people. This is just a good racing's just a great place for your family, and especially with my daughter doing it. We love it, and they're all good. We might get heated in the moment, but at the end of the day, we all have big hearts, and we're good people, So I love racing. I absolutely love it.
For sure. All right, so we're broadcasting live, so everybody out there, congratulations to you, Todd. I'll let you say your farewells to folks out in YouTube land. Kyle, beginning with you.
Adios, amigos.
All right, how about you, Todd? Anybody you want to shout out to?
Absolutely. My mom and dad who are watching, who I love them to death, and they have to watch at home, and he used to come to all my races, and I miss him, and I love him, and I love you, Dad. Love you, Mom.
Wow. I appreciate you, Todd. All right, we're going to send it back up to you. We're from the AMP family, and Todd, thank you for sharing your family with us as well. We'll send it back up to the booth.
All right, thank you, Chris. Once again, a hearty congratulations. Todd Shambo sweeping the day in our tag master division. Just past the halfway point in our Comer Kid Kart final, Luca Valadez holding off Alex Schomer right now for the lead. Luca has that green helmet on, makes him very easy to identify. The helmet I'm missing today is Arlo Stowers with that that Roman Centurion.
Pass for second place right there. Wyatt Rower getting around Schomer, and to your point, I do miss that Mohawk, but I think is he still in Comer, or did he move up to LOs?
I think he was in Comer last time I remember. He might be.
Well, he was in Kid Kart. I don't know if it was LO.
Well, I know he got injured earlier this season, and that probably bumped him out of.
He had a playground industry injury. Man, I can't talk right now.
Yeah, because he had an off track. He wasn't even here when he got
hurt.
hurt.
It was monkey bars.
Yeah.
Which seems to be the typical go-to elementary school injury.
He had the basically the same thing happened to Chase Elliott. don't be goofing around when you're not on track.
As we see Luca Valadez lead the way, put lap number 9 on the board. Very easy to identify. Green helmet, almost shades of, I'm thinking, Ayrton Senna always had that very distinctive helmet when he was in Formula One.
And look at this. This is action for second place starting to heat up here.
That's Wyatt Rower is the lead car in that pair. Then we have Alex Schomer behind.
Schomer, look at that, looks to the inside. Gets a little bit of a run. Yep, is able to get in front of him, gets that position back.
Power move as they see the popsicle sticks. 2 laps remaining. 2.7 seconds the advantage for Luca.
Let's see if Rower has anything to answer with right now as they're making their way down the back straightaway here on our kidney bean course.
Yeah, coming up to see the white flag. So in earlier action, it was Alex Schomer who made a late pass to get the pre-final win. Does not look like things are going his way.
He made a little bit of a defensive move there. That might have cost him a little bit of speed. Let's see, because that let Rower suck up right back behind him. So they're going to be bumper to bumper coming down this back straightaway.
Well, coming off the final set of corners, we should see the checkered flag in the air. Luca Valadez is on his way to victory, and we'll see in this battle for second.
He's on
setting up here as they are almost side by side to the stretch, to the line. Looks like Wyatt Rower.
Rower gets around, gets the position back.
So while we have a second, if my point's correct, Luca Valadez is our Comer Kid Kart champion because it was only a 5-point difference between him and Schomer based off the drops. Luca finished first, Schomer finishes third.
Wow, that would be we don't know what the point breakdown. We know it's 200 to win, but boy, it's all going to come down to the drops. They have an abacus and a Cray supercomputer perhaps down in the room there.
Yeah, he's just going to hijack my computer.
Well, congratulations. Luca Valadez picks up the finals win here in our Kid Kart Comer.
What's the stuff all over your screen, Steve? You eat a lot of powdered donuts?
Yeah, that's what we'll go with.
All right, coming up next on track will be our Kid Kart LO206.
Well, you only live at racetrack, Steve, so I'm not surprised.
It's powdered donuts.
I would think funnel cakes and boiled peanut, salt,
juice,
debris, brine.
Hey, speaking of, you had your first go at a dirt track.
Yes, I did, and that was fun. I know what all the hype is about, John. Why you always leave us to go announce down at Sonoya.
Yeah.
The North Georgia Speed. I tried to announce Steve out of a job, but
no, it didn't work. They like me too much.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the cool things we did my last race down at Sonoy was on the 26th of October, right before Halloween. So we said, hey, let's do a trunk or treat, and they said they'd do it with the race cars. And I thought, we're going to get 3 or 4 race cars up there, and the kids will do some candy. And they start lining them up, and we must have had, that strip on the front at Sonoy, and they angle parked in 30, probably 35 race cars. They just kept coming, and it literally turned into a touch-a-truck as much as it was a trunk or treat. And kids and all families being able to get down and do photos. And myself and my announce partner, we went down, and we were just talking with drivers and having fun and really just made an event of it. And it fit the day because while that was happening, they were doing prep on the track to rewater the track, to rework it. So really just became one of those special things that same thing as here, you just never know what night or what afternoon at a racetrack can really just be special for things that aren't just the racing on the track. It's that certain people are there or certain events happen, whether it's, giving out candy to kids, doing a water balloon fight. You can have all kind of fun things that just spontaneously and organically happen.
Well, they did similar trunk or treat or at North Georgia Speedway, and they actually had a huge crowd the night I got to go up there because I-75 canceled, so we ended up getting about 117 entries, which was awesome for my first event.
Green flag out here in our Kid Kart LO206 event. Well, I saw the pictures from North Georgia. They had the cars on the track, which can be more logistics of a hassle because you have to get the people off the track. In this case, Sonoy did it on the flat right in front of the track, so you just had to get the people away from the cars to let the cars go back, and you could quickly get back to racing. But
I won't tell you what time I left the track, but my wife will definitely tell you what time I came in for.
Oh, goodness. What time?
That's dirt track racing.
What time did you leave the track?
About 2 a.m.
Yeah,
and that was about a 2-hour drive home.
Ooh, coming to the the sun's coming up as you're coming home. Carter Merard leads lap number 1. He was the pre-final winner, so he had the luxury of starting on the pole. Rest of our field getting single filed out here as they make their way down to turn 16. Just like the Comer Kid Kart division, this LO206 Kid Kart division uses the Jelly Bean. They'll head to turn number 1, and before they get to turn number 2, they make a quick turn through the cutoff, and suddenly they're at turn number 14. good amount of elevation change, even in this small jelly bean of a course, Steve. So these drivers, not just toting on flat ground. They're having to work up and down. Good battle there. Matthew Perez will Krekel. And it looks like Krekel's coming up on the inside, trying to get up to third. At the line, he does take that position. Let's see, he's able to squeeze in front. And let's see if he can set off after our lead duo.
So as it sits right now, Harrison Marich, who's not running today, I think he's here. He's got this one wrapped up, 1,400 points. It's going to be between Matthew Perez and Anthony DeFeo for second and third. As it sits right now, Perez with 1190 and DeFeo 945. Now DeFeo is currently in second, and Perez is in fourth.
That should be a hardy enough gap, though, that unless something bizarre happens, we should see Matthew Perez notch in as second. Once again, all the things we say, they're unofficial. They don't trust us.
Everything.
Yeah, they don't trust us with making decisions here. We're just sharing the action with you, and we are happy that you are watching us this afternoon. Will Krekel might have got a bad start, but boy, he's coming on strong here, right to the rear bumper of Anthony DeFeo. Just a couple laps ago, he had passed Matthew Perez, so he is on the move here. Krekel has run the fastest lap of the race, 24.530 seconds.
He's definitely moving.
Might have scrubbed off some speed right through turn 17 there.
Hey, guys.
Yes, Chris. Sounds like you might have some winners down
Yeah,
there.
and some very happy families filming as well. We've got Luca Valadez here. Is that right, Luca?
Yes.
And what happened in that race? Did you what happened?
I don't know.
Did you win?
Yeah.
Yeah? Did Luca win, you guys?
Yeah, I should have locked in the championship too.
Luca, I don't know if you can hear us, but you've locked in the championship.
You are the champion. He is our champion this season. The family thinks he's number 2.
Nope, we've got him at 1080.
They got him at 1080. Can you guys give him a round of applause? Yeah, how about that?
Now this is our unofficial.
Yeah, unofficial. But
unofficially.
This is from the booth.
But for this moment, he is. And how about you? What a great season you had, huh?
My start was my start was pretty good, and I catched up to Alex and I passed, and then he passed me back, and I passed him back in the last few seconds.
Right. Now, who are these folks here filming you? Right over there. Who's that?
My mom.
Your mom? And so you guys did some passing there. There was right at the very end. Who passed who at the very end? Did you pass or did you pass?
I passed Alex.
You passed?
Yeah.
So did that make you the winner?
No.
No? Second? So that makes you – oh, you passed Alex, not Luca. Gotcha. All right. Well, you guys, what a great season. Will you be back? Will you be coming back next season?
Yes.
And how about you? Will you be coming back next season?
Yes.
All right. Would you guys ask your families to come on over here and get in the camera real fast? Come on over and join your crew, everybody, because racing here at Atlanta Motorsports Park is a family, definitely a family affair. You guys get in here and wave to everybody out there in YouTube land. Congratulations to our champion, Luca Valadez.
All right, and Chris, with that, we're going to take it back up top. We're on the final lap of our LO206 Kid Kart final. Carter Merard leads, Anthony DeFeo and Will Krekel. They're just about nose to tail, so the checkered flag waiting. Let's see if DeFeo or Krekel can make a move as Merard comes to the line, his hand pumping in the air. He picks up the win and sweeps the day. Congratulations, Carter Merard. Anthony DeFeo second, Will Krekel third, Matthew Perez fourth, and Holden Gargis comes home in fifth.
Hold up, we've got
We're doing some math up here.
We've got more math. We're coming with there might be a surprise finish here.
Yeah, we might have just stuck our foot in our mouth.
Yeah, this might be way closer than we thought.
All right.
We just looked at first and second. We didn't look at third. Because once you calculate drop races.
Are you over there mathing?
We are actually mathing.
We are inspiring confidence.
Yes, it's going to be close.
So we have an aircraft mechanic and a marketing agent working on our math over here.
Look, all right, I didn't finish college, okay?
Okay.
Aerospace math got too hard.
Okay, I don't think you want to throw a meteorologist in the mix. That's
No.
generally not going to help.
I mean, weather, clouds, I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, we were talking about sports earlier and how Georgia Tech picked up the win. Right now, the Black Knights of Army are playing in a game. They're undefeated. How exciting is that? Seeing the Army rise from the ashes.
I'm not going to say the last time that they were ranked and undefeated.
That's your champion.
1950 something? Okay.
We're not going to. We'll wait till the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, the last time that they were ranked was 1939.
Okay.
Undefeated.
I would have thought it was in the 40s or 50s. They had some
39.
championships there. But looking, if they're playing North Texas, if they win that, they have a big one coming up against Notre Dame. But
how
they
about beat Notre Dame?
Army-Navy really looks like a great game. I was looking on ESPN. You know how you can buy tickets on there? And the Army-Navy.
Duck Notre fame?
Yeah.
What's
Ducks is number one. Oregon Ducks in first.
But the Army-Navy game tickets were north of $700.
Ooh.
But then you look, there was some game, it said tickets as low as $2. It was like one of those Wednesday night games in the MAC.
Hey, you know what's
going to
be a cheap ticket tomorrow or next week? University of Miami.
Oh, yeah.
Georgia Tech locking it in, baby. 28-23.
Will, the only
Go
Georgia Tech
Jackets.
fan in this vicinity.
Just might
But
be
I
the
can
only
probably
one.
say the same with Oregon for myself.
All right, coming back to racing, KA 100 Junior is going to be on track next. Gabriel Lopez Velarde, the winner in our pre-final, and that's going to be brought to us courtesy of VRD Racing. Will, you might be able to tell us about VRD Racing, because to me it sounds like a cool thing, but tell our listeners more about them.
So VRD is well, they're not ours, not affiliated with AMP. They are a racing development program. They're affiliated with us in the fact that they are based out of AMP. So they've got space up front, they rent garages, and they run their development program here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And it's a formula development team. So whether you're trying to go American road racing or international, trying to go on the path to F1, they do routes for both USF, Indy Lights, and they do the pathway for F3, F4, F3 over in Europe. And so most guys, depending on financials and where they sit, some of them will go into the USF and the Indy Lights, or they'll go over to Europe and train more. But what's crazy to me is all these guys are like 14, 15, 16.
There's some that are younger than that.
It is insane how just small and young these kids are, and they're getting in machines capable of doing 150, 200 miles an hour. Insane to watch. But yeah, if you want your kid to get more development, definitely come up here and check it out. Now, they'll let anybody, come and test with them if you've got a pocketbook and can
a helmet,
cover the cost of it. Yeah. But for the most part, they stay out here. They'll scout drivers. They'll look at some of the kart racers. They were sponsor in this division last year, and they gave. We're not in the juniors. They were sponsors in the tag senior division, and they gave a one-day test to the winner of that division last year. And so they're always keeping their eyes open for talent. But yeah, the path to F1 is completely wild. It's not the same as it is, with oval racing with going from short track to NASCAR, because it's basically a winner you're done kind of thing when you go over to Europe. And if you don't move up each year, by the time you're 20, if you haven't made it, you're pretty much, I don't want to say you're a has-been, but
so what you're saying is I have no chance.
I'm just saying is usually come back and you become a driving instructor.
It sounds
I did that.
That sounds a lot like minor league baseball, where your first couple seasons, if you're not moving up, you're kind of like, hey, thanks for trying. You're going to not be a baseball player
Good
anymore.
luck.
All right, field stacked and loaded for our KA Junior final, courtesy of VRD Racing. We will see Gabriel Lopez Velarde. He's going to be on the pole. So right now he is in that red helmet on the left side of your screen. The rest of the field will stack up. We saw some good racing in this pre-final. In fact, Steve, I think this is the pre-final where we were like, wow, they're not holding anything back in the pre-finals, let alone for the finals.
They were ready to rock and roll straight out the gate, and that's what it looks like right here.
Yeah,
Look how slow they're going.
Oliver Neighbert second on the inside. Harry Cunningham is on the outside pole. So they're in the tram lines, and no, we're not going to get a start here.
Close.
So
probably need to slow down just a little bit more.
Now they're just going to zig and zag, make their way. I forget what field it was where they had an incident right here.
I think it was
on
this
the
one.
parade lap.
Was it these guys?
I think it might have been
the Masters.
It was the yellow 206 Masters that had that?
I believe it was, no, that was
K.
Tag.
It was Tag Master,
Yeah,
okay.
it was Tag Master.
Just a wild incident on the formation lap. Somebody, I guess, trying to catch up to the field, ended up hitting somebody.
So, again, silly season could happen here, too. You got Gabriel Lopez Velarde, 1485, Oliver Nabert, 1435, Henry Cunningham, 1380.
By the way, they're creeping to the start line here.
I
So
like
you get
it.
a good look at our entire field, including that 842 machine right there. And they are puttering along that bluish-white smoke. Signature hallmark of a two-stroke engine. The oil-gas mixture lets them get incredible number of revs and some incredible power as well. They're in the tram lines. The green is out, and we are underway here in our VRD Racing KA100 Junior Final.
Getting a
Oh,
little
somebody
dicey there.
sideways.
Ooh.
Oh, airborne!
He is upside down.
And we're going to go red flag immediately here as we have had an incident on the start of our KA100 Junior Final. And with that, we will be back in a few moments.
If everyone could please clear the upper area. If everyone could please come down, clear the upper area. Very important that everyone clears the way for our staff to check on those drivers. If everyone could please clear the area. Drivers, if you could stay in your carts, please. Drivers, please return to your carts. All drivers, return to your carts. Thank you. All right, drivers, if you will get back in your carts. It looks like we are getting the course clear. If everyone will please get back in your carts. And the race director will get you underway in just a minute. Just sit tight. if everyone would please stay in their carts, and that's why. All right, things getting back underway.
Race fans, welcome back to the broadcast of round 10 of the Championship Kart Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Another accident the afternoon. This time, the first lap of our KA 100 Junior final. And we'll get confirmation that drivers are okay, but we did have one kart going upside down. So that brought out an immediate red flag. I'm John Matthews, joined by Steve Newbold. We also have Will Rigdon in the booth. Will, so for the second time today, we have one of those immediate red flags. Definitely just reiterates that just how quickly things can happen here in auto racing.
You blink and you miss it, and it's obviously a part of the sport. It happens. People, carts go everywhere, and we're not going to show you the replay of what happened there. It's, everybody's okay. Since we have been here doing this, we have not had any major injuries out here on track. Knock on wood here, and not trying to jinx this for the rest of the day, just trying to ease the tension here, because what we just saw was pretty rough. And fortunately the driver is okay. I know there's a lot of concerned parents out there, and
I did walk outside during the red flag, and there's just sort of an eerie silence. You're used to hearing a certain rhythm at a track. You're used to hearing the sounds, and just a sort of a quiet other than the wind outside this afternoon.
Well, and it's a little bit different of a just of a vibe here at a road course, because the wrecks that do happen, these are like motorcycles. You're not supposed to stay in them when they wreck, and it can get a little hairy there for a second. But for the most part, these are fairly, they're not bad. Not like when you're at a short track and there's a wreck and everybody just goes to talking with their neighbor while they're cleaning it up, because for the most part the drivers are okay. At a short track, whereas here, when there's a wreck, it's usually a wreck.
Yeah,
it's usually someone coming out of the cart. And as opposed to in a stock car where you have a roll cage around you have a containment seat to keep you protected from major impacts. We'll try to get the name of the driver Well, they did move the rest of the field around to what we'll call the staging area on the Jelly Bean. I could see some of the drivers when the red flag came out down by, we'll call it the pit stewards. There you can see some of the field lined up by the bus stop chicane and
well, we
try
didn't
to confirm.
We didn't get a clean lap in, so they're going to have to grid it back.
Restart.
Yeah, it's going to be a complete restart.
I will say the only number I did not see as the carts went around, I did not see the 825 of our pole sitter, Gabriel Lopez Velarde. So don't have confirmation on how the drivers are doing or what carts were involved, but we will get back to action as soon as we can.
One thing this is going to shake things up here a little bit, and this is just for the overall day. We're going to be running up against daylight here, so race director's probably going to have to shorten these remaining races because this is our second red flag incident of the afternoon, and we were already 30 minutes behind schedule starting the afternoon. And so with that, I don't know if we're going to make it past 5:30 because we can't run these things after dark. Even though we have the lights, we are not zoned to run race carts after dark.
Well, also, normally at this point we would see a lot of shadows just because of the cloud cover. We're not seeing those, but normally this entire part of the track would be covered up in the shade. But you're right, sunset here in Dawsonville, Georgia,
about an hour and a half off. And
is there a way? I mean, I'm just talking out right now.
Well,
is there a way hypothetically we could file for a junction with the city to let us finish this? I mean, this is the last race of the year. I mean, we do have Chris Conowall down.
I'm just going to
go
ahead.
Hold on, Will.
I'm just going to go ahead and cut you off now, Steve.
Will, better call Conowall.
Yeah.
And there it is, right
I'm
there.
going to go ahead and cut you off and say they're letting us run rental carts at night. Don't want to go back to that well too soon.
Now we could have Al Edwards out there.
We could replace
And the
LO206 Masters with.
Yes. Now Al could go out there by himself
Yeah.
in that electric cart and be fine. Although I was thinking of the dream team of Al Edwards and Chris Conowall at City Hall promoting.
That's how we
night
promote.
racing.
That's how we promote the legends on Main Street.
Conowall at City Hall. Here we go. The rhymes are getting bad here.
We're running out of jokes.
Yeah, if
Mike, you
Chris,
chime in.
If Chris could go petition the city to let our road course race in downtown Dawsonville happen, there were so many people that we interact with here at the track that were like, "Dude, are you serious? Like, for real? Let's do this."
I will tell you, I'm going to pull every string that I've gotten that other people have got because I think really that would absolutely just be amazing to have those legends come down Highway 9 where they used to, run moonshine, just the history that would be there, get NASCAR involved. We were talking about it, Sean and I were talking about it. NASCAR would probably come out big. I mean, and with your partnership with the Sheriff's Department already, I'm sure they would be all about it. So, yeah, the Moonshine Festival weekend, you need to have it.
That would be fun.
So it looks like Eli is talking to our drivers. I'm not exactly sure what he's telling them.
I think he's
issuing maybe a stern warning.
I think that's a come to Jesus talk with the juniors.
And both of our incidents have been in the junior classes today. We've said, this is for drivers age 12 to 15. They're at that age where they think they're bulletproof.
Well, these are some of the youngest drivers and some of the fastest carts on track.
The only cart I didn't see in the lineup probably involved in the incident was Keon Air, who I don't see his number 1 placard down there. So we'll see how they shake out. Oliver Nybert still inside row number 2, so that would mean that Gabriel Lopez Velarde is ahead of him. Kerry Cunningham also still in the running. We'll see how everything shakes out if we attempt to get a green flag this time around.
They have got these carts woed down, so should see a little bump in there coming through turn 17. So let's see as they make their way onto the front straightaway if we can get the green flag. And it looks like Hunter Halsey likes what he sees. And we are back underway. Green flag is out as your field going almost 2x2 through turn 1. Over the hill, diving into turn 2.
Oh, double spin.
Synchronized spinning down the hill, and I believe one of those was Isabella Mia.
And they managed to stay out of each other and on the track, so that is good. They should be able to get back underway as right now your leaders are making their way down the back straightaway and through the kink.
Yeah, that's Gabriel Lopez Velarde, and he was able to bring Oliver Nybert
and look at
with
this.
him. Battle for the lead already. Nybert on the outside in the dark helmet. Inside, Lopez Velarde in the red helmet.
Nybert's just letting them know he's there.
Yeah, they had this really good battle in the pre-final. Things went a bit over the edge on our initial start, but we're back underway. And, Will, as you said, this is scheduled for 12. We're going to watch the flags and see how long these go.
And there goes Nybert looking to the outside again, but look at this, third place.
Cunningham goes from third to first, but the momentum is petering out. So they're side by side into one.
And Nybert's going to get the shove all the way to the outside there in turn 1, but that's going to set him up for the inside of turn 2.
Local caution was out down the hill. Don't know what that was.
I think that was on turn 16.
Now Cunningham stuck on the outside, so he loses a spot to Adam Wine.
And right now, actually, that's the number 4 of Nybert, so he's back up to second right now. That puts Cunningham back to third. Unless that's Wine that passed him in.
I think that's Wine. Nybert's in second, Wine in third.
So then Cunningham back to fourth.
Yeah, once again getting after it here. One lap, about a lap and a half into this race. So we'll see if they do start to trim the lap.
Still waving the flag.
Oh,
there
yep.
at
There's
14,
a cart in the wall right there at 14.
Okay.
Right there in the earth wall.
And look at that, a little bit of action there for 5th and 6th. That was Meyer Lewis looking to get around Emma Schumann. But he thought better of it, and now they're back single file as your top 6, who you're watching right now, diving down that big turn 2. Thrill Hill, as we call it here, the most extreme turn of any kart track in the world.
Which, having done it just in a rental, it's already crazy enough because you know you have to slow down for the corner. But if you hit the brakes too much, you're going around in it. So side by side for first, side by side for third. Cunningham up to third. Up front, Lopez Velarde holds on to the lead. So this trio was really making the show in the pre-final. Let's see what happens. I could see Cunningham wave to Wine behind him saying, let's get in line. I don't think the drivers are agreeing to that now.
No, not at all.
This is championship
here we
race
go.
right here.
Here
look
we
at
go.
That.
Look at this pass.
Cunningham.
But again, he can't get in
He
front of
loses
Lopez.
the momentum.
Contact! Whoa, Oliver
that's
Nybert jumps in the air. You could see the smoke. He ends up in the grass.
So Nybert was currently our second place in championship points. So that's going to cost him. And Harry Cunningham, depending on how the finish is, will move up to second.
Well, that's going to be up to race control to look at that and review the footage on there because
there was both of those drivers involved.
Yeah, I don't know if we got that on replay or not.
But the second time, Harry Cunningham had that good drive off 17, but the momentum petered out. Lopez Velarde and Neighbor got by him, but there you could finally see that contact as they made it through the middle of turn number 1.
And, my first glance, it looked fairly innocent, just like a racing incident, but
it was a little bit of tire smoke there, and they both kind of pulled out to avoid any additional contact.
Because any kind of penalty would be detrimental to either driver.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, they're both, 40, 50 points off each other?
Yeah.
And then there's 50 points that separate first and second.
So Nybert comes around 10 seconds in arrears, so you would almost say for him the race day is done. He's just in damage control mode at this point. Gabriel Lopez Velarde leads Harry Cunningham and Adam Wine. We're 4 laps in. Again, race fans, we are not only racing each other, we're racing Mother Nature. Sunset is in about an hour and 20 minutes, so we'll see if race control starts shortening races. We do have 5 more races after this event.
We might be able to. We're getting these in about 10 to 12 minutes, but that's going to bar
pushing it.
No additional incidents.
The old hide the yellow flag trick.
Well, compared to a short track, we fortunately when incidents do occur, for the most part,
here's the replay. So the blue on the left, that is Cunningham, and you can see he and Neighbor together a long time, and then they hop wheels. Nybert spins around again.
I mean, he had a great run.
I mean, I would call that a racing incident because the problem is Nybert's on the outside, so he can't turn in until the space is there, and it looked like he tried to turn in a little bit sooner. And
meanwhile, down at turn 9, Cunningham still on the attack here, trying to get by Lopez Velarde. And he's able to hold off Velarde. Velarde takes a peek back, and for the moment, they're just going to run nose to tail.
So
what happened to that rule that you only race in the last 2 laps? Because they've been racing pretty much from
I don't
from
think that
the green.
rule applies to juniors and below, and sometimes not the seniors either,
or the Masters, or Legends.
Well, we saw we saw it earlier today in the Masters on lap 0.
Yeah.
But right now, we are watching your leaders as they go diving into turn 2. We are on lap 6, so at the halfway point.
So hypothetical here, again hypothetical. Cunningham would have to beat out Lopez Velarde because there's only 105 points that separate
Now
them.
that's not
But
calculating the third
yes,
drop, so
yes.
that completely jacks up all the math on there. So I wouldn't look at that. Messed up my math on calculating the kids. We're not going to make that mistake again. Oh, it's on the speaker. We're in the middle of a race.
So our race paired up. Lopez Velarde leads Harry Cunningham. Then we have Adam Wine and Emma Schumann in third and fourth. So a couple of pairs up at the front of this race. Things have settled down for the moment, Steve. So maybe for the first time in this division all day, things have just reached an equilibrium at this point because, boy, they have packed a season's worth of drama into this afternoon.
Yeah, we're looking at a amazing conclusion to the end of the season. You know, a lot of hard-fought battles are coming down to this last race for each division. And, you know, with what happened just a minute ago with Cunningham and Neighbor, it's going to be interesting to see how the stewards score that and how the points stack up. Again, we just have a general overview. We don't have the finalized points per se. We don't have the drops calculated. This is without drops calculated that we are presenting to you.
So Lopez Velarde continues to lead Harry Cunningham. Maybe right now Cunningham just saving his stuff, keeping the tires cool. Behind him, Adam Wine about a cart length ahead of Emma Schumann. Then it is about a 2-second gap back to Meyer Lewis, who is running in fifth. There you see Meyer just crest the top of the hill as our leaders make their way through the kink. Everyone charges down the back straightaway. Emma Schumann looking to make a move for third, but not able to pull the trigger quite yet, as that's going to let our lead duo open up just that much more distance between themselves and third and fourth. It's almost the ideal situation for Cunningham, Steve.
Yes.
He doesn't now, if he can get to that last couple laps, he doesn't have to worry about losing second. They're safe, and he can really just go all in on trying to figure out a way to the win.
Yeah, they're 1-2 as they cross the line. Cunningham with the fastest lap that time by 52.703.
Now, we've already seen twice in this race, Lopez Velarde had Oliver Nybert to the outside, and then we saw that 3-wide cross-under move by Harry Cunningham. We'll see if Cunningham goes back to that well one more time. As once again they weave down this long, twisting back straightaway. Schumann again takes a look. She's got a pretty good set to the inside of Adam Wine in the battle for the lead. She does get into third, so Emma Schumann, you've got a new third place. Yeah. And our leaders on screen now. We're going to follow in with them.
Cunningham had a little bit of a bobble there. Exiting 14. Don't know if he got a little loose and tried to correct himself or what happened.
Well, something to watch. In the points battle, Oliver Nybert back in sixth. He is 10 seconds in arrears of fifth place Meyer Lewis. So the points, we'll see what the stewards say. Our leaders have less than 2 to go. They head up the hill, up what we call Thrill Hill, past our vantage point. The KA, these air-cooled engines screaming in the air here outside of Dawsonville, Georgia.
And it looks like we are 100% going to get 12 laps.
Yep. Little bit of a defensive line from Lopez Velarde. So now the defense being played. We'll see if Cunningham will counter that with some sort of crossover move as they head up towards turn 14.
Watching how Cunningham is setting up his corner in 14 and 15, he's going to swing to the outside is my projection. Next lap to try to do an overtake.
Well, he only has 1 lap remaining as the white flag flies from the hand of our starter, and Lopez Velarde leads Cunningham. They get to turn number 2, and they're still nose to tail, just 1 cart length between our top duo.
A little early there.
Yep, Cunningham takes a quick peek to the inside just to say, hello, I'm here. For the moment, Lopez Velarde in that red helmet leads the way down through the kink.
As they're through the kink, entering the back stretch.
And look at the defensive line. Yep. Lopez Velarde all the way over to the inside. Here comes Cunningham to the outside.
Oh, that's going to be close right here.
And he couldn't do a crossover there. He was pinned on the outside. So our lead duo is going to head up to turn 14. Just a couple of corners remain in our VRD Racing KA Junior Final.
A little bit. What did I say?
Here
right to the outside. See if he tries the under over.
Can he try the crossover? He's trying.
Oh.
They're side by side, but the momentum to Lopez Velarde, and with his hand in the air, he picks up the win. Gabriel Lopez Velarde, your KA 100 junior winner. Harry Cunningham has to settle for second, Emma Schumann third, Adam Wine fourth, and Meyer Lewis in fifth.
Great drive by Cunningham there, trying to get around Lopez Velarde there in the last couple corners. Just didn't have it. Might have been gearing, might have been the line that they ran. But congratulations to Gabriel Lopez Velarde. Looks like we're going to go down to Chris Conowall.
Yeah, speaking of congratulations, I've got Carter Merard here, the winner of the LO206 Kid Kart series, who sat here so patiently and waited the interview. And so I'm going to ask Carter a couple questions here, starting first with, how old are you?
7.
7 years old. I'm here with Dad. Dad, Carter's been racing since how old?
He's been driving since 3 and racing since 5.
Driving since 3 years old, racing since 5. And y'all hail from Huntsville, Alabama, but you're to us by way of Tennessee, is that right?
That's correct. Music City Kartplex is our home track, and so AMP isn't too much further, so we try to make it here as much as we can.
Awesome. And Carter made it 5 times this year, and you've got some markings on your helmet. What are those markings on your helmet? Are those wins that you've done?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you won today, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so in a little bit you're going to be up there on the podium. So I did want to say congratulations, great season to you, and will we see you next year?
Yeah.
Good answer. That's 3 yeahs in a row. Dad, thank you so much for being here. Congratulations, Carter, and we'll see you up there at the podium in just a little while. All right, I'll send it back up to you as I rally up the winner of that race.
Hold on just a second, Chris.
Yeah.
Carter, can we get one more yeah? We have a tally we're trying to keep.
Okay, you guys marking them on your helmet the way that Carter marks his wins?
Yes.
Okay, so is Atlanta Motorsports Park your favorite racetrack?
Yeah.
There you go. All right.
That's the right answer.
That's the right
there.
Good answer. Good answer. Congratulations. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Hey, you want to say hi to somebody, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 5 yeahs. So who do you want to say hi to? How about Ma?
Mom.
Yeah, Mom's watching from home. Can you want to wave? Say hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
All right. Well, congratulations one more time. Can I get one more yeah for the road?
Yeah.
All right.
That was 6.
That was 6 yes. All right.
We'll take it.
Thanks, guys.
I want that stone
Travel
cold,
safe.
If
Yes.
you're here, give me, the stone cold line. So, all right, thank you, Chris Conowall, down at Victory Lane.
Yeah, I'm
And
going
that
to try
was
to.
with Carter Merard, our LO206 Kid Kart winner. Chris, coming up shortly, you should try to get Gabriel Lopez Velarde.
Yep.
He swept the day in our KA 100 junior event. I'd be interested to hear what he saw on that initial start attempt, and then he had a good battle with Harry Cunningham.
I will
for the
say,
stretch.
yeah, I will get him. He's right over there. And Harry as well. Let's see if we can get them back over.
All right, rolling on the track now is our tag, cadet, and rookie division. Tag stands for touch and go, so we'll have both our rookies and our cadets on track. Rookie, these are drivers age 7 to 10. Cadet, age 8 to 12. And these karts might flirt with the 50-mile-an-hour mark. They have 10-horsepower engines. Rookies weigh 226 pounds, a little heavier, and the cadets 246 pounds.
And I've got Gabriel and Harry here if you guys want to go now or in a minute.
Yeah, take it away, Chris.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So, Gabriel, you are our second sweep of the day. You won the pre-final and now the final, and you are our champion hands down. Is that right?
Yeah.
There's 7 yeahs. Harry, talk to me about the race, my friend.
Yeah, it was a crazy race. I mean, a horrible crash at the start. Also, that was my teammate who flipped, so I want to give a shout out to him. He's been sent to hospital with a broken hand, so I mainly want to shout out to him. But from the restart, I mean, it was a crazy race. Me and Gabriel kind of broke away from the field, and we worked together for the majority of the race, and I knew when it got to like 2 or 3 laps left, it was go time, and Gabriel put up a great defense, and I couldn't crack it. I couldn't get down to the inside. I couldn't go around the outside. But yeah, it was a great race, and it was really fun.
And so, Harry, before I send it back up there, next season, we're going to see you in the same series out here?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay in KA Junior. I think until the end of next year, or the end of the year after, because I'm only 13, and then we'll move it to senior eventually.
Awesome. And Gabriel Lopez, you are also 13, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you'll be staying for another year. You've got this championship under your belt for this season, so we'll see you back out here, I guess, next year as well. Is that right?
Yeah, I think.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so we're going to have you guys at the podium in just a little bit, but I'm going to let you shout out to everybody out there in YouTube land about your thoughts on the entire season. Congratulations to you. Who would you like to shout out to before we turn it over?
I would really like to give big shout-outs to my dad and DPC. They've been great. I wish I was with them earlier.
Excellent. All right, Harry, anybody at home watching you want to say a shout-out to before I turn it back to the guys in the booth?
My dad, he's watching from home, and he's watching actually overseas. And my mom, my team Kart Freedom, and my teammate who is in the hospital right now.
And I got to see him before he left, and he's in good spirits. So I'll let you know that. All right.
And Chris, could we get the name of the teammate? Was that
Kian Iyer?
Kian Iyer. Okay.
Yep. Kian and his mom. We're just going to get him checked out. So he's going to be good. So and to your dad overseas, and to everybody out there, let's give him a wave, you guys. Congratulations. We'll see you at the podium. All right. I'm going to send it back up to you.
Thank you, Chris. Once again, that was the winner and second place in our KA 100 Junior Division. Congratulations, Gabriel Lopez Velarde, sweeping the day. On track now, tag cadets and rookies. Lap 1 in the books. Arthur Nahapedian, your leader. Bo Stowers in second. Looks like Bo is on the attack here. Arthur is in the red cart, getting a little loose by our vantage point. Bo coming beside in the white and black cart. Those are both cadets. Behind them, the battle for rookie is on. Ryan DeHoney and Isaiah Williams. As now we see Bo move to the inside at turn number 9, pressuring Arthur Nahapedian, but Nahapedian holds on for the moment. Again, Steve, you're right. These kids, junior and under, man, they don't just wait until the last couple laps.
They're ready to go, and they're ready to go now. And they don't care. No fear is shown on these kids at all.
The exuberance of youth.
Yes.
As Arthur Nahapedian leading for the moment, maybe drifts a bit wide. You see his right side wheels. Yeah, gets on those rumbles. Bo Stowers just going to stalk and wait for the moment. So great battle within a battle, a couple of cadets. And then we have the rest of the field is rookies. So a race within a race. Coming up after this will be our LO206 Masters Legends plus the adventure of what Al Edwards is getting into. Very thankful to have Liquid Molly on board with us this year as the sponsor for our Tag Cadet division,
John,
as well as Autolube for rookie.
I think we've been pronouncing it wrong. I think it's Liquid Molly.
It's Liquid Molly. Yeah, you're right. Liquid Molly. You are correct.
I think we've been pronouncing that wrong all season because I just realized it's Liquid Molly, not Liquid Molly.
Okay.
Unless there's a typo.
Although
there.
I do have on my sheet that it does say, look, we'd have to see that.
Hold up. Where's the sponsor sign? They're all over the track. We just got to pay closer attention. Yeah,
okay, we do see Liquid Molly. It's D-free as we see a move for the lead here. Bo Stowers up to the inside of Arthur Nahapedian. The sun finally coming out here. Arthur now has the preferred inside line.
That might play a little bit of a factor, especially coming down turn 2 at the moment.
Well, turn 1, you're looking right into the sun there. You
Go
can
right
see
here in 4.
These long shadows. They're shaded by the building here. So normally we don't see the sun coming into play. It is just past 4:30 local time as Bo Stowers again down to the inside of Arthur. But Arthur holds on for the moment. So, Steve, in the summertime, the sun much higher in the air. Sunset close to 9 o'clock, not a factor. But today the sunset will be at 5:30. So the shadows growing long on the day, the shadows growing long on our 2024 season.
And we're wrapping it up with a great blast race day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park Car Track.
Again, Arthur gets a bad exit off 17. Bo seems to get a good run off that corner, but for now, again, Arthur holds on. You can see the sun just peeking into our eyes, probably peeking into the eyes of the drivers as well. Arthur leads Bo up the hill. Got to think Bo's chomping at the bit here. Bo has really been dominant this season.
A little bit of a bump right there from Bo Stowers, just saying, hey, buddy, I'm here.
Remember me?
Now they're side by side.
Let's see if Arthur might do some late braking. He comes around
Ooh,
again. So Arthur with the late brake on the outside to fend off the attack and parry the attack of Bo Stowers. So Arthur just dips his head, tries to get a little more aerodynamic as they head up to turn 14. This time around, they will notch lap number 5. Scheduled to go 12 laps.
Unless something's changed.
Well, now Bo gets a great, again.
Perfect run, but can he close it?
Now he's able to just put the back bumper in front of Arthur.
Oh, a little bit of contact there.
Yeah, Arthur ran up on the slower, for the moment, cart of Stowers. And now we'll see.
Definitely going to affect him.
Now we'll see if Bo is able to open up the advantage. And right away, he is not wasting any time. He's already about 6 cart lengths ahead.
Yeah, he's pulled ahead after that little bit of contact there.
Further back, the battle for tag rookie Ryan DeHoney leads Isaiah Williams by about 0.8 seconds. So we'll try to follow both of those races. We have another pair race coming up with our LO206 Masters and Legends on track. Beautiful fall foliage in the background as we're enjoying an excellent fall day here. One of those, last great weekends.
Bo right there, fastest lap time once he got up front.
Yep, just
58.339.
Waited, and he uncorked a bomb on that lap.
Yep.
So they head up the field, and again, now you can just feel Bo is opening things up. Arthur held on for as long as he could, and maybe just not quite enough speed out of that red number 13 cart. Bo heading on his way, looking for another sweep this season here in our Tag Cadet final.
I think Callan Berghofer is here now. I think they said he was going to be here later on, but I believe he has this division wrapped up.
Technically, it is later. Remember earlier this season, we did have a rain event. I seem to remember Bo might have been running in the rookie division. Seemed like he had that car on a rail where everybody else was struggling in the wet. Just shows the variety of weather we've had this season. We've had
torrential downpours.
A couple of rain, one where it was just a mist on and off, and we've had hot weather, but now the cool winds of autumn sweep across this 1 mile facility.
It's finally starting to really feel like fall.
Yeah.
It only took 3/4 of the year.
So there we see Bo Stowers opening up that lead, 1.3 seconds ahead that last time around, and continuing to pile on the pressure. There's the battle for third right there. Ryan DeHoney leading Isaiah Williams. That's the winner of that battle would be the tag rookie winner for the afternoon. As this time around, we will put lap number 8 into the books. Well, Steve, I want to talk about you for a little bit as we're watching this race. You are newly announced as, wait, we got to announce this. 8 laps in the books. We're now seeing 2 to go. So this race has been shortened to 12, from 12 to 10. I imagine our races may be shortened here at this point. We were somewhat expecting this as we are racing sunset here. So this race shortened by 2 laps. But, Steve, you have been announced as the new voice over at North Georgia Speedway. We heard Will talk about having one night behind the mic there, but looks like you got some exciting news for 2025.
2025, I will be at North Georgia Speedway in Chatsworth, Georgia, just right up 75. I welcome all kart racers.
Or from here, I think
from
you
here,
go 53
to 136.
There you go.
The whole way. And you take a ride some church road. I can't remember the name of it. It's something Church Road. I remember that much.
It's probably like Church Ferry Bridge Road.
I don't know. That sounds pretty close.
That'd be an Atlanta Metro name. White flag in the air. Bo Stowers has opened up a significant advantage over Arthur Nahapedian, 3.04 seconds that last time around. Definitely a fun little track up there, third of a mile. And just across from whatever the road, we'll call it the highway there, you have the Dogwood Speedway, which 52. Is It's
They're not 52.
52.
Is it 252 or 255?
I thought it was like 213 or something.
Something.
Or whatever.
Some
But
numbers.
The dirt kart oval there, Dogwood Speedway, spelled
Now,
D-A-W-G.
There's some guys here that are very familiar with that. Tony Maynard, if I'm not mistaken, he's won a lot of races out there. And Tony knows exactly where that place is.
Okay.
We can get Tony out there and see if he'll run on the big track with us.
It's been a couple of years since I've been up to North Georgia Speedway when I just had an opening on my schedule like racers do. You go find another race when
That's
you
exactly
can.
what happened, how I ended up there.
Bo Stowers sweeps off turn number 17. Checkered flag in the air. He picks up the win and sweeps the day in our Auto Lube Tag Cadet final. And picking up the win, you see that hand in the air. Ryan DeHoney picks up the win in our Tag Rookie division.
Great run today from Isaiah Williams, who finished second in the Tag Rookie division. Harrison Marich finishing third. He moved up, if I'm not mistaken, midway through the season, Marich did, this year, into the Tag Rookie division.
Hey, you're right. He definitely spent a lot of time. We called his name a lot in the Kid Kart division. So, again, we're seeing that progression, that matriculation of drivers up to faster karts to higher divisions.
I hear a sound that I haven't heard in a while coming from underneath us.
All right, tell the listeners what you hearing, Steve.
So there's some kart revving going on underneath us. So back before this season, we actually had all the karts come out. You can see it right there next to the John Deere tractor right there. We used to have all of our karts come out of our pit lane and come that way. That's where they gridded. And it would be a rumble of karts. The smells, I mean, you can smell the rubber, you can smell the fuel. You can see the smoke. Here's a good representation. It looks like Puerto Rican down there getting the cart ready probably for this next race.
Well, this is when they do rental karts, they'll stage in there. And you're right, they used to stage the racers there. You ended up with too many karts rolling up the hill up to here, and we outgrew basically this for staging of racing. That's where they now enter by the start-finish line. But yeah, you can see the rental karts queued up here. But you're right, you used to have 40 LO206s fire up under the building we're in, and all of a sudden it feels like, you know, we're inside a, you know, like a big pile driver going on here.
Great.
The whole building.
Speaking of pile driver, there's well, we missed the shot, but there's our concession carts.
Yep.
Our Sodi carts. Those things are fast. I don't know if you've been in one of the new ones.
I haven't, but 55 miles an hour, just a couple inches off the ground. And obviously you can see they have a lot more cladding on them because you can imagine the rental people may not be as
experienced,
careful with their equipment, we'll say. And I see setting up next the shot down from Blazers Wings, Victory Lane. Chris Conowall, who do you have?
I've got Arthur Nahapedian. I've got Bo Stowers here. Bo, you swept the day. Arthur, we didn't get to talk to you before, but what an exciting race and an exciting season to you. What would you like to share about your season and this race?
It was a very rough season. I worked very hard to get here, and I'm third place in championship, and yeah, that's about it.
Well, how about today's race? Can you walk us through it? And you got the second place finish today in the final race, correct?
Yeah, it was a tough race today because it was very hard for me. I was pushing very hard, and then in the final, I got first halfway, and then Bo here, a good driver, passed me.
Yeah, indeed, and we're going to come right over here to Bo. Bo, you did make the pass, and then once you made the pass, boy, the bomb went off, man, and you took off, and you were way out in front. So talk to everybody out there and all of these family members that are here to support you about your championship run this year.
The championship race was mostly a micro, so I feel pretty good about that. And the mini, I feel pretty good that I won. It's just intense and fun when you get to race out here.
Absolutely, and let me tell you, you are a fantastic competitor. I want you to ask all of your family to come on over here and join you. Just say, come on over here. Let's get everybody who came in support of these drivers in the frame here. It is really a great family event out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Come on in there, and I'm sure you guys have people. I know your family. Y'all got people at home that are watching too. Bo Stowers, congratulations.
Thank you.
Arthur, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, everybody give a big wave and a big round of applause for these guys right here. Good job, you guys. All right, we're going to send it back up.
All right, thank you, Chris. The celebration begins in earnest down in Blazers Wings, Victory Lane. Congratulations, Boast Hours, sweeping the day in Tag Cadet. Behind them and now on screen, you can see our our LO206 Masters, as well as the Legends division and the Joker in there, Al Edwards, running in the Blue Shock Electric card out there.
22 card.
So
I think that's the number that's on that card.
We're hoping that the drone will follow him, and what he sort of doesn't do, he's not really going to start, and then he's going to light it up in a way that we really haven't heard before here in coverage. Again, it's an electric cart, over 40 horsepower, so more power in theory than the shifters. As there we see the first group was the Masters. This is the Legends, the first four, and then Al is running in that final cart, the pristine white helmet. We're underway in the Masters. Wow. We should see our Legends coming around the corner momentarily. Again, they'll have their own separate race. Where'd the Legends go there?
They slowed down a lot.
And now we're seeing, watch that driver on the right of your screen. He's the one that we believe is just gonna stop. You're like, hey, what's going on? Well, that is Al Edwards in the electric cart. You're gonna see him start ripping up the asphalt in a minute as our field makes their way down the back straightaway. Looks like 3 drivers have broken away from the next 3. And
this is a great advertising shot for Blue Shock, by the way.
Matt Lassiter is in the middle. I could tell from the color of the suit. Now here goes Al, and let's see if the drone can keep up. Al's got that Blue Shock cart, and I mean that thing is fast.
Yeah, that thing's moving.
That thing picked up like a shifter cart. Again, it's electric, but it only has 1 gear in it. As we're going to go full screen on Al, he's going to and listen. You don't hear anything like Spinal
Tap. He's about to come right through the. There you go.
What you could hear a whistling sound as he came by.
Almost sounds like the drone.
Like Spinal Tap, you would hear it if it were playing, kind of thing. He's going to make his way down the back straightaway. No other carts in the shot. Let's see how long it takes him to reel in the tail of our Legends division. Up front, Josh Smoker leads Matt Lassiter and Danny May. In our pre-final action, Danny May was the winner in Master. Thomas Neese, the winner in the Legends division. All of this brought to you by Will Bite Racing.
Hey, guys, you mind if I jump in really super fast here? I got a couple special race car drivers
Absolutely,
with me.
Especially as Al comes by in that electric cart.
Excellent. Ryan Dahoney was our race winner, and he is here. He's got his helmet, which is adorned with all sorts of cool stuff from Hawaii. Can you give me a shaka bra to everybody out there watching? Great race for you, so congratulations. Who would you like to say hi to?
I'd like to say hi to Callan and my parents.
Yeah, Callan. Where's Callan Berghofer? Callan. Hey, Callan. Yeah, as you won the race, Callan came running over and gave you a big hug. Callan, so tell me how it is you come to support Ryan here.
So I got here for the championship party, but when I was at the last corner, I saw him in first going down, and I sprinted here to give him a hug for first.
That was awesome. Very good of you. Really good of you. And then Harrison Marich, you, sir, are the champion for the whole series. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so how did you do it? You just came out here race after race, and we've been calling your name. And today all you had to do was hang back and win. So who would you like to shout out to for the season victory?
I would like to give a shout out to Kian, one of my teammates on Kart Freedom.
Awesome, awesome. All right, you guys. Well, everybody wave there. And if you guys will give them a round of applause for our winner and our champion, and we'll send it back upstairs. Thank you guys so much.
All right, thank you, Chris. On screen now, Al Edwards in the white helmet. He has picked up the tail of the field, our Legends division, and he's done it in less than 3 laps.
He did it in a lap and 3/4 roughly.
Yeah. So we'll see if he just settles in or he may pull off at this point. But wow.
I'd like to see him actually race it.
To hear him.
See,
now look at my goodness.
Look at the pass.
Just dropped the hammer and went by like, unfortunately, that looked like Tracy Pearson was tied to a post there. That's how quick that electric just zipped by. Now Al's tapping out. Wow, though. You could see how quick the acceleration was as he zipped off turn 17. We'll now focus back up to the front. Josh Smoker leads Matt Lassiter. Then we have Danny May in third, Matt Lita fourth, and Oz
There was
Cheek
an issue
running in
going
fifth.
on in turn 14. And
Oh,
there's
whoa, a
there
couple
it
of
is.
carts, one backwards on the middle of the track. Can't see a number yet.
They were side by side. Looked like they got hooked. That's what I was trying to catch right before it happened.
As we have a new leader, Philip Tidwell leads. Everything's changing around in the scoring system. Sorry, Matt Lassiter leads Josh Smoker. Timing and scoring just went nuts for a second there. You can see Matt Lassiter in that blue, red, and white trim.
The cookie man is coming home with the cookies today, I think. Maybe he'll have Girl Scouts come next year. Girl Scout cookies, that is.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's going to have Girl Scouts still because his daughters are pretty young. But
all right, I'm just looking down through the field, and we still have our seniors coming up. I'm looking for some names of some of our seniors. So Danny May is a driver we should see later in action. Right now,
well, Danny May,
he's in the middle. Right there. He's in the middle of this sandwich right now with Josh Smoker in third, Matt Lassiter leading the way. So Lassiter and May, they've had many battles together this season and previous seasons. May takes a quick peek back and gets right to that rear bumper of Lassiter as they make it to turn number one. I'm hoping Al Edwards comes up here. I want to hear his experience in that Blue Shock electric car before.
Yeah.
You could really see that,
we were actually
asphalt
just
ripping experience.
We were just visiting, so I'm going to pass the mic. I was telling him your comment about it looking like the driver was tied to the post as he went zipping by.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, Al, on your last lap, you came off turn 17 and passed one other car. It just looked like he was hitched to a post as how fast you were going.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. You notice I'm breathing hard. This is a lot like Shifter. It's physiologically pretty demanding, and definitely pulling a lot of G's and kind of bouncing the cart around. So I was running a lot harder than I did the last time. And we're going to do this one more time tonight. After this final, we're going to have a break between the end of the racing and the podiums and the party for the season end. So again, just wanted to shout out to the Masters and Legends group that Will Bite Racing sponsors. Thank you so much for letting me do this. I really appreciate it. We had a great outing, so we didn't mess up your race. Wishing all those guys the best. So really do appreciate you guys.
Now, Al, you didn't have a transponder on your cart. Do you have any idea what kind of lap times you
Absolutely
were running?
no clue. Honestly, this is just a shakedown. I'm going to say it was in the low 50s.
Okay.
For sure. It was definitely X30 territory. I was not pushing it that hard. I did try and push it really hard, and I don't know if you saw me do that little four-wheel slide through 17.
And we did see you as you came by our vantage point. It wasn't an engine sound. It just sounded like a light whistling sound going by.
It's like a Milwaukee drill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually what it sounds like when it first starts. If you just kind of crack the throttle on your drill, that's exactly what this thing sounds like when you crack the throttle of it.
Yeah, a little more
really
power than your household drill, though.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
That's for
Al,
sure.
we encourage you to catch your breath, and if you're able to come on and join us, we would like that. But on track right now, Matt Lassiter leads Danny May and Josh Smoker.
Yes, a Will Bite driver. Awesome. Good to see that. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. That was Al Edwards, who was on the Blue Shock Racing electric car, trying that out. And Steve, I guess it continues. When you hit those G's, it just feels like, your inside, your organs are getting turned into sauce inside of you.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what the equivalent would be. I mean, based off speed, it did look like he was pushing X30 territory.
And which is Shifter?
It's a K100 basically, but I believe it's water cooled.
Okay.
Instead of air cooled.
So kind of like one of the higher end than a tag
Yes.
kind of feel.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're seeing everybody look behind him. Danny May hand signaling to Josh Smoker as he's going to go to the inside. No help as Smoker not close enough, but May trying to get to the lead. Lassiter's going to battle back on the outside. Now Lassiter has the preferred inside through 16. He holds on for the moment. May in second. Now Smoker comes down to the inside. Again, 8 laps down. They see the 2 to go, so race is being shortened as daylight is waning here in Dawsonville. As we see another battle for the lead. Danny May leaning on Matt Lassiter.
Oh, looky there.
And
Here comes Smoker.
Yep,
on
up
the
hill.
outside.
So Smoker picks up second spot. Danny May was going for broke at the bottom of turn 2.
A little too early.
Yeah, could have been, but they're, shorter races here. The older guys probably like the shorter races, I'll say that. Matt Lassiter. Everyone's they're looking back more than they are looking forward. Matt Lassiter leads into turn number 9. Again, just a lap and a half to go here as our finals have been shortened. You can see the light getting a little dimmer. Matt Lassiter, pair of sunglasses behind that clear visor. You could see him take a quick peek back. Josh Smoker locked in second. Then the number 9 of Danny May running in third.
Danny May's sizing these guys up right now. Never count out Danny May, especially in the last couple corners here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Yeah. White flag is in the air. Matt Lassiter and Josh Smoker. Josh Smoker goes to the point.
That was a late move down the front straightaway. Didn't see that happening. Ooh, and maybe Lassiter and May, some contact down into turn 2. Oh, boy, Lassiter's in the grass. Here comes May to the outside. Three wide. 3 wide into 4. Who's going to lift? Right now, Smoker takes the lead. May is in second. Lassiter shuffled back to third. Action aplenty here in our Wilbite Racing LO206 Masters Division. Now we see Smoker blocking down this back straightaway. Let's see if May will step out. He does not for the moment.
Matt Lassiter's got a little bit of ground to work on.
Yeah, that's probably just enough that he will not be in the action. So May takes a look back and sees no pressure. So the all eyes will go forward. But again, Smoker blocking off turn 14 as they're going to sweep down to 16. They're coming.
Danny May's catching him.
Final couple turns. May goes to the outside. Are we seeing a crossover?
Hard inside. Hard inside.
They're side by side, but the advantage might be Smoker on the outside, and he can tell and knows it. Josh Smoker, hand in the air, picks up the win in our Wilbite Racing LO206 Masters Final. Danny May comes home second, Matt Lassiter third, Oz Cheek fourth, and Matt Lyda rounds out your top 5. All right, the battle for the legends should be on here as well.
That's a good little battle that was going on right there. I'm not sure who that was.
Those are still some of our seniors coming around. Last time around, Thomas Neese was leading again in our Masters, and he had a lead, a pretty close one, so we may want to follow that. Just about a quarter of a second lead.
So I believe, I think Neese might have got legends based off the timing.
Not certain that they have now finished. So Thomas Neese picks up the win, and he sweeps the day in our LO206 Legends Division.
Look like Matt and Josh up there.
Well, how about
about that finish?
A bold move from Josh Smoker. Made a pass really at the end of that front straightaway. I didn't see it happening. He must have got some really good run off 17. And was able to hold off the crossover move from Danny May, and he knew it in that last 100 yards, that right hand vigorously pumping in the air as he started celebrating when he saw the checkers. Again, the light, you can tell, just getting, I don't want to say dingy out there, but you can tell that we're getting closer to sunset, especially that it's a cloudy day, which makes it always seem darker a little bit earlier. We do have 3 races remaining. KA 100 Senior, our Shifter Division, and then the big uns.
The Premier.
The LO206 Seniors, a.k.a.
Correction, not the Premier Series, but the biggest series. I call them the Premier Series.
I call it the Premier Division. That's
I mean, it's bigger than Shifter, in my personal opinion, but not the apex predator of the karting world.
Yeah, which that Shifters are just... They're fast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Great view of the drivers just waiting to come across the scales, and some of our patrons in the background just taking in all the action. Lots of families. As you can tell, the KAs have started up. There's just a blue haze hanging down there in the staging lane. You would almost think that they set off one of those roadside flares down there for the amount of smell, like a Tour de France stage where they're setting all the flares off up a mountainside.
Can we do that? Not turn on the lights, but to do that, just flares around the track.
I don't think that would end well.
I don't think it would either. But
it has been a good ending to the 2024 championship season. 3 races remaining. We'll have to see how the points shake out. Coming up after our broadcast, we're going to have our podiums, which will include, I believe, our winners for the day, and then our championship trophies coming out. So you want to stick around if you're on the property for that.
Well, I guess.
I got.
They asked, so I guess I'll stick around.
Yeah. All right. Chris Conowald's in victory lane. In Blazers victory lane, Danny May not able to get it done as Josh Smoker had the win. And, Chris, I want to hear about Josh. He made his move seemingly very late on the front straightaway as they came to the white flag.
Yes, indeed. From the Blazers Hot Wings victory lane down here. Josh, did you hear that question?
I did. In four-stroke racing, patience is the name of the game. And it's super important to know who you're racing against, too. These two guys, Danny, Matt, awesome guys to race against. They're clean. They're smart. So I knew if something was going to happen, it was going to come down towards the end of the race. So got lucky. They started battling it out a little bit, and I was able to kind of squeak my way through and pulled one out.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Danny, some important lead changes there. You were our pre-final winner, if I remember right. So this one, what did we see there toward the end that you can reflect on there?
Yeah, so I was thinking championship the whole time. If I needed to not finish 2 places behind Matt. So if Matt won and I finished third, he would have won the championship. So the whole race, I was stacking the deck to make sure that if Josh got by, I could get by too, and I just need to stay ahead of Matt the whole time. So I would have fought a little harder on that last lap, but we need to bring it home and bring the trophy home.
And that you did. You are our champion. And so you mentioned four-stroke racing gives me the impression that you race in other venues or other platforms. So tell us a little bit about that, Josh.
I don't. This is actually my first year racing. Played Major League Baseball for 13 years.
Oh.
And got out of that, and my dad's company, Smoker Performance, he's pretty good with the sprocket game. You should check him out. But he's always been a big racing fan, and he's been kind of pestering me to get into the sport after I retired from ball. And just didn't give up on it, so finally I agreed to it, and now I'm hooked. But I want to say another thing. I wouldn't have been able to do this without the Happy Cart. Rick Hendrick and Chris Hamilton, they've gotten together and they've come out with the Happy Cart. It's going to be doing big things. It's got a lot of very brilliant minds behind it, building it, and definitely couldn't have done it without them.
Awesome. All right. Danny May, Josh Smoker, congratulations to you both. Danny, from the Blazers Hot Wings victory lane, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, thanks to Kinetic Competition, too. 1-2 with the motors. So thank you, Timmy. He helped me set up my VLR, and it was on rails. So thanks, Timmy.
All right. There you guys got it. We got our champs. Welcome to racing there, Josh Smoker.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Once again, congratulations. Josh Smoker picking up the win in our LO206 Masters final. Also, congratulations, Thomas Neese sweeping the day in our Legends division. On track now, courtesy of Primal Racing School, it is our KA 100 Senior Division. Mateo Rubio Luengo won the pre-final earlier in the day. He leads the field right now as they are making their way to complete lap number 2. Once again, it's going to be a 10-lap final, Steve. So we're racing each other, racing points, racing sunset here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yes, we are, but pause for a second.
Pause.
I just put 2 and 2 together, who I think Josh Smoker is. Josh, I don't know if you can hear me, but didn't you used to pitch for the Mets? I could be wrong.
He did say he played Major League Baseball.
If so, I'm going to need you to come up here in the booth and talk to us for a second.
Field screeching by our vantage point. You can hear these high RPM KAs with that high-pitched whine like a pack of Yellow Jackets sweeping past our vantage point. 2 laps in the books. Your top 5, Mateo Rubio Luengo, Andrew Hamill, Mason Grooves, Talon Laney, and Danny Perez. Talon Laney making his debut in KA 100. And Danny Perez, he had trouble in the pre-final, Steve, if you remember. I don't think he finished. He did about 3 laps. We never saw him. And he is furiously storming back through the field.
Hey, Steven, real quick.
Yes.
So no way Smoker's coming up there because I'm getting him to sign off on my gear first. So, yes, he did pitch for the Mets. Here he is, real quick.
Yeah, New York Mets, a couple years, and traded to the Pirates, pitched a year there, and Tigers, and finished out my career with the Dodgers. So
that was 2019, correct?
I believe, yeah, that was 2019. Yeah.
Okay, I do know a little bit about you. I'm a Yankees fan, though, so.
Oh, tough year.
Yeah, I don't want to talk
tough
about
finish.
it. I don't want to talk about it.
That's
Leave
great.
it to the Dodgers to.
Well, we are really delighted to have you out here, and so next season we're going to be bringing all our cards out, of course, get you to sign off. All right, there you go. Congratulations.
All right, thank you for the update, Chris Conowall. That was with Josh Smoker, a winner, and now we find out MLB former player. On track, Mateo Rubio Luengo and Andrew Hamill have broken away, currently in third place. Danny Perez, he was able to pass Talon Laney and Mason Groves on the last lap, so we'll see if he has enough time. He is 2.3 seconds back. Boy, he probably wants this to be a 12-lap race. Those guys in front are like, end it before Danny Perez gets here. That's Perez on your screen. The orange cart, the green driving suit with the orange helmet. A familiar name making his way to victory lane many times this season with the DPC Racing colors. Let's see what he can do here. He has 6 laps to try to get it done. As you see, Mateo Rubio Luengo, another tough customer, leading Andrew Hamill down through turn 16. As they see the cross flags this time around, Rubio Luengo cuts 0.3 of a second off. So I'm going to do a little math here.
Looky there at Danny Perez. Lap 4, fastest lap. Lap 5, fastest lap. Can you do it for lap 6?
Well, he cut 0.3 off that time. If my math is right, he's going to be about a half second short. He's going to need to dig up something special in his suitcase of courage here, reach into his satchel to try to pull out one final excellent performance here in 2024. As now a little bit of daylight opening between our top 2. Andrew Hamill starting to drift away from the rear bumper of that red number 6, Mateo Rubio Luengo. We'll see what the timing and scoring says this time around as we're continuing to enjoy great coverage here this afternoon, and this all courtesy of Primal Racing School. That time, 1.5 seconds, so Danny Perez cuts about a half second off the lead. At this rate, he is going to get there as they get to the white flag. So basically driving like a madman at this point, because he started somewhere out in the boondocks of this
23rd,
race.
I think.
Yeah.
If I looked at his comment correctly, I think he was starting 23rd.
Well, there are only 16 in this race, so
maybe somebody else was starting 23rd.
He was probably starting just about shotgun on this race. So keep an eye on that number 902 card. He's just coming into the screen there in third place, and really now seeing Hamill starting to come on hitch.
He's waiting to break. See, last time by fastest lap he's put down. See if he does it again.
This time. 51.8 the last
does it
time
again.
around. 51.8 again. 1.1 seconds the difference. If these carts can draft, pretty soon he will start to pick up some wisps of that sort of magic carpet ride to the front.
Looky there. He's got about, 5 cart lengths back now?
Yeah. He is absolutely on the move. Looking at our pre-final results, because he didn't have his best effort or had a mechanical problem. He was officially scored in 16th, dead last in the pre-final. So he is the man on the move. As we hear some tire squeals by us, don't know if there was an incident under our vantage point. Danny Perez charges up the hill. What a story it would be if he can come from the tail. But he is running out of time, just like we are running out of daylight here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well, he's got, I would say, maybe 4.5 cart lengths.
Yeah, he cut about
2 laps.
Cut about 0.4 of a second off that time. So
a little bit slower that go
he's
around.
0.75 of a second. He's got to go, and he has got to go right now, race fans.
And
but
he
is
up.
there.
He's there. He's ready.
We're not supposed to cheer for someone, but what a story it would be if he's able to make this happen and park it down in Blazers Wings victory lane. Hamill gets right to the rear bumper. Luengo, boy, that late braking by Perez.
He's right on him now. This is going to be a very close finish, and they weren't expecting Perez to be in this.
Probably not. You wouldn't figure someone, as we have a local caution out somewhere on the track. Now Hamill's having to make a move. Perez goes even lower. And they're going to be on the outside.
Here comes Perez to the inside. He's going for second.
So Luengo leads side by side for second. White flag in the air at the line. Hamill still leads. Perez not able to get to the inside. There we see the 999 cart at the bottom of the hill. That's Michael Succo we charge on here in our final lap of this Primal Racing School KA 100 final. Danny Perez in third, Hamill in second. Rubio Luengo has been your leader from the get-go. It's going to be tough to see Perez do anything. He's going to go to the outside, and he just gets squeezed. But here's the crossover. So he's up to second, and he's got just a quarter of a lap here. Mateo Rubio Luengo leads the way. Let's see if Danny Perez can pull out one more miracle.
Into 14. Here we go. This is going to be where he's going to make his move in 15 and 16.
I just don't think he has the time. So Mateo Rubio Luengo sees the checkers and picks up the win in the sweep. Danny Perez has to settle for second after a great run from the tail. Andrew Hamill third. Talon Laney fourth in his first ride in KA 100 with Sam Vrutski rounding out the top 5. Steve, what if this race actually went
the full
12 laps?
Oh, full 12, he's got it all day.
I don't know. Mateo Rubio Luengo is one tough customer up front.
He is. But I feel pretty confident about Danny Perez.
So it sounds like you're on Team DPC.
Yes.
Right now. Absolutely.
Yes, 100%.
Well, what a great run, a great charge from the rear, making a good show for the fans. He set the quickest lap of the race, 51.852 seconds, making his way up from the tail of the field. They're going to head to Tech and then down to Blazers Wings, Victory Lane.
I'm so excited right now, John. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Let me guess, and you just can't hide it?
I can't hide it, man.
What's got you so excited?
Look up. Look up. Look up.
Boom, boom. On go the lights.
We are under the lights.
Oh, wait. We need a little Jason Aldean when the lights go on. There we go.
Well, hopefully the lights don't go out in Georgia tonight.
Yeah, well.
We don't need another incident like that. God, no.
There we go. I've been at a track where the lights have gone out, too.
I have, too, twice in one weekend.
Oh, jeez.
Not fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So
God, that's the most. It almost makes you want to cry. I'm going to be completely honest. I've waited for this for, God, place has been here, 12 years? 12 years. I've waited for this very moment. We're actually going to see kart racing under the lights.
Yeah, you get a close-up look at those nice high-powered LEDs. Just going to aid us to the finish here as we're about 25 minutes from official sunset, but with the cloud cover, just sort of getting a dimmer light. So we're going to forge on here.
I wonder if these guys prepared for this.
Well, maybe it's somewhere in a book they have there.
I mean, I know Al Edwards has got everything in the books, but I don't know.
I got to tell you, just looking down to Blazers Wings, Victory Lane, Chris Conowall, looks like both drivers happy to be there, chatting excitedly, so we're going to send it down to you.
Yeah, I'm here just astounded. I got a couple international superstars here, Mateo Rubio Luengo, Danny Perez. Danny, we're going to start with you, the story of the afternoon, you coming from, dead last?
It was a good challenge. I mean, I had a lot of trouble with my electric part of the engine, so I had to get that fixed. I wasn't able to qualify my pre-final. Thank God I managed to fix it. I had enough time, so that was enough for me to get everything ready and go for the final.
Yeah, and so we had to cut 2 laps off that race. So Mateo is thanking the good Lord above.
I see that look of relief from Mateo.
God. That was, he was just flying. There was no doubt. But, I did what I could to keep him behind me for the last 2 laps, and I managed to do it. So I'm just grateful for how the kart was driving, how it was handling, how the engine was going. I just want to thank everybody who's brought me here. Shout out to everybody who supports me from all around the world, from Spain, from here, everywhere. And I just want to thank Liqui Moly, WRS, and just everybody who brought me here today.
Excellent. And so championship has been decided. And so where do you stand for the season?
I don't know. Well, I know I didn't get the top 3. We had too many. We weren't able to finish a couple of races. We were out of the country a couple of races, so that unfortunately didn't make us. They made us lose a lot of points for the championship.
Gotcha. How about for you?
Me too. Last time I looked, I was in 7th, and I missed 3 races because I was in Europe. So unfortunate.
We actually kind of have a generic overlay. This is not finalized. So Vincent Capetillo at 1250, Danny Perez at 1085, Christian Foster 10:30, Andrew Hamill at 10:20.
So
and this is
still-
without drops, and this is without the last race added.
Good deal. Good
But
deal.
Danny, you might want passing points added after today.
That would be amazing. I would love to have some passing points.
I just love the look that you, whenever I said they had shaved 2 laps off, and he was like, what? Give me those 2 laps back, right?
I just needed 2 more laps, and he knows it. Like, we've been racing so long together. We know each other, and we know, like, our strong points and our weak points. So I was just hoping to get there. It would have been a great fight.
For sure, for sure. Well, listen, you guys, the battles that you guys have had out here have just made it really exciting for us. So on behalf of Atlanta Motorsports Park, thank you both for coming out here and showing us your skills. Last word to you, our race winner. Shout-outs, and we'll see you next season.
Yeah, just WRS, Liquimoli, my family, just everybody who's brought me here today. Just thank you to them.
Awesome. All right. Guys, congratulations.
I want to shout out DPC, Blazers, Liquid Molly for everything they do for me, all my family, thank God, and I'm just really grateful to do this sport.
Awesome. All right, you guys, give them deuces. We're going to send it back up there. Congratulations.
All right, thank you, Chris. You could see rocketing in the background of Victory Lane, our shifter carts, courtesy of Aztec, underway. Steve, you could see a heady moment on that start where one of the carts, a little slow, maybe bobbled on the start, and then you see the others just accelerate so quickly, weaving their way up through the field.
Man, this is so pretty. You don't know. You don't know how pretty this is. Look at that. Wow, entirely sideways.
Well, you know, this is a good test for the lighting. That there's a difference between lighting to see and lighting to cover an event. So we don't know how high powered the lighting is, but we're going to enjoy it and just soak it in here as lap 1 already goes to Jake Fetter, 51.1 seconds. Behind him, Ozcheek running in second, Grayson Butler third, Sean Hayes fourth, and Ozcheek the fourth. Currently scored in fifth. I wonder if he had a mechanical issue. He hasn't scored officially yet, although we do see 5 carts out there. So
he might have pulled off.
No, there's 5 carts, so he might have, could have dropped the transponder. We'll see. He might have been the cart that had a bad start as well. So Jake Fetter sweeps down into turn number 16, and then we'll see Ozcheek come by. We'll just have to watch the timing and scoring for when the pips come across, and that has to be Ozcheek, then Grayson Butler and Sean Hayes. So Ozcheek the fourth, running in third, behind his father, Ozcheek the third, who's running in second.
That's a mouthful.
That's a lot of math going on right there. Waiting
That's a 3-4 running 2-3.
Waiting in the wings, our Swan Mechanical LO206 senior main event. And they had, was it 30?
36.
36. We'll see how many survived the pre-final to wage war in a 10-lap final. They again
have way to close out the season.
2 fewer laps. They can't wait. They got to get it done. But how about a great race? The great camaraderie as well as the competition. Mateo Rubio, Luengo, Danny Perez.
You would think those guys are brothers, as much as they pick on each other.
Well, and look, they've crossed swords several times here. It's always been great to see them. Just a couple laps short there from getting to see them really have a good one. But what a charge from the tail for Danny Perez. But Mateo Rubio Luengo, he swept the day. He did what he needed to do. And just a lot of talent right there down in Victory Lane.
I'm having to pop cough drops, to prepare my voice for this next race. Because it's going out right now.
Yeah, you're tapping out at the moment.
No, we're not tapping out yet. We ain't done yet. Ain't no quitter.
Jake Fetter, quick time on that third lap, 48.890 seconds. So I believe that's our first 48-second lap of the day. This must be good conditions, a happy hour of sorts for our shifter carts out there. As it's just been a beautiful day of racing, one of our biggest events, what do we say, top 5 event of the year. And just going to soak it all in, as coming up after this, we'll have podiums for the day. We'll have championships awarded as well. I don't know I haven't seen the trophies. It'd be awesome if they gave them the belt.
That was pretty cool.
Belt, but I don't know what the trophies will actually be this year. I think it's Livonia Speedway that does that. They have the Georgia State Championships, and the winners get the, get the championship belt.
Well, it was like at Dixie for the Dixie Nationals. They had the, what was his name? Professional wrestler. Came and presented the trophies.
Oh, wow.
What WWE Hall of Famer.
Well, there's several of those. Stone Cold?
No, it wasn't
No,
Stone Cold.
couldn't get Stone Cold?
Hold on, I got a picture of him. I'll just pull
Okay.
it up and show it to you.
That'll work. Were you down in Victory Lane?
I
with
was
him?
down in Victory Lane.
Okay.
He loved his intro. I did some research.
Well, we want to give a congratulations. This is someone we've both worked with, Roby Helm, who I believe has been inducted into the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Fame class of 2025. So congratulations to Roby. We look forward to working with you. If that's a wrestler, I couldn't tell you who that is. So have another driver joining us. So we haven't seen you up here this season. What's your name, young man?
It's Callan.
My name's Callan Berghofer.
Well, Callan, we know you missed some racing, but we're glad to see you here on the premises. So how's your day been?
My day's been pretty good. I came down here for the championship party and to congratulate my friends on their races.
Now, we understand we've heard Kart Nationals. Is that a race that just happened, or is that something coming up soon in your future?
So I was just at Rock Vegas at a race, and I was top 5 consistent the whole time, and I got 5th on that one, and tomorrow I'm going to fly out to Supernats in Vegas.
Okay. That's pretty serious when you're taking a plane to go to a race. That's pretty awesome. Now, how old are you, Callan?
I just turned 11 a couple weeks ago.
When you do race here, what classes are you typically racing in?
So for the majority of this season, I raced Cadet, and then now for one race, I raced KA Junior.
Okay. And when you're doing the Rock or you're doing the Supernats, what class would you be in for those events?
I'd be in mini, but next year I'll do clubs in KA, and then after that I'll do nationals in KA.
Well, Callan Berghofer joining us in the booth as we're enjoying our Aztec Shifter final. Jake Fetter has checked out on the field. His best lap, 48.729 seconds. He leads Ozcheek in second. Ozcheek the fourth and third, then Sean Hayes and Grayson Butler.
Now, Callan, you've been out at Atlanta Motorsports Park for a little while now, have you?
Yeah.
I think you were here. You probably started when I started with I was working here, that is. I think you were in Kid Kart at the time, or maybe it was 0206.
It was micro.
Yeah, that's what it was. I knew that I recognized your.
Is that where they say Micro Swift or
Yes.
Mini Swift? Okay.
Back when we had a big field of that.
Yeah, there was like 13.
Yeah, it was a lot of little ones that were running micros.
So you said tomorrow you fly out to Vegas for what did you say it was?
Supernats.
For Supernats. What's next on your calendar after that?
After Supernats, it's going to be Daytona.
Okay. We've heard a
We'll be
lot
down
of
there with Al
talk
and
about that.
Lincoln Massey and all
And
those guys.
what are your plans for AMP for next season, if you've thought that far forward?
Next season, hopefully, we can try to win the championship in KA.
There you go.
That'd be KA Junior?
Yes.
Okay. Well, they had a wild one today in the KA Junior. That was one of our more pulse pounding races, we'll say, out there. As should be the white flag coming out here in our Aztec Shifter final. Jake Fetter, you can see him sweep by, and then a good gap back to Ozcheek. So, Callan, it sounds like you'll be racing KA Junior. Do you have any other plans beyond AMP for next year?
Beyond AMP, I'll be going to Trackhouse and probably Orlando Kart Center.
Okay. I've actually driven at Orlando Kart Center.
I've been down there recently.
Biggest difference, pancake flat down at Orlando Karting Center versus the up and down challenge that you have. For which track do you prefer more? Do you like the hills or do you like the flat?
I prefer AMP because it's such a technical track that when you go on these flat tracks, it's super easy to learn.
Okay. That's a good thing to know. That's an encouraging thing to know. Stay with us, Callan, as we're watching Jake Fetter wiggle his way off turn 17. He picks up the win here in our Shifter final. Checkered flag in the air. Second place, Ozcheek coming around, and that is a sweep of the day for Jake. And I keep saying Fetter. It's actually Fader, as in like Vader. Yeah.
Oh, Vader.
Yeah,
well,
Jake Fader.
Callan, do you know what's coming up next?
I believe that's the last one for Shifter. Oh, no.
No, we got one more.
Senior.
No. You're close. Close.
Hello, Master.
It's time for the LO206 Masters, John, and we're getting this.
No, it's not Masters. It is Seniors.
Oh, it is
Callan's
senior.
right. That's it.
Yep.
Steve, you're
Yep.
fired.
Here.
You're fired.
You
Callan's
have it.
going to be announcing too. So,
I'm going to
look at that. Jake Fader
He did.
leaving a little impression here as he makes his way to Tech. Well, that happened in our last race, race 9. One of the Shifter drivers went out and Did some burnouts.
A little extra
there.
grip right there for those guys going in. Just a little bit. I mean, there's not going to be a lot.
We can say Jake Fader signed his name there just
I see
outside
the
of Victory
J,
Lane.
the F, maybe an A.
Well, Callan, we see your father sort of with us in the room for the moment. Is there anyone you would like to thank sort of for your season, helping you get to where you are in your racing career?
I'd like to thank AKT Vortiz with Sergio, and I'd like to thank my family and all my sponsors.
Okay. And this is a question I always ask. Because you're 11, what is school for you? Do you go to a typical public school, or are you on some sort of homeschool program?
So I'm going to finish out this year in public school with all my friends, and then when I get to middle school, I'll start homeschool.
Okay. I know that, Steve, when I was growing up, that really wasn't a thing unless you were like an actor in Hollywood, a kid actor. So it seems like a lot more kids do it, whether it's for certain travel sports or racing. So pretty cool stuff. Steve, any questions for Callan?
Callan, I honestly think you're going to go far. I've watched your career development over the past couple of years here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and I've actually follow you guys on Facebook. So I sit there and try to keep up with you guys as much as possible. But you're going to go far, kid. I honestly think you are.
Now, Callan, does it sort of gnaw on you that you're not in a kart today, that you're just watching it?
It was actually good for me to rest today. We didn't really need to race KA today since we're not in the points, to just leave it for the title contenders. And it's just fun coming up here, not having to stress on the race day and just watch.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. Steve, Dad's
like,
laughing in the background, too. Yeah.
He's sitting here itching. He's like, man, I want in this race. I need more.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, good luck coming up. You said at Supernats, back out at Vegas. Is that, I know sometimes when they're in Vegas, they do parking lot courses. Is it a parking lot that you're in, or is it an official track?
Yeah, they're going to do the parking lot in the Vegas Speedway.
Okay. The where they have basically every track there, the 1.5 mile speedway and that one. I know there's a 3/8 mile dirt track there. There's a drag strip there.
It's all a parking lot.
A little bit of and a big parking lot that they have.
What's the MGM Grand?
So just waiting the rampage of the LO206 seniors.
The mayhem comes to a finale tonight.
It absolutely will.
And I can say tonight because the lights it makes me so happy. You don't even know. You don't even know.
Callan, have you ever driven under the lights or only during daytime?
I've done 2 night races. I've done stars under the lights at Trackhouse, and I've done 1 race at Orlando at night.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Lanier was very fun at night.
Formula karting, that was fun.
Do you prefer daytime? Do you prefer nighttime?
It's cool at night, but in the day I prefer because it's easier to see your marks.
Okay. Yeah, the lighting, it really does change that, Steve, where we were talking about there's lighting for being able to see, and then there's lighting for the broadcast quality, which ends up being a lot more light.
It's honestly, I mean, these lights are really, really bright.
They could be.
No, they are.
Well, it's because they're those LEDs.
Oh, yeah, they're fancy.
You know,
hey, guys.
I hear a voice from above, and it must be our intrepid pit reporter down in Blazers Hot Wings, Victory Lane. Is that you, Chris?
It is, but, I've got Jake Fader here, and I'm just almost compelled to – I'm sure it wouldn't be the first if I, Vader. But with that burnout, that's the second one I've seen, I think, someone challenged. So, man, you really pulled off a great season this year, even better burnout. So, exciting stuff. And I think you were the first car to break 48 out here today.
Oh, did I? Oh, that'd be pretty cool. I think I was in the low 48s for qualifying, but yeah, happy to get that figure last race of the year. Not going to use these tires anymore. Let's just trash them. Jeremy did stop by and give me a few tips for next time, though, so I'm going to add some of the things he mentioned to the repertoire.
Very cool, very cool. Well, let me let you say your last few words to anybody out there watching it. It's great to have someone with your skill level here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and Dad to be what, again, right? So Mike's yours. Send it out there into cyber world.
Sure. Thanks to my dad over here too, spinning the wrenches, keeping the thing clean. He's been helping out since I was a real little one over here. So.
Step right over here, sir. So if you want to pop those on there. Atlanta Motorsports Park, a really great father-son, father-daughter, mother-son, and so we're happy to have you out here. And Jake was telling us you've been supporting him since he was very little, and so we're glad to have you. What's your name?
Bill.
And Bill, how long you been watching this guy race?
Well, I think it's now 20-some years. We've been doing this since he was 13, I think, and probably hundreds of weekends at tracks like this, and it's been a lot of fun, and I've enjoyed technically being his dad.
Awesome. Well, we're going to send it back up to you guys. Congratulations, Jake, and awesome.
All right,
We'll
thank
see
you,
you.
Chris. That was Jake Fader in victory lane for picking up the win and sweeping the day in our Aztec Shifter division, as well as leaving his John Hancock on the track at the end of the race.
Look at this sight right here, guys.
We're all about to look like that UFC panel where all of us are like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah. I wish we had a camera.
So
in
here we go. Technically, the sun is still up. It is not sunset, but the lights are
God,
on.
it's so pretty.
The party is ready, and you see this long field.
I cannot think of a better way to close out
Oh,
the
God, this is
2024
perfect.
season. I mean, we have had close to 300 races this season between pre-finals and finals, and it is all coming down to this last race for the 2024 season.
Look at the stands out in front of us, just packed with patrons taking in all the action, and we're set. You could see upwards of 36 LO206 seniors. I don't think we're going to get a start because they're not queued
God,
up
that's
yet.
so beautiful.
That looks amazing.
In the pre-final, Stephen Roberts picked up the win, one of our drivers from down at Lamar County Speedway. I wouldn't even say driver. He's just one of the people down there at Lamar County Speedway. But he's come out for some action. They're almost lined up. But nope, not quite. We're going to see one more attempt for this thundering herd to sweep by.
Now, who we got leading, starting us off?
It should be Stephen Roberts. Roberts is going to be on the pole. We'll see where the rest of them settle in, because pretty much everybody else is out there too. This feels like a Saturday night race, going back to seeing open wheel modifieds at Thompson Speedway.
There's just something about racing under the
know,
lights
man.
that gets you excited, gets the goosebumps going. And folks, I'm excited. I don't know about you, and we're about to hopefully get the green flag here
And
this time.
This one looks good. They're in those tram lines. They are side by side, 36 deep. Green flag is out. We're underway. Swan Mechanical LO206 Senior Main Event here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And there goes your field side by side through turn one, diving into turn two right now, still keeping it side by side. A little bit of three wide.
Big contact. Somebody's broke there.
I
That
saw
car.
a chain come off.
Yeah, he's trying to restart it, but probably not going to happen.
That might have been a cover or something. I saw something pop off that cart when they slapped each other.
And I think Danny Perez got the lead here ahead of Stephen Roberts. And there's somebody
Some big
smoking.
chaos.
Whoa. Somebody went off into the dirt as that was piling up in the background. Danny Perez leads. Stephen Roberts second. Chaos all over the place here. You know it, Steve.
It's mayhem.
It's the
LO26
mayhem.
masters and seniors, mostly seniors out here.
And look at this line of carts as they come past our cameraman at turn 6.
And an absolute, it's Atlanta rush hour traffic out there.
It's 2:85 and school just let out and it's 4 o'clock.
And right now you've got a 3-cart battle heating up at the front right now.
Big contact down there in turn 16.
So again, continued action. Lap 1 goes to Stephen Roberts. Danny Perez second. Ryan Curtin up to third.
And keep your eye on Ryan Curtin this race. He has been a leader all season long. Got shuffled back early during the pre-final. Look to him to make the charge during this final race.
Well,
It's going to be between Bacon and Attack Kitty Curtin.
Yes. Hey, I think May's going to hang on. I don't know. We'll see. May, don't count him out either.
All right, we will see. I don't think
I
that
don't know
timing. Now that timing and scoring's
No,
not
because
right.
I don't see Danny May.
Danny May currently is
Second.
scored in 11th spot overall. So Stephen Roberts leads, followed by Danny Perez in second, Ryan Curtin third, Ryan Trammell in fourth, with Brant Estes fifth, 6th through 10th, Cameron Estes, Caden Jarvis, Clay Bowman, Wesley Bacon, and Sam.
Looked like
Fruitsky.
Steve just got pushed back all the way to
He
fourth.
just got shuffled first to fourth.
within a corner.
And right now, this should be Daniel Perez taking the field on lap number 2. Yes, he has scored as your new race leader. Ryan Curtin up to second. Kyle Trammell up to third. Steve Roberts all the way back to fourth.
I think Danny Perez is still juiced up from that KA 100 senior charge from the back. So he might just be a man on a mission. Let's see if Ryan Curtin is able to close in. You can see third place Kyle Trammell sawing on the wheel as they come by our vantage
Trammell's
point.
like chomping at the bits to get around Curtin right now. He was doing some pushing and shoving through turn 3 right there. So if Curtin doesn't get away from them, he's going to have his hands
Here
full.
comes Steve again, coming into third.
Yeah, Roberts, he clipped something. He was bumping through turn number 9 there. Maybe caught the curb with his inside tires. So Perez, green driving suit, red helmet. He's your leader. Ryan Curtin behind. Some of the more colorful characters coming to the front here in our Swan Mechanical LO 206 senior final. Will, can we get the 2 laps back? I don't want to see this short by 2,
this 12.
man.
Run this
I want
12.
14, you know.
And that is Steve Roberts in third right now. So right now your top 3 starting to pull out a little bit. Looks like Trammell trying to join the party before they break away as your field goes diving into turn 2 right now, making the way around that steep 40-foot elevation drop and then right back up the hill as they're coming around turns 3 and 4 right now, just by our vantage point up here in the booth.
So it's Perez, Curtin, Trammell, Estes again, Bowman, Jarvis, Bacon, and Avrutsky.
Just at the back of that group, I saw 12th place running Carson Craig. Haven't called his name much. And just in front of him is Danny May in the number 9. So the Sawney Mountain Biscuit sponsored machine, number 55, Carson Craig. He's looking to improve upon really a disaster of a
Here's
pre-final.
Curtin looking to the inside as he makes his way through 14. Great shot of the lights right there as we are coming down. And Curtin does get around him. He makes the pass in 14.
As we see battles further back in the pack as well. Lap number 4 goes into the books.
So we are 4 laps in. We've already had 3 race leaders. This is heating up, John.
Yep, top 10, nose to tail.
Everybody on the spectator hill, everybody on the balcony. This is picture perfect.
And this is a treat for the fans. We have not had a race under the lights like this ever at Atlanta Motorsports
And
Park.
we didn't plan
No,
it.
this
It just
wasn't planned.
happened organically.
No.
One of those. Remember me saying things that happen organically at the racetrack? This is one of
Yes.
them, where you just see some craziness. Steven Roberts looking to the inside of Danny Perez. Is he going to force the issue? No, not this time. So our top 3 stay in position. Ryan Curtin, cool customer up front. Danny Perez sitting in second for the second time today. And our pre-final winner was Steven Roberts, who is currently scored in third.
And Curtin is cool, calm, and collected right now. He knows what he has to do. There was only 5 laps standing between him and a victory here tonight. But you know what, guys? I think regardless of the finish, a lot of these guys are going to remember this night.
Oh, yeah.
Just for this, just for racing under the lights here at AMP.
Our maiden race under the lights, the top 12, all sort of there in your picture. It's become Talladega Nights here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I was wondering if there might have been a caution flag waving in the foreground there as our field's going to head down through the kink.
There's a cart around there at the entry of turn
There's
2.
one at the top of turn 2 or turn 3.
And right now, attrition starting to collect some of the drivers. But look at this. Steve Roberts to the inside.
Ooh,
He's
right there
trying to
on the
make
curbs.
the move.
Yeah,
Ooh, he
Ooh.
took that curb, and he lost a lot of
spot. I think he might have lost a spot out of that.
He did. He lost a lot of speed. He ate that curb pretty hard. That slowed him down.
Oh, and now you can see the top 2 have pulled away. So
That's not going to last for long.
Well, that allowed everybody behind Steve, because Steve was in third, and that allowed everybody behind him kind of got caught up with that.
Oh, one
A little
going
bit of
down to the
bobble there.
inside there, yeah.
And actually, that looks like Steve's still in third.
They go-
So
Almost going 3 wide for a moment. I see Danny May trying to get down to the inside of 9th place running Caden Jarvis. Cannot make the pass.
6 laps in, Ryan Curtin, Danny Perez, Steve Roberts, Kyle Trammell, Brent Estes, Sam Avrutsky, Clay Bowman, Wesley Bacon, Caden Jarvis, and Danny May, our top 10.
Boy, and look at the power of the draft. Steven Roberts right back up with our top duo. You just can't get away in this group. The
No.
rubber
Oh,
band
no.
has pulled everyone back together once again.
And I don't expect Danny to be patient here either. I think Perez is going to start making some work here over the next lap or 2, because there's no way I would chance this for a last lap.
Oh, God, no.
This feels more like a cycling race. You have a peloton here of 12 drivers all together. As when do you try to drop some people? You can't with this draft. You really can't make
No.
someone drop, although the top 4 are now open a little bit of daylight as Brant Estes, Sam Mavruski, Clay Bowman battling, and that lets our top 4 draw clear.
And these were our front runners for the pre-final, so not a lot has changed. And we've only got 3 laps to decide it, folks. As right now, Ryan Curtin leads your field through turn 2, back up the hill. Daniel Perez hot on his heels. I expect to see him start to at least test in the waters here, if not this lap, probably by the next lap. And we'll see it because he's going to start testing him in the braking zone, probably start testing him in 14, but we'll see. Curtin made that pass earlier in the race in 14, one of the hairiest places on track to make a pass. So Danny Perez is going to have to pull out all the stops here if he's going to try and make a move on Ryan Curtin.
So under the lights, our leaders work their way off the S's. Next time around, they will see the 2 to go signal. Danny Perez pushing the leader of Ryan Curtin forward in that number 37 machine. So it's Curtin, Perez, Trammell, and then Sam
Steve
Mavruski.
Roberts thought about it for a second there. He looked to the inside briefly, but then ducked back in line.
2 laps remaining on this season. Let's see who takes home the checkered. Ryan Curtin still in the lead. Danny Perez in second. Steve Roberts in third. Those top 3 are going to be our biggest contenders, especially with 2 laps to go.
All right, so it's time to show your cards. Who has something for the end of this race? Ryan Curtin took the lead on about lap 4 and has held on. But now here comes Danny Perez, who gets a good run down through the kink. How defensive will our leaders be? For now, Curtin not defensive yet. Our top 3 still nose to tail.
And they are starting to make a little bit of a gap between them and 4th place. So if Kyle Trammell's not careful, he is not going to have a shot for this because they are only going to have 1 lap to go next time by.
He's left by himself.
Yeah, Trammell stuck in a no man's land between Roberts and 5th place Sam
and you can see
Mavruski.
he keeps falling back. He's not going to get the bump until he catches.
So the podium, looks like the podium set just what order they will be in. Final lap of the season. The white flag out. Ryan Curtin leads Danny Perez and Steve Roberts. What a treat this has been. A beautiful afternoon for racing. And now under the lights as they will head up the hill one final time.
Ryan Curtin coming into turn 3 with our lead. Danny Perez in second. Steve Roberts in third. When are they going to peek out? When are they going to make that move?
I don't know. I expect Steve to give
He's
Perez
go.
a bit of a shove down the back straightaway.
He's got to go. Now they're being defensive
here we go.
on the inside.
There goes Steve to the outside. They're going to be side by side with Daniel Perez coming into the final time into turn 9 here. And let's see if he can get him on the outside. No, he does not. Oh,
No,
he
yes,
still
he's
sets
still
him on the
there.
S's. He's still side by side.
And this helps Curtin as they're battling for
Yes,
second.
and Roberts gets past Perez, but he's only going to have 2 turns to catch Curtin. Let's see what happens.
Oh, Perez falls back into the clutches of the field. Let's see what Roberts can do.
Oh, he's got a
2
run right
turns
now.
remaining,
Let's see.
And
But I
it's
don't think,
just not going to happen.
No, he's not going to get it.
Ryan Curtin, well,
hold up.
stumbling
Hold
to
up.
the line, to the
Hold.
line.
Oh!
Ryan Curtin holds
close.
on
That
at the
was so
finish
close.
of our Swan Mechanical LO206 senior final.
0.021.
That was
2
our
100ths
UFC moment
of a
right there.
second.
Yeah.
Well, I thought,
He backed off.
Yeah.
He backed. He thought he had it. He backed. I mean, let's watch this replay real fast.
He had it totally, and it's like, yeah, the cart just gave up at that point, and boy, if there
He
were
looked
another
to us,
few
he was like,
feet.
Whew.
Wow.
Dodged a bullet.
So Ryan Curtin, your winner. Steve Roberts, second.
And that
Here
bullet
we go. Here's a
Sam-
good side by side.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this.
You can see Roberts trying to hop that cart
Yeah.
forward, get just a
If
couple
that start
more
finish
inches.
line had been 10 feet closer to us in this booth,
Oh,
Roberts
goodness.
would have had it.
Oh yeah.
Sam Mavruski came home third, Danny Perez fourth, with Kyle
God, look at that
Trammell
beautiful
rounding out the
drone
fifth.
shot.
Beautiful. That track looks lit up like this. Man, I wish we could do this more often.
Yeah, I almost want to cry, Will.
I know.
It's so pretty.
And this was only possible today because this is the only race we've had after daylight savings ended and after the lights were built. So maybe we might get to see some, but I think we start racing after daylight savings kicks back in effect in March. So
which it starts literally the first Saturday in March.
which
is when
we're
you
probably
jump
not going to
forward.
have the race day that weekend.
Did you
so.
have an event in December last year? I thought
We
you used to have a winter
we
series.
did some winter racing, but we are not.
But you
doing
didn't have
that.
the lights then.
Correct, and we're not doing a winter series this year. We are in fact doing the carts on main track though. December 14th So this won't be the last time these guys get a chance to drive out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park this year. We are doing karts on main track December 14th, and that is going to be a blast. We had over 50 drivers out doing it last time we had it. We unfortunately had some rain last year, so these guys are definitely itching to get back out on the main track. And so our boss, Jeremy Porter, made the call, said, yep, let's add them to the program. And so we are going to do that on December 14th, folks. So make sure you go online, check out the Moonshine Series. Round number 4, that's when we're going to be racing karts on main track.
We're going to send it down to Victory Lane. We have the familiar shirt of Ryan Curtin.
Oh, yeah, yes, indeed. And he's asking the cat, like, what was I doing right there at the very end, I imagine, throwing up yeah, and then this guy. That was so crazy close, but way to make it super exciting like you always do, Ryan Curtin. I believe you are our champion on the season, so congratulations to you and Chris the Cat, and especially making it exciting there at the end. That was fantastic.
Yeah, thanks. I was celebrating maybe a little bit early, and then I looked over and I'm like, ooh, that was too early, wasn't it? So I got away with it this time, but it probably would have been more amusing if I hadn't.
Amusing indeed, and way to race all the way to the very finish. You eked out Danny Perez, who was racing on fire that race, but there is absolutely no can't say enough about racing experience with you in 40 years, and literally it was that close.
It was a good race. I figured Perez was going to try to make a move on him sooner than he did on the last lap, and he wasn't going, so me and him got together a little bitty bit, then Ryan got out in front of us, and that was pretty much it.
Well, literally, as you and Danny got hooked up there, and Ryan, you had some breathing room, and you went around the corner, 16, and you're cruising. They're saying, yeah, I mean, blah, 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 and then suddenly, it's just whoop, and then you rocket. So again, like I said, super fantastic finish. I'm gonna let you first say some shout outs to the folks that are watching. You're a legend here, and so we were excited to see you race here today, and who would you like to say adios to as the season comes to an end?
Just takes my wife and half my daughter, and then we built the Razor chassis, and we've been working on a new one for a while, so that was one of the new ones today, so it seemed like we got them going pretty good.
Yeah, I'll say you did.
And then thank you to AMP for putting on such a great series up here.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, Ryan Curtin, champion. Ryan Curtin. Last word to you from the Blazers Hot Wings Victory Lane.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm supposed to thank people now. So I'll thank, number one, my wife for making some awesome Thai food that I reheated, and it was very good, and I was very happy with it, although it was too spicy. And number two, I want to thank Al Edwards, because each race weekend I use his air, and it feels like I ought to thank him. So I don't think I'm part of the Will Bite Racing team. I think I'm like maybe could or could not bite, potentially a bite risk racing. That's, I guess, where I am right now. But who knows, maybe in the future I'll actually start biting.
But for now, we'll go with your scratching, clawing your way to the tip top, and you are our champion. Ryan Curtin, congratulations. We'll send it back up to you. It's been a fantastic season. To my fellow broadcasters, signing off once and for all from the Blazers Hot Wings Victory Lane. Good night, gentlemen.
All right.
Congratulations. Good night.
Thank you, Chris. And you can see the sun setting in the distance as the lights are on here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We draw to a close round number 10 of the championship series, as well as our season. Steve, final thoughts.
Final thoughts, great season. Perfect way to close it out. Under the lights, LO206 is a mayhem. Perfect.
Yeah.
A crazy finish.
Yeah, absolutely a great day of racing. And with that, we will close our broadcast. Thank you for joining us this afternoon for round number 10. We'll be back in action with a couple events at Main Track coming up Saturday, November 23rd, and Sunday, November 24th. Then we'll have the karts on Main Track coming up on December 14th. For my announce partners, Chris Conowald down in Victory Lane, Will Rigdon, and Steve Newbold, I'm John Matthews. Thank you, and good night.